going to do this big boot camp, which is our one of our main thing, which we do once in a month only. So you're lucky if you're here. So it is for 12 hours, 12 hours long boot camp, and someone was just pinging me. So you'll do live for 12 hours because he was like worried. Okay, so it is live for 12 hours, but we will give you enough breaks, like 10-minute breaks, and maybe 1 20-minute break also during the lunchtime. So those will be there, and we are going to cover in what is the specialty of this boot camp. We cover everything, like everything in detail. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, everything will be done in detail. Okay, so everything will be done in detail. Hope I'm live on YouTube. Okay, so let me do one thing, like hello all. Hello all, and as told earlier, you will get the certificate also of for attending this 12-hour boot camp. This is something which is not done on YouTube a lot. Nobody does this 12-hour live boot camp. There are a lot of long form videos, like 16 hours videos are there, but nobody does this live thing. Okay, so we are the only one person who does this live thing. So that is there, and you'll all get the certificate and all. And we'll start with HTML soon, but before that, I have to tell you a bit about myself, a bit about what you should do, because a lot of people are pinging me who are not from an IT background. So what they should do, that is also something which I need to tell. And how you will get the certificate, that is also something. A lot of people pinged me about how we are going to get the certificate. You have to fill some attendance form, and where the attendance form will be given, attendance form will be given here only, in the live chat. In the live chat, YouTube have a live chat feature. Okay, in that only the attendance will be given. Only in the live chat the attendance will be given. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Good morning. So hope I'm okay. I think I'm live on YouTube. So that is great. And so let's get started. And okay, so we'll start now, because we have a lot to cover. Although we are doing it for 12 hours, but still we have a lot to cover. Okay, a lot to cover, because we are doing everything like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. Everything we are doing as we are told. So let me share my screen. And this is about me. And actually I'm live on LinkedIn also. But those who are watching on LinkedIn, please do come on YouTube to watch it, because LinkedIn doesn't allow a live to be done for more than I think 4 hours. It doesn't allow. And after that you have to come to YouTube only. So those who are watching on LinkedIn, please do come to YouTube. And let me okay, so let me do one thing. Let me give those LinkedIn people the YouTube link, so that they can join there. Okay, so please, LinkedIn people who are watching, I can see like eight people are watching from LinkedIn. So please, I'm adding a comment there, so you can watch it from YouTube. Okay, you can watch it from YouTube. So that is there. And mm, what is about me? What is about me? So my name is Nabindu Vishwas. Thank you all for being here. My name is Nabindu Vishwas. I'm the founder of TWD, the company which is taking this 12-hour long boot camp. And I was not always the founder of some company. Okay, so right now I am the founder also of TWD, and mainly a trainer. So I have my own batches. I have my physical batches at Bhopal. I have my online batches, paid online batches. I've like, we are giving everything for free on YouTube also. So everything we are giving, we have like free batches on YouTube. We have like paid online batches. We have like paid physical batches. I am a corporate trainer also. I teach in like the top companies, like in India, the top service companies, product based company, and all those things. I'm totally occupied throughout my days, me and my team. So we are teaching many startups also, and all those things are there. But why I'm teaching in all those things, because and why we are in so much demand and all. Not only me. Okay, not only me. Okay, but everybody else. Okay, can't able to join. Okay, so it is not like Jyoti Meena. Just click on this link, on the link. It is there on YouTube. Okay, so I think I'm there on YouTube. Jyoti Meena, who is on LinkedIn, just click on that link. You will be. It is there on YouTube. Okay, so that is there. Or on YouTube, you find out I'll show one more thing. Like on YouTube, you go and you write now the app dev, like this I do. And and you'll find it. And you'll find the channel. Okay. So someone is asking where I'm working. No, I'm not working anywhere. I'm not working anywhere. Okay. So I'm not working anywhere. I have my own company known as TWD, the web dev. Okay. So I have my own company. Okay. So I'm not, where are you working? Not working anywhere. Not working anywhere. Okay. So I have my own company TWD, which I have set up in Bhopal in the year 2021, September 2021. Before that, I have worked in almost all top companies on this planet. Like I have worked in Oracle, I have worked in JP Morgan. Those who don't know, JP Morgan is a company which runs America. So if a company is running America, America is a capitalist country. If a company is running America, it is means it's a big company. It's known as HFT companies. So I have worked on that also. So if you can see, like this was my last job was as an associate architect in product based company in Bangalore. So I left my career at the top of like technical thing. Associate architect or architects are the people who are one step down CTO. I think most of you know what is a CTO. CTO is chief technical officer, who like, but the architect are ones who know more coding, who are hands-on in coding. CTO sometimes don't do that much coding. So I was on the top of my career, on the top of my game when I left everything to do teaching, because that is something which I love. And thankful to God, I have helped to place more than 1,000 people in the past 1 year in IT to start their career in IT. I teach in corporates, I teach in startups. I have my own classes, I have my YouTube channel, and everywhere I have placed more than 1,000 people in the past 1 year. Thanks to God for that. And that is my like life goal right now, to place more than 10,000 people. Okay, so that is there. And now I have worked like a lot, like everywhere I have worked. Started with company like a government company, and worked everywhere, JP Morgan and Oracle and all those things I worked. Okay, and I'm in this front end journey for the past quite some time, like from the past 10 years, and I give people the right thing. Like right now, like I always say, like you have to, will come to that, like what you need to do will come to that soon. And this is my company. It's a registered company. We started from Bangalore, but we are not in Bangalore, so we are completely registered company. GST we give, and we have a site also, like. I think I have not done PD report. This is our site. Okay, this is our sites, and you can go through this. This is our sites. Site is there. You can go through that, and you can go through my profile also. So I'm pasting both of them, and send me request on LinkedIn, because there, so you can go through that. And we are big on YouTube, so we give the YouTube schedule also for every month. All those things about the courses and all also you can see. Okay, so that is there. So that is there. And now one more thing, like a lot of people were asking about the, like how you'll get the attendance and all those things, how will get a certificate and all, and you'll get a nice certificate. And how will get the certificate? So to get the certificate, what you need to do, you need to fill this attendance form. So there are like four attendance form: one, two, attendance two, attendance three, attendance four. So four attendance are there. So this four attendance you have to fill. So every attendance will be given at different time. So like the first attendance will be given at around 9:30 AM. Okay. The second attendance will be given when CSS will complete. I think around 1:30 maybe. Okay, I don't know exactly, because CSS I don't take. CSS or CSS expert Mosam takes. And then after that, JavaScript, when JavaScript will complete at around 5:30 to 6, the third attendance will be given. And the fourth attendance will be given at the end at around 8:45 PM. So this four attendance will be there. You need to fill this four attendance to get the certificate, because we're going to give everyone certificate. This is a very big certificate, like 12-hour certificate. And it will add something to your resume and all. Okay, so that will be there. You can showcase that in your resume. You can showcase that on your LinkedIn profile. By LinkedIn profile, I'll come to that. Okay, so before giving the certificates, before giving the attendance link, an attendance link will be shared only on the your YouTube chat. Okay, YouTube live chat. Those who are not there on YouTube, please come here. There on YouTube. Maybe the first attendance I'll share on LinkedIn, because after that LinkedIn will close down. So please see the live chat in YouTube. If you're watching it from a mobile, you have to click on the live chat to see the live chat going on, and from there only you can do it. Okay, so that is there, and even before starting, so right now before starting, someone on Instagram, I'm there on Instagram also. So okay, one more thing I will tell before moving forward, like how to fill the attendance form. To fill the attendance form, you have to give your email, valid email, because we are going to send the certificate through email. Then you have to give your exact name which you want on the certificate. Then we are doing so much, like 12 hours nobody does on YouTube. We want you to subscribe to our YouTube channel and give your username by which you have subscribed. The subscription link is there on the top. Instagram, we are big on Instagram also, so please do subscribe on Instagram also. So Instagram link is also there. Then what is the current role? I want to know that. And your LinkedIn profile if you have. LinkedIn profile is a very important thing nowadays. Why it is important? I'm going to tell. So LinkedIn profile if you have, please give the LinkedIn profile also. Okay. So that is there. Now let us go further, and let us see, like first thing, like what you need to do, like what we teach. And if you go to a YouTube channel also, it tells, like if you go to our YouTube channel, okay, our YouTube channel, I'll again tell, like just go to the YouTube channel and search for the web dev, you'll find us. Definitely you'll find us. So this is the web tab. So on a YouTube channel, we say that live stream classes to make you a highly paid web app developer. And these are some of the technologies which we teach. Like we teach sometimes more than that also, like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Node.js. We sometimes teach Angular also. Okay, so those are the things we teach. So why do we teach those things? Okay, why are the things in this, the most number of jobs are there? Because the most number of jobs there are today in something known as a web development or web app development. Most number of jobs are there, and in this web development you have to learn this thing: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and plus React. So you don't have to learn a lot of technologies, you only have to learn these four technologies, and there are enough jobs are there for these four technologies only: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. And that's why we are teaching that in this bootcamp: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React. Beside this, we have like long certifications also on our YouTube channel. For CSS separate certification, JavaScript separate certification, ReactJS separate certification, which we have recently we conducted the ReactJS certification. That a 4 day certification, 1 hour each day. Okay, so that was there. So that is there, we do a lot of certification on the channel, but this is the four things which you should learn: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and you should not go beyond that. There is no like uh, these are the jobs, these are the four technologies which have the most number of jobs in most number of companies. More than 95% of the companies right now are using these technologies, the big companies which have jobs in these technologies. So you don't need to do DSA and all also. So I would not have told this thing completely if you had asked me like maybe 8 9 months back. So DSA and algos are required only in 4% of the companies, which are like the top companies, which are the FANG companies and the product-based company. But unfortunately, they are not hiring anymore. So if you're not living under a cave, and living in a cave, you know that FANG companies are not firing. What is FANG company? FANG companies is Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google. They're not firing. In fact, they're not hiring. In fact, they're firing, in the firing mode. Amazon yesterday only fired another 10,000 people. They're on the firing mode, and they will not hire in the like next 2 3 years. They're definitely not going to hire. They are going to fire, fire, and fire only. So what the need of learning DSA right now if they are not? And DSA is something which is required only in this company. It is not used even in in those companies. But in India, what happens? Everybody, when someone does something and promote that thing, everybody want to do that thing. Okay, so like everybody want to do a government job, everybody want to go to IIT, everybody want to go to FANG companies. So what happens, like FANG companies have only 4% job, very less jobs. Like 4% jobs are very less. There are like millions, there are like crores of jobs are there. But FANG companies have like how many jobs? They will have lakhs of jobs. So everybody wanted to go to this FANG company. So a lot of companies got created, and they start charging a lot, and they promoted DSA. The people who are working in these companies, they promoted DSA, and DSA become a in thing. But the DSA is even not used in those companies. DSA means data structure and algorithm. Those who don't know, don't worry, because that is nowadays, that is slowly becoming a dinosaur technology, extinct technology. Because see, in the next 2 years, what will happen? Nobody knows. Like the fan companies are not going to not going to recruit anymore. So what the need of DSA? And after a 2 years, will they ask DSA? I don't know. But even if you are a FANG company, they need all these things: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. Because nowadays it's the age of what? Age of web apps. So everything is a web app. YouTube is a web app. This Google Form is a web app. This is a web app. LinkedIn is a web app. Everything is a web app. Everything is a website. Nowadays, desktop apps are very less. So this is the age of web app from the past 10 years, and it will be going to be like that only. Nobody like install those many apps. Even in a mobile phone nowadays, we don't install that many apps, and left in a desktop or a laptop, we don't install. So this is the thing. So React.js is a JavaScript library. We are going to learn more about it today. It is like most of the sites on this world. If you remove the Google sites, they're created in React. Like small startup, big startup, medium startup, no startup, every startup is React. Like LinkedIn, this is React, this is React, this is React, this is React, this is Angular, this is Angular. Google is Angular. Okay, Google is Angular. Google products are in Angular. Why Google products are in Angular? Google created Angular. Facebook created React, but everybody else uses React because React is like very easy in comparison to Angular. Okay, so React is way ahead. If you learn React, you don't have to learn Angular. But if you learn Angular also, it is okay. Learn Angular. Okay, so that is there. Now, the next thing which I'm going to tell is that there are three secrets. So, someone was asking me like in the morning only, someone was pinging me on the Instagram that I'm from a non-IT background. So, I'm not from non-IT background. How I can get into IT? Okay. So, to get into IT, you have to do some more work than most other people. Okay. There are three secrets there. One is the networking. If you're from non, even if you're from an IT person, you have to do networking. Nowadays, the FANG people are losing a job a lot, and now they are doing networking. Networking means this. See how many connections I have. I have around 27. It is becoming 28,000 connection. This is known as networking. I have 28,000 connection, and frankly, this 28,000 connections, like it is not a joke. It took me a lot of time to make this 28,000 connection. Like it took me 3 years to make it, but now I'm connected to almost everybody. Like I'm connected to almost every startup in Bangalore. I'm connected to Google, Uber, and all those things because I have got the interview call from Google, Uber, because I am very active on LinkedIn. I've got interview calls from them also. So all those big companies have got interview calls. I didn't wanted to go because I wanted to start on my own, so I didn't give the interviews and all. So that those are there. So those are there. So those I get because of my connections. So you should have some networking. You should have some thing. I'm not telling this 28,000 connections. This is like crazy. It takes a lot of time to make this 28,000. Okay. So have some networking. Networking means do it on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook groups. Facebook groups are also very good. Like they're dedicated Facebook groups for programming and all those things are there. Instagram is also don't to see those videos. Instagram watch developers videos. Okay, and all those things. A very good guy to follow is Tanya Pratap, and I am also okay. But Tanya Pratap is there. Follow him. Do some daily actions because if you're from an IT background, non-IT background doesn't matter. You have to code 2 hours daily. So that is something which is not negotiable. Challenges. There is a challenge known as 100 days of code, and thanks to like a lot of people have listened to me and joined this 100 days of code challenge because I've asked them to tag me. So if you tag me and if I just like your video, if I like your post or do comment on it, it reaches to my 20,000 network. So people who are in my position, actually I know this thing like influencer. I'm an influencer for liking a LinkedIn comment or doing something. I don't do those things. They take around 5,000 rupees just for liking it. So because they are working somewhere else, working in some company, so they take 5,000 rupees just for liking, and I will do it for free. So whoever will get this certificate, and they have their LinkedIn profile, I will promote them for free because that is what we do a lot. I do a lot. Okay, so if you see that's why I asked your LinkedIn profile. If you have a LinkedIn profile, it is very good. And also send me a request ahead. So what happens? So those who get certificate from it, this we do small workshops also every weekend, like Saturday at 3 p.m. But this is like a big, like once in a month opportunity. So this is like I promoted them. So see this one who these are the people who have not given their LinkedIn profile, and these are the people who have given their LinkedIn profile. So I tagged them and this thing had got 18,000, like 1,700 impressions, which is a lot. So that is what happens. So if I tag someone, so that is what happens, and that is what I'm going to do. But even if you are on LinkedIn, like and someone is asking, like I'm from non-IT background, so most of the people who are like my students are from non-IT background. Okay, so like one of my students, this Bhargava, he's from one of my physical batch. He's from Hyderabad. He came to Bhopal to learn from a physical batch, but because he wanted to learn from the physical batch. Okay, and now he's an intern at my place. Like he's a mechanical engineer. He was a mechanical engineer, learned coding. It was very difficult because he didn't knew how to start a computer properly. Mechanical engineer doesn't knew how to start a computer properly. Now he's creating this. He's creating this. This site, I didn't even touch this site. This is one of my another site. This site is okay. Here MZ. This site, these two sites he have created on its own. The designing also he had done. Everything he has done. And these sites he have created on this site is created in React. All this thing, animation, this things. He have done it. I didn't even touch it. So mechanical engineer doing this crazy stuff in 6 months. This is what a person who is like dedicated can do. And he have right now at least 10 interview lined up because he knows React. He has 10 interview lined up. And that is there. That is the power of React. Like a mechanical engineer can do it. I have a civil engineer who came 2 days back, and he is also he had learned this React not from me but from some other company. But he was not getting a job because he had done from a big company, and they're not giving him job. They took 1 lakh, 1 lakh. I don't know why people give that this much money. 1 lakh for a full stack development course. We do it for quite less. Okay, so and he's not getting a job, so he came to me. So I thought, okay, he knows React, so I'm forwarding his resume to. I have a lot of connections in Bhopal right now, and Bangalore also I have, but right now I'm concentrating on Bhopal, Indore, and Bangalore, and all also I have. So those things are there. So I'm doing that. So that is there. So let's get started now. Enough of talk. So okay, I want to tell before that, like if you are like a fresher and all, first you have to grow your network. Then the other thing which you have to do is like this is something which Bhargav used to do a lot. I had like when he wanted to get a job. Now he got a job. Now he doesn't do, so it's okay for him. So he used to create this complicated projects and showcase them on LinkedIn. So this is what you have to do: showcase them on LinkedIn. So this project got him like Netflix clone in months. That this project got him 5 interview calls. So that is what is the power of this kind of thing. And I promoted it. I did like this awesome work, Bhargav, and this is how you get it. Okay, so that is there enough. Like now, let me send the first attendance, and then we'll start with HTML. Attendance one. Let's start. So this is attendance one, and I'm giving the attendance one in LinkedIn also, but the next time I'm not going to give it. Okay, because anyways, LinkedIn will stop in 5 minutes, like in 1 hour. Okay, so attendance one. So that is there. So please fill the attendance form. Okay. Now, what we are going to do here? We are going to start with VS Code now. So one sec. One sec. Okay. So I have to see some if someone sees something. I have to start the YouTube also. Okay. So let's get started with HTML first. So HTML stands for hypertext markup language, and this is the basic building block of anything, any website. Like HTML have to be there. So HTML we can code it in a lot of things like Notepad plus plus, which is there in Windows and all. But you should not code in that. You should code it in something known as VS Code. And one thing, like I want to tell, please have a laptop. Okay, laptop is required for development. So some people have pinged me like we don't have a laptop. I can do it on mobile. It is like not possible. Okay, so please, in 10,000 rupees, you can, if you have are willing to become a developer, you have to invest 10,000 rupees. Okay, so 10,000 rupees you'll get enough good uh laptop in which you can code, because VS Code is a very lightweight code editor which can be done with like a 10,000 rupees laptop with a i3 fifth generation 4 GB RAM. It can be done. So when you come here, you can download it. So download it on Windows. Exe file will be there, and you can like install it. It's a desktop app, and Mac also you can install it. So it is very easy to install this VS Code, and when it get installed, it creates something like this. Okay, so I will take actually this way, and it will open something like this. Although I'm using a Mac because we are streaming and I require a Mac for that. And so it will show like this. It will show like this. And now the best way, the easiest way to do it is like if I will create a new folder, like it will call HTML basics. Okay. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to take it and drag it and put it here. Drag it and put it here. This is HTML basic. So this is how you do it. And now let me make it here. Okay. Okay. So now I have done. So HTML basics, I'm done. Now, now what? Now I'll create a file. Just like any other thing, like in Windows also, you know that everything has extension. This programming language also have an extension like JPG file, PNG file, doc file have extension. So programming language also needs some extension. So here I will do a index.html. Index.html I do. Then I'll come here and do a not. Okay. So why we are using VS Code? For this reason. VS Code has got a lot of shortcuts. This is one of the shortcuts. I'll give a not, and then I'll press the tag. It will give me the skeleton code of a HTML document. Give me the skeleton, or else you have to write it by hand. I'll explain what is this skeleton code means. So I'll write HTML, like just HTML, right? I'll save it, and then I will have something like H1, mm, HTML basics. Mm, So should be O five these things I'm going to have. Okay, so HTML document starts with this line, first line, doc type HTML. So HTML documents are always greater than and less than sign. Okay, so this HTML is actually not a programming language. It's not known as a templating language. We don't use much programming thing. So this doc type HTML means it is HTML version 5. And those who have joined right now, please do fill the attendance form. Attendance form have been given in the live chat. Please do fill the attendance form or you will not get the certificate. Attendance form have been given in the live chat. Okay, so attendance form given in live chat. Okay, please fill it. Okay, so please fill attendance form have been given in the live chat. Okay, so that is there. So this H1 so yeah, so this doc type HTML means this is HTML version 5. HTML was released in the year 1993, so version 5 was released in 2015. Then HTML lang English is there, which is starting and ending. Starting and ending. This lang English is there. Okay, how lang is attitude? What does that mean? Oh, like attitudes, I don't know what does that mean. So HTML, like HTML is starting and ending. HTML is starting and ending. Okay, so inside the HTML, most of the tags have a starting and the ending. So inside that we have two things, like one a head tag and the body tag. Body tag is much more important. You see the body, this all these things, this comes from body tag. But this thing which is coming here, this comes from the head tag. We are soon going to make this live. So this HTML I have written, it will come here when I will open this. Then what is this meta tag? Meta tag is something to do with the Google, not Meta. Meta is the Facebook's new name. It is not to do with Facebook. It is to do with Google, because Google is one of the main thing in the internet. You don't know any site name. When I started this thing, I just searched for it. I just searched for it, VS Code, and then it opened, and then I opened it. So I did a Google for that. So meta tag, in meta tag, you can give the keywords for a site, and then when you search for it, Google will give you these things. Okay. So because Google works like Google have this bots which scans the whole of internet, and Google have a very big database which like scans every site and learn about it like mainly from the keywords. So this is something which is related to SEO of a site and not my domain. It's a digital marketing domain which I know a bit, and not that much. Okay, so digital marketing is totally a different job. So that is there, and digital marketers like make very good keywords and all in the meta tag, so that your site can be ranked very high. So that is there. And title is something which will show here. Let us see like how this site will be shown and all. Okay, so this HTML basics. Now, if I open this, so you'll see this index.html is there. Okay, so now. Okay, so index.html is there. So I want to show open it. So HTML is can be opened only in the browser, because that is what we are seeing it. So I will, if I double click on it, it will open in my default browser. But I will right click and open with it. I think a Firefox Developer Edition is running. So I'll open it here. Okay. So now here, what it is showing? It is showing this, like as I have told, this title is showing here. This all this anything inside the body is the main thing. Inside the body only we are going to write all the tags. So we're going to learn all the tags today which are important in HTML. We are not going to learn the 5,000 tags because that are not required in program. We're going to learn all the important tags which are there in HTML. So this H1 to H6 are the tags. They are known as a heading tag. Okay, so heading tag, and they are shown like in a different sizes. And in any site you go, like you'll have a H1, you'll have some other subheading, and all those things are there. So they're known as heading tag, and I'm telling that they're heading tag, but I want you to this is something which the user is saying. This is the developer which is creating. So developer should know what he's coding. So for that, what they do, they like this heading tag is there. I will do a control and backslash. Okay, control and backslash, and this is known as comment. This will not show here. Okay, there is one more thing here. So the other thing is here is that like I have this thing. Now I will have the other tag, which is known as a paragraph tag. HTML is all about tags. Okay, paragraph tag. Okay, paragraph tag. Paragraph tag is hi everyone. So it starts with P. And again, VS Code, you write anything and do the tab, it will open it. So paragraph, it will open. Then I will do one thing. Then I'll copy something from here, because I don't have anything like that. I'll paste it here. I will paste it here, save it. But and when I saved it, it is not shown anywhere. Why it is not shown anywhere? Because I have to go here and refresh it, then only I'll show it. I don't like it to refresh it every time to show it, although if you come from a Java background, you have to do this thing. It's long, but in this, like in HTML, like web development, I don't want to like refresh it every time. So what the other way to do it? So VS Code comes with this small programs known as extensions, which like third-party developers have created, like who are talented developers, they have created. So here we'll go, and I will write something known as live is more than enough. It is known as live server. The first thing will be there because it is very popular, and it is like adding some additional functionality in VS Code. Then you'll get an enable option. You just click on it, enable or install option. You'll get it. Click on it, and it will be installed. It will not even ask you to do something more. Just it will get installed. Then what will happen? I have something like this live go live will come here. Okay. Okay. So or else you can do a right click and also open with live server. So I'll do this go live. Now it will actually open in my Safari here, which I don't want. It will open in a, like you can in a site like in a link like this 127. This is actually localhost link, but you don't have to know much about it. So it will open in like this. Okay, so now what's the benefit of this? Now the benefit of it is this. See, if I have another p like here, so now in p I don't know what to put in the p. So generally the developers don't know what to put in the p. Sometimes the client doesn't give them. So there is a very important text known as lorem ipsum. Okay, hi everyone, hi Rajeshwari, hi Kavya. So it is known as lorem ipsum. Okay, lorem ipsum text. Okay, so I'll write lorem, lorem, and then press the tab. Then press the tab. Okay, again the VS Code feature. That lorem ipsum, like it has got a lorem ipsum generator. Lorem ipsum is a text which is like 200 years old, and it is like used in the printing press time. Printing press used to have this thing because sometimes you want to see how the paper will look like. So it was from that time. So lorem ipsum I'll do, and I'll save it. Now the moment I save it, it is coming here. But if I go back here, it is not there. I have to refresh it. So I don't want to refresh it anytime. So we are going to use this only. Okay. So that is there. We're going to use this only. So one thing to notice here is that the both of this tag, like the heading tag and the paragraph tag, are known as block level element. There are kind of tags in HTML. One is the uh, block level element, one is inline element. So why they are block level element? They are block level element because they are taking their own line. They are taking their own line. They are taking their own line. This all could have come in one line, but this is taking its own line. This could have started from here, but it is taking its own line. There's some tags, most of the tags are block level elements. Some of them are inline element. And the next tag which you're going to learn is the inline element. So next tag which you're going to learn is the link tag or the anchor tag, which is very popular. Link tag I'll do, and here do a href, and two times I'll do. And here you can give anything, like anything you can give. Okay, so I will give one of my site. So dwd.code. This is, and this is my another site. Here mztwd. So this is from an online batch and one is from a physical batch. So online badge and about like this, and this one I will go for this. All right, so these things I'll do, and then there I will write twd and trmz twd, and here the second one I will add a target equal to underscore blank. I'll write save. Okay. So see, first thing is that even before telling what is this thing, this tags, like link tags, are inline element. Both of them are coming one after the another. Even if I have some more, they will all come in one line inline, one line inline. Okay, so that is there. Now, what is this, like href? Href is an attribute which will take me to this link, and twd, whatever I write here, it will come with the underline. So if I click here, it will open this site. Okay, it will open this site. But if I click here, see what will happen. See what will happen. It will open in a new tab. It will open in a new tab. Okay. So that is the magic of target equal to underscore blank. It is a very popular thing. If you go to any YouTube comment also, you might have seen that. Okay. So you click it, it opens in a new tab. So this is something which you should always give. Target equal to underscore blank. It's a keyword. Okay. So that is there, and this is how this link tag or anchor tag works. So now the next thing which we are going to learn is the list tag. List tag. Okay. So here I'll have unordered list, and then I'll have a, so there are two kind of list tag. Okay, so one is this hi Jaydeep, hi everyone. So unordered list, I'll have this li list item, and then item one, item two, three, four, five. Unordered list is a very common kind of list. This is dot 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 comes. unordered list, and li is the list item. Okay, so similar to unordered list, we have another thing which is known as ordered list. Ordered list. Ordered list. 1 2 3 4 5. It is coming like ordered list. It comes like 1 2 3 4 5. If I increase one like this, it will show like the sixth item. So this is the ordered list. Okay, so that is there. Now one of the most important things is the is our forms. Why are forms? In HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, everything. Forms are very important. Why forms are very important? Forms are very important because they are used to take the user data. Once you go to Facebook, you have to register on Facebook first time. Name, email, gender, and all those things you give. So that data is taken from the front end. The front end, like how to take the data from the front end, then it goes to the back end, and that all thing we teach. Like today we'll also teach a bit, but we even teach like backend in Node.js. Okay, so that those are the things which are there. So, but in the front end, you should know how to take the data. So there something is there known as forms. Through forms only you can do that thing. Okay, so we'll learn the forms now. So before going to form, I have come a bit down actually. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a HR. HR is known as the horizontal root. It will create a line and it doesn't have an ending. And I'll do one more thing which is known as a BR. BR is known as breakthrough. It will have a space. So I'll put this form inside this HR and a BR, and I would save it. So it will come inside this. Now I will take the form tags and form tags. So list of form tags. Like it it comes inside this form. It comes inside this form, and all the tags will come inside this form. Form tags are basically a combination of label and an input tag. Someone was asking me, "Sir, why label is required?" Label is required because when you're going to style it in CSS and all, label is required, and internally also label is required. So there is a very important tag known as input tag through which you take the input. It always comes in pair with a label tag. Okay, so if I write a label and do a tag, for will come. For I'll do the name, and input type is text. ID, there is something known as ID equal to name, and name equal to name. So that will be there. Then I'll do a age, age, age. But input type text, input type number. So input type, what is the type? It is very important. So input type a number, input type text is something you can write the text. Input type number is something you can write the number, and you always also get this thing in which you can increase it, okay, so that is there. One sec. Okay, so okay, so that is there, and but everything is coming in the one line. So we have not started with CSS right now. So when we're going to start with CSS, we're going to know how to do style a lot better. But okay, so even before that, I have not explained it, like input type text is that and all. But what is this label? What is this label? And so as I've told, label is always label is associated with input. So label and input are a sort of a pair. So but how do we know they are a pair? So for and ID should be same for them to be a pair. For and ID should be same. And what is this name? I will tell at the and tell soon. This name is something which is required for the backend, because all the data which you were catching, they will be sent to the backend. Okay, backend like connection and all, it's a bit different, and a lot other thing is there, but at least we will know how it is sending to the backend. Okay, how the backend is processed and all, those are some other programming languages and all also. Okay, so that is there. So now, but everything is coming in one line. So you can see that label, input, everything is in line, everything is coming in one line. Okay, so how to like separate them? Like I don't know CSS right now because we have not learned CSS right now. So there is a tag which you see a lot in HTML code, which is known as the div tag. It's a block level element. It's generally used to have the sections and all. So I'll have this div and have this put inside this div. and have another div and have this inside a div. Okay, so like this, I will save it. So now they're coming in a different line, but still they're very close to my likings. So I will put a BR. Now it is okay. So now everything will put inside this only. So that now the next two tags which we are going to learn is like a BR and a div, and one is a text area, and which will be like an ABL, and for message, message, and text area. So text area calls and rows, I will right now remove it. So text area is a tag which is like very, very important. Again, the name and ID are there. So text area, and text area, you can see it's a not a self-ending. Okay, some tags are self-ending like input, BR, HR. Text area is not. Okay, but here again the for and ID are because they are combined, and name is something which will be used with the backend. What is the text area? Text area is a multi-line input type text. Here you can write multi-line. This is good. So anyone remember what is this text area? Text area is the popular post box which you see in Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, everything. So although it is looking very bad because CSS is not there. CSS, because of CSS it looks good. So all those things looks good because of CSS. Okay. So that is there. And one sec. So okay. So now Uh, the other thing which we are going to see is like their div, and we're going to see a drop down. We're going to see a drop down. So drop down are again very, very popular. Like you can go to Amazon and you'll see a drop down. It is not, you know what is a drop down. I don't have to explain it because I'm not going to open Amazon right now. So label is color, and color, and there will be a select. Select name is, it should be COLOR, color. Okay, okay, okay. So okay. So that is there. And now inside this select, we have something known as a option. Option will be there, and value will be red, and red color. What is the important of div tag? Div tag is like used to create section, and in this the importance of div tag is like I want to put that in a next line because everything is inline here. So that is the important. You'll see a lot like div tag doesn't have like you'll see a lot of it like div tag, like it is used to create sections, not other importance. Okay, red, green, green color, blue, blue color, save it. So this is a drop down. Drop down is there, but what is this value? Value is something again which will go to the backend. You're going to soon see how it will go to the backend. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to see is a checkbox. Okay, is a checkbox we are going to see. So br I'll do, and div I'm going to do, and h4 what do you own? Okay. So we'll have a 10-minute break after HTML because after every main topic we'll have a break. 10-minute break. After that the CSS will start. Okay. So H4 done. And then input type is checkbox, and name equal to vehicle 1, value equal to byte, and ID equal to bike. I can have the label after also. I'll be a label, and BIK bike, bike. Yes, I have, and then I have a equal to uh, okay. like these things. Is there? Okay. Car is there. Okay, so I'll save it. So this is a checkbox. So checkbox again, the IDs and all are very important, and the values again something which will go to the backend, and we can have label after the input also because I want this text here. So what a checkbox again very common in Amazon. So you can select multiple things like buy car in Amazon. You can select multiple mobiles like Apple, Samsung, and all. You go to a mobile, so you can see those things. So this is a checkbox in which you can select multiple things. Similar to the checkbox, we have something known as the radio box. In radio box, you cannot select multiple things, and they are very popular to take one thing. Something like I want to take only one thing, like a gender. Gender, you cannot submit multiple genders. Okay, so that is there. So those things I take the this. Okay, so gender I'll do, and then input type radio and name equal to gender and value equal to male and ID equal to male is there and label will be there for it is male, it is male. Okay, so that is there, and now and is main 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 OT the other other. So like this, I'll have save it. So this is the gender. And one thing to notice here is the name is same everywhere. Here the name is different because I can select only one. The moment I select something else, the first thing goes away. So that is there. But now we have written all these things. Now how to submit it? For submitting, we need a button. So inside a form, we generally have a different kind of a button. See, we can have a button outside a form also. So button tag, if I have like this, so you'll see that a button is there and this is like a send. Okay, I have this button, but when I click it, nothing is happening. When I click it, nothing is happening. Why nothing is happening? Nothing is happening because what happens here, like all the things you have to do with JavaScript. Okay, all the things we'll have to do with JavaScript, but here we'll have like a button of submit. So the special kind of a button is there inside a form which is of type submit. Type submit will be there. You'll see it, it will not see like different, but I've filled something here. And see closely here, two things. One is this and one is this address bar. So the moment I submit it, something happened. Something got submitted and everything it got refreshed. It got refreshed. What got submitted? Let us see. Okay, I will cut it from here and I will paste it here. I will comment it out also. What got submitted here? So name equal to Nabendu got submitted. So what I have written the name. So it is because this name. So this is very important for the backend. Name equal to Nabendu. Age equal to 40. Again, this here the message equal to whatever message was there. Something for the spaces has been taken. Color equal to blue. Color equal to blue. Where is the color? Okay, so the color was a drop down. So color equal to blue. So blue has gone, not the blue color. The value is important. Then the radio box will be taken as one only. Gender is male, but the vehicle one and vehicle two will be taken differently. That is what is there. Okay. So now we have come to the last topic of the HTML. After that, maybe we'll not have a break right now because it's too early. Maybe we'll have something after CSS. Okay, so see that thing. So now we'll see into something known as image tag. Image tag. We'll learn about image tag. Again, a very important, the most important tag. Like without images, websites are very bland. It doesn't looks good. Okay, so there are two ways to do images. One is to like I will go to the most popular site to show image, which is like the unsplash.com and splash.com I'll go and I will take this image. I'll take this image. I'll take this image and I will download it. Download it, maybe a medium version of it. I will download it, and it is showing here. So I will laptop. I will write laptop. I will write, and then I will do here, and I will create a images folder. Okay, images folder, and this laptop which I have written here, I will drag it to this images folder. This is one of the best way to do it. Drag it to this images folder. Now I want to show this in the image tag. So src, I have to go images and laptop, and I will write a laptop here. And the src, other way to show a image is to directly give the text like this one. I will right click and copy image link. I'll do, and src I can directly do it, and this is like waterfall. Save it. Okay. I'm going to save it. Both of the images will be shown, although both of them are very big, and there is only one way to fix it right now because we don't know css. So that is like a width of equal to 600, and height equal to 300. Okay, width equal to 600 and height equal to 300. Target equal to underscore blank is to open it in a new tab. Open anything in a new tab. Check out both of them. Target equal underscore blank is to open it in a new tab. Okay, so that is there. So okay, one more thing I need to do here. After this, I need to have another BR here. So like this, both of these things are shown. Both of these things are shown, and but it's always better to give download it because you don't know when this will not be available. So suppose this is not available and it has gone away. So then what? I cannot close my internet, but I will make it as Z. Now save it. Now it is not being shown. See the waterfall. What is the alt which has been shown? Alt is the waterfall. In fact, this is Firefox, so it is showing like this. Most of you don't use Firefox. I know that thing. Most of you use what? Most of you use Chrome. So this is Chrome. Chrome, Chrome, a broken image will be shown like this. Like our image which has not been loaded, it will be shown like this. Okay. So we are done with the HTML, and we are going to start with CSS, and maybe we are going to CSS will start in 2 minutes. Okay, CSS will start in 2 minutes. Okay, so CSS will start in 2 minutes. Thank you all, and let me close it. So CSS will start in 2 minutes. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, so hi all, and let us resume back. Right. Okay, so everybody, please get in because we are starting with the CSS, which is Cascaded Style Sheet. Mhm. While the meantime, everybody in, let me have my basic setup. So 1 minute. While the meantime, let me. I just want to know that from which city you are basically. So can someone, can I have a just quick round of introduction of only cities, that from which city you people are? So can you please just only the city name in the comment box. That's it. Just only the city name. Indore, Bhopal, Gwalior, Raipur, Jabalpur, Delhi, Karnataka, Bangalore. Just only the city name in the comment box. I just want to know the from where the people are coming. Pune, okay, very good. Pune, Mumbai. अरे बाकी कहाँ है भाई? हम्म, कोलकाता, very good. So Central India, West India, East India, okay. North India, I'm looking someone from North. Bangalore, perfect. So people from Hyderabad, Bangalore are must because they actually are from the IT hub, so it's a need that they have to be there in the session. Where are from rest are from where are rest there? It seems 20-25 people are currently watching this and still they are not applying. Okay. UP are very good here, very good. From UP, which city? I just want to know, Shyam. Chennai. No. Okay. Chennai, very good. Gorakhpur, very good. Yeah. So the extreme UP is for UP West. I guess UP West. Next is who? Only 8 to 10 people have replied. It seems that everybody is attentive because now the class which is going to happen, the CSS one, will be the magical one because immediately you add colors, color will start coming. Immediately you add borders, border will start coming. Immediately you add padding, you will get the padding. Immediately you can move the content anywhere in the screen. So it is like that. So okay, very good, yeah, very good. Nasik, hi, Apeksha. Apeksha, I just want to know from the city you are. That's it. Navi Mumbai, Ravindra. Okay, okay. Okay, so I hope Pune very good. Okay, so I hope someone. Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. Still people replying. अरे श्याम भाई समझ गया मैं कि आप गोरखपुर से हो यार. तो अच्छा, very good, yeah, very good, very good. Thanks, Apeksha. Okay, so one more thing. 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, sorry for the interruption. I would ask to you one question. Okay, okay. So there will be a total of 4 attendance form. Okay, first one already shared. Second one will be shared in the during the session, but I don't know when it will be sent. It will be sent in the live YouTube chat box. Okay, you need to refer from there. Once it will be sent, I will tell you people also that the attendance form has been shared in the live YouTube chat. Please refer and fill it. We will hold the session for 1, 2, 3 minutes. While the meantime, you all people will fill it. Okay. So there will be total of 4 attendance form, and if you people fill all the 4 attendance form, you will get the participation certificate on your registered mail ID, which you filled in the attendance sheet, and also free so many gifts. So the links of all those gifts will be there in your mail, which we will be sending by tomorrow end of the day. So once the mail will that contains the certificate will be sent, you will be notified on the WhatsApp group. I hope everybody is in the WhatsApp group. Okay, I hope everybody is in the WhatsApp group. If in case you people are not available in our WhatsApp groups, please reply so that I will share the link so that you people will join it. Okay. So okay, one very important question in SQL open span tag. Span भाई span बहुत easy है. Span में कुछ नहीं होता. आप दो चीज को अलग अलग कर सकते हो. You can separate two things. So if I have written hello world, okay. So if you put the color, okay, so what will happen, it will color the complete two words hello and word. But if you add span के अंदर hello डाल दिया, word को अलग कर दिया, तो it will only color word. But if you want to color the hello word, you need to add the properties to span, then it will color the hello. span का जनरल मीनिंग क्या होता है, आप वो समझो. Try to get the meaning from their natural behavior also. Okay. Now okay, no, so one more thing. If you are from any background, we have peoples from mechanical background, we have peoples from commerce background, we have peoples from civil background also. Okay, they have joined the courses, they do the projects, they posted their projects on LinkedIn, and they get the jobs. So the more you do the efforts, the more will be the result. It's just practice, and practice. Nothing else. So it's a request. Don't keep a restriction in your mind that I am from commerce, I am from physics, I am from chemistry, I am from here, I am from there. Just have a thing in your mind that yes, I want to learn it, and you will get it. Okay. So there is no restriction, because it's a totally thing which we are telling you from the scratch. We have our paid courses also. This is the bootcamp where we are telling everything for free. We are not hiding anything. What we know, we are telling everything for free. Okay. So see Ravindra. So that is the thing, yeah. Please show with example. Okay, example बताएंगे आपको. थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए. When we come when we are adding some font properties or some styles, we tell you. Okay, so your name is trending star. तो भाई actual नाम बता दो आपका trending star. What kind of projects can get someone know? Okay, projects, as far as projects is concerned, when you learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, do refer the website. 1 minute. Do refer this website, frontendminter.com. Here go to challenges, and here you will get the project. So see, work it landing page. This you can prepare with the help of HTML, CSS, and the dictionary with web app. This you can prepare with the help of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and API. So simple. One minimum 2 to 3 projects for of HTML, CSS. Minimum 4 to 5 projects of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and minimum 3 to 4 projects of React. That is more than enough for you. And also do some clone projects of WhatsApp, Tinder. It is available in YouTube. So that is sufficient. Do it, make it, and post it on LinkedIn. Add connections, because the more connections you have, the more people it will reach. So that is the basic thing what you need to do. But again, it is effort job. You need to do it rigorously, daily, then only you will get it. And also have your GitHub profile, update your GitHub profile. And once you do, when you do, please upload your code in the GitHub, so that your dashboard will show that how many days you are working on the codes and you are uploading it. So that is all about what kind of problem can get someone job. What is from नॉन आईटी भाई प्रॉब्लम सब जगह है। तो नॉन आईटी के लिए भी है, आईटी के लिए भी है। तो इसके लिए दिमाग मत लगाओ, बस लग जाओ, हो जाएगा। ठीक है। When JS will start, I guess around 3 p.m. Okay. ओके ओके, चलो वेरी गुड। साहिल शर्मा आप दिल्ली से, चलिए बढ़िया। नॉर्थ से एक बंदा आया, वेरी गुड। ओके, चलो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद CSS. Okay, I hope everybody is in and everybody is in comfort mode. So I will take you the entire CSS. In CSS, I will cover the basics of CSS. Basics means in how many ways you can add CSS, classes, IDs, box model, styling of list, styling of form, float property, block property. These both are display properties. And positioning, pseudo classes. Then we'll have, after completing the basics of CSS, we'll have around 5 to 10 minutes of break, so that you all refresh yourself. After that, we will start with CSS flexbox. After flexbox, we again will do a break of 5 to 10 minutes. After flexbox, we will start with CSS grid. Okay. So after grid will end approximately around 1:30 or 2 p.m. Okay. So after that, we will have a lunch of 20 or 35 minutes. So you have your lunch, then the JavaScript will start. Okay. So approximately between 2 to 3, or between 2:30 to 3 p.m. JavaScript will start at any time. Okay. So that is how the basic schedule. Okay. So I hope the questions answered of everyone. In case anyone have any question, please tell. We'll have the question answer round for another, let's say 2 minutes. Okay. From 10:15, we will resume. We will start with the CSS. So everybody, please download the projects. Okay. See, this project is for HTML, CSS, JavaScript. You can see, you can make this with the help of these languages. This is, see, advice generator API app. So many projects are there. And also, okay, one more thing. I have some more things also to show you. Okay. While the meantime things getting on and on, I will show you how you will be able to practice Flexbox. I have some links which you can practice. You can practice grid also. So that is again a very good thing. Okay. So sir, do you provide any free internships? हाँ भाई देते हैं, इंटर्नशिप देते हैं, बट आप उस कैपेबल होने चाहिए. If you are capable enough, so we do provide internships also. Sir, put this URL in chat box. अच्छा, ओके ओके ओके. ट्रेंडिंग स्टार आपका नाम नहीं बताया आपने. मतलब नाराजगी है क्या कि आपसे, आपकी हमसे कोई? और लाइव. Okay. For practice live projects, refer the page. Okay. So I hope everyone's question is answered. Okay. So सागर चंदन जी, नमस्कार चंदन जी, आप कहाँ से हैं? अच्छा, आपने बता दिया, ठीक है, चलिए अभी. ठीक है भाइयों, तो इंग्लिश ही चाहिए सबको? हिंदी चलेगी? इंग्लिश हिंदी मिक्स चलेगी? कैसा चलेगा बताइए थोड़ा सा. लेट अस हैव द फीडबैक आल्सो. Because the people from Chennai, Bangalore, they have language constraint. They will understand only English. maybe very little Hindi. North Bangalore, Pune, North Pune, Mumbai people are okay with any language. You guys are doing amazing job in parting. Are very good. Hey, thanks. Let's code. मिक्स अरे वेरी गुड भाई वेरी गुड मिक्स ओके हाँ तो मिक्स लेके चलेंगे सबको समझ में आएगा किसी को समझ में ना आए तो पूछ लेना ठीक है तो लेट अस स्टार्ट विद टुडेस सेशन ओके नाउ I will not be able to see the chat box so please put your comment please put your query then we will see after some time okay English अरे English बोलना मुश्किल है भाई mix English yeah okay I understood Ravi Teja I understood because language constraint. Okay, there are a lot of courses online for English. Yes, don't mix it. Okay, Ravi. Okay. So let us start with today's session. So today I will be taking CSS as I've told you. Now let me take you through the basics of CSS. So let us quickly add a folder. In future also it will be useful for all parts of the country. Yes, very good point. I appreciate this, Ravi. I appreciate this, Ravi. Why? Because when you are in a job, okay, so the conversations, the interactions, the communication will be totally in English because the clients which are based in US, UK, and other parts of the country knows only English, and English is a common language around the world. So if you don't know English or if you know little English, try to practice it more because once you do it, all the communication, all the interactions, all things will be only in English. So अभी तो मैं हिंदी बोलूंगा थोड़ा थोड़ा कोई दिक्कत नहीं but for you people also please practice it. Okay. English folder. Yeah. Okay. Chalo. Let's start. So quickly I've created a folder with the name of CSS. Now simply as my Navindu told you, simply drag and drop. So quickly we have added the. Now let me increase the font size. So quickly we have index.html. So here what we do. Okay. The emit button, you all know we have CSS and let us make it go live. Okay, so I request you all to please use Google Chrome as your default browser because these days so many browsers are available, but every browser is not supporting each and everything. So Google supports almost 99.9% of the things which are available these days. So let me have the setup. Okay. Okay. So CSS, what is CSS? CSS is basically cascade style sheet. Okay. And it is basically used to make your web page decorative. Okay. Very simple. Now if you understand, if you imagine a house, okay, if you are planning to build a house, the pillars, the beams, the structure would be called as HTML. The paintings, colors, floorings, windows, doors, where to put all these things, which kind of light, all these things comes under CSS. So the decoration part, entirely decoration part will be totally into CSS. So basic thing. Okay. Now, W3 school is the managing committee or the governing committee who is looking after HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Fine. 1 minute, yeah. Morning, Shiv Kumar Sharma ji, morning. Okay, so uh, W3 school is the governing committee which is looking after HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, W3 school is located in US, and in 1995, HTML and CSS come into existence, and in 2015, a major upgrade has happened where CSS Flexbox, CSS and Grid have introduced. Due to the responsiveness, these two things come into action. Okay, so these are some basic theoretical parts. Keep in your mind. Okay, so now let us start with CSS. So there are three ways in which you can add CSS. First one is inline. Second one is internal, third is external. So these are the three ways in which you can add CSS. Okay. Now, one more thing. I have written inline, internal, external. So I will write so many things in coming time also, but try to get the meaning of the words from their natural meaning also. Okay. अभी मैंने लिखा है inline. Inline का मतलब क्या होता है? Same line. Okay. So internal means अंदर कहीं, internally. External means बाहर से कहीं. So उसका meaning आप थोड़ा natural अपने हिसाब से लेके चलिए. So there are three ways in which we can add CSS. First one is inline, internal, external. Inline means in the same line we apply CSS directly to the HTML element. So here H1 is the HTML element. So with the help of the style tag, we apply CSS. Let's add background color property with the color as orange. Okay. Now second is internal. Internal. So internally we apply CSS directly to this HTML file. Okay. So we apply CSS directly to this HTML file. So how we are doing it? So with the help of the style tag, we will do it. And on H2, let us apply the same background color property and we'll add a color in this particular form. So I saved it. It gets added. Fine. Now, after this thing, let us check out external. What is external? So, external means externally we apply CSS to the HTML. So, how we are doing? So, external means externally we need to create a file. So, let us create a file. We'll have the file name as style.css. So, style.css. Okay. So, .css shows us that this is a file which have the extension .css is a CSS file. Okay. .html tells us that this is a file which tells us that it is a HTML file. Very simple. Okay. Now let us apply for H3. So here again we'll add a background color property in a form of RGB. And here let us have the value of RGB, let's say 0, 100, and 255. So here you see I have given the values of RGB as 0, 100, and 255. Now when I'm saving it, it is not getting reflected here. Why it is not getting coming? Why it is not coming? Because why it is not coming? Because there is no connection. There is no connection between these files. This HTML file, you cannot see a connection established. So for this thing, what we need to do, we need to use a link tag, link CSS. So we linked it. Now our color has started coming. Okay. Now coming back again to the background color. If you see, I have added only a background color property here, here, and here. So in all the three ways, I've added only a background color property. So what is it all about? So I just want to tell you that there are some ways in which you can add background color. So CSS is all about colors. CSS में colors हैं बहुत ज़्यादा. तो अभी there are some ways in which you can add colors also. Okay, so the first one is simply typing the name of the color. So what I did, मैंने क्या किया यहाँ पे सीधा ऑरेंज रेड लिख दिया तो ऑरेंज रेड कलर आ गया. So what I did, I simply write the name of the color. So there are so many color names: red, pink, blue, green, purple, violet, orange, red, light green. So around there are 140 color names which you can simply type it. Okay, so there which you can simply thanks Mary, thanks sir, which you can simply type it. Okay. Now, second one, in the internal, what I did, I have used a hash kind of thing. Now, what is this hash? Hash represents a form where we have a hexadecimal color system. Okay. Now after this hash, we have the double F, double O, and double A. So what is this all about? So hash represents hexadecimal color system. Double F, first two letters, first two digits represents the red color. Second two green color, last two blue color. So again, it is a pattern of R, G, and B. Now the third one, again I have shown you with the pattern of RGB. This is pure RGB. R for red, G for green, and B for blue. So this is what it is coming. Fine. Now here, if you see, now here, if you see, I have mentioned some values here. What is this all about? So these values, so RGB. Okay, let me take you through an entire different page where all your things will get clear. So we have here from HTML color codes. HTML color picker. Okay. So let us check out the RGB. So here in RGB, I have mentioned 0. So 100 and 25. So this is the color which I have created. Okay, 0, 100, 255. Fine. Now after this thing, yeah, hi Kavya. Now after this thing, uh, based on your imagination, based on your thought, just simply drag it. Okay, make your color. Copy this code, RGB, or right, you can have the hexadecimal code and simply paste it. So you can have the color ready with you. Sorry. Now, after this thing, here, if you see, let us go back. So as I've told you, there are around 140 color names. So these are the 140 color names, which you can simply type it like red. So if you click on any color, you have their hexadecimal code, you have their RGB code, and you have their HSL code also. Okay. So what is this all about? So this is nothing but the color codes. If you want this kind of color, simply click it, copy this code, and you will get the code on your CSS. Now let us go back, and here this is a kind of a color picker. So you just pick it and you have everything here. So yeah, thanks, Mary. I understood that you're from Dubai. Thanks. And after that, we have the HSL. So here you see HSL. Now, what is this HSL? So HSL, H stands for hue. Hue contains the colors. Hue contains the colors in the form of RGB. Okay. S stands for saturation. Saturation means the sharpness. Okay. L for lightness means the brightness. So that is it all about the color system in CSS. 1 minute. No. Okay. Now let us check out selectors. What are selectors? Okay. Are very good, yeah, very good. For anybody to continue 12 hour, I appreciate your effort, yeah. I appreciate your patience. Okay. So let us check out selectors. What are selectors in CSS? So here, if you see, this H3 is a selector. Okay. This thing is a property, CSS property, and this thing is the value. Okay. So let me tell you once again. Property, value, selector. Okay. Selector is an interview question. Huh? Always remember this thing. People may ask what is CSS selector. So CSS selector is an interview question. Okay. Now after this thing, let us have some basic font properties. Let us, so we have a paragraph and we have some lorem of a dummy content. The content is here. Okay. Now let us add some basic styles to these things. So for this paragraph, let me have a paragraph and here let us add some basic font properties. So we'll have first the font size of let's say 20 px. After this font size, we'll have what we can add. We'll have some text transform to uppercase. So all the words all are into capital. We have text decoration to let's say underline. We have line height property. Let's say 1.9 rem. And after that, we have a property which is called as letter spacing. Let's say 10 em. Oh, very high, very high. em. Let's say 0.9 em. And after that, we have word spacing. Let's say 1 em. Okay. And what else we can have? We can have the color. So we'll have the color as let's say red. And we'll have font weight property which tells the boldness of the font. Let's say bold. Okay. Now let us discuss all these properties one by one. अरे भाई a second attendance form has not yet shared till now. Okay. It is not being shared till now. Once it will be shared, I will tell you. मैं आपका दोस्त बताऊंगा आपको कि सेकंड अटेंडेंस फॉर्म शेयर कर दिया है. Second attendance form has been shared in the live YouTube chat. I will tell you. I will hold the session for 1, 2, 3 minutes for you all people to fill it. Okay? I will tell you. Okay. Uh, 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 okay. So font size. You all know what is font size here. No, in this era, I just don't think that I need to explain what is font size. Okay. Now text transform. Text transform to uppercase means we have transformed the text to uppercase means everything is in the capital letters. Okay. Now after this thing we have the text decoration. Text decoration means how you will be able to decorate the text. We have the underline property. We have added the underline property. Okay. Now I have the line height. Line height means spaces between the lines. These. So we have the line height property is 1.9 rem. And after that, we have letter spacing. Letter spacing is simple. That spacing between the letters. Colors is the font color. Font weight is the boldness of the font. The boldness of the boldness within the font weight. Word spacing means spaces between the words. It's very simple. No rocket science. Every property will tell you what is the meaning. Okay. Now let me disable some thing. Okay, so now let us add. Okay. So let us add the font family also. So we have font. Now here, if you see in the font family part. Okay, now here if you see in the font family part, we have the Arial font, Helvetica font, and a sans serif font. Okay. Now what is this? Why is the need to add minimum of 3 fonts? Because as I've told you in the start of the session, it is not possible for every browser to support each and everything. Okay. So suppose Google Chrome does not support Arial font. So what it will do, it will automatically pick up the next available font which I have given is the Helvetica font. Fine. Now check out. Here Arial is the primary font, Helvetica and the sans serif is the secondary font. Fine. So that is how it goes like that. Now if Microsoft Edge does not support Arial and Helvetica font. So what it will do, it will automatically pick up it will automatically pick up the next available font which is the sans serif font. So, because you never know that who uses which browser as his by default browser. So it is suggested to use a minimum of 1 to 2 font. Okay, so that is why if you use a minimum of 1 to 2 font, what will happen? It will again add on to you that if suppose the primary font, the Arial font does not support by the current browser, it will automatically pick up the next level of font, which is the Helvetica font. Okay. Now let us check out some Google fonts also, because these days Google are now into our each and every part of life. So Google have their own fonts also. Let us check out dress font. So you can see 1 minute. Let me check out the React will be started, I guess, around 5 6 p.m. Okay. When what is our okay, okay. PX, REM, and EM are basically the units of measurement. So when you go to a grocery shop and you ask, "Bhai sahab, shakar dena, give me sugar," so they will give you in kgs. When you ask for oil, they will give you in liters. When you ask for coconut, they will give you in pieces. So similarly, in CSS also we have the units of measurement which have the PX. PX stands for pixel, REM, and EM. These are the units of measurements. Okay. If I added two font, it will not support. Then what will show? Why? If you add two font, it will take the first font as a primary font and the second one as a secondary font. So if your current browser does not support the primary font, it will automatically switch to the secondary font which you have given. REM and percentage is better as far as I know. Yes, REM is better, but the standard what people are doing, and one more thing, it actually depends on how used to you are to which unit. I am used to PX, someone is used to REM, someone is used to EM, so it depends on person to person on which unit he is flexible. व्हाट इज आर्यन बता दिया, वन रिएक्ट बता दिया, बस सेकंड रिटर्न भाइयों, श्याम बाबू, अटेंडेंस फॉर्म सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ भी हैं, बताएंगे आप मेरे भाइयों। बार बार मत पूछो अटेंडेंस फॉर्म, आपको बताया जाएगा जब सेंड हो जाएगा। आपको यहाँ लाइव चैट में बता दूंगा मैं कि सेंड हो गया है, यही आएगा, कहीं और नहीं आएगा, लाइव चैट में ही आएगा। इट विल कम इन द लाइव चैट ओनली। यू कैन शेयर विद मी इन मेल, नो हरी सर, लेटर ऑल्सो। क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं? 1 minute. Okay, so I have told you REM, EM is a relative units, units of measurement actually. So can we see how we can alter colors in download video. So this is again a part of Canvas. So we can in CSS we cannot alter colors in downloaded videos. Okay. So when JS will start, JavaScript will start around 3 p.m. Okay, on a small project. Okay, very good. Yeah, very good. If you are working on a small project for ad agency, okay. Sir, you can share with me. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so if both not supported, then sir, it will show blank. Uh, it is not possible that if you have given two available fonts. Okay, okay. So I have an answer for your question, and the answer is these days Google fonts are being used a lot. So that is why I'm telling you Google font, because Google font, because as I've told you, Google is now into our each and every part of life. So Google have their own fonts also. So they have their own fonts, and people are using these fonts only. Okay. So if you give a single font also from Google font, it will show. See, so we have the Roboto font. Roboto is the commonly used font. After Roboto, we have OpenSense. OpenSense also used a lot. And we have the Poppins font also. Poppins font also used a lot. So let us check out the Poppins font also. So here we have the styles. So simply just select it. It will come on the right side of the screen. Let us add this also. Now here, what we do, we will import the font. Just simply copy it. And here, in the top of the CSS, just paste it. Okay. Okay. So what we did, we have added the Google font. Now let us apply it. So here, what I will do. Mhm. One second. Now focus on the content. Okay, I'm adding the Google font here. So what I did, comment out, and here again font family. So we have imported the Poppins font. Okay. Now see how differently it looks like. Oh, thank you, Shambai. Thank you. So it is like that. Okay. So now see the difference between the Google font and the traditional fonts or the normal font. So that is how it goes like that. See how differently the content looks like. So that is why it is told to prefer Google Forms. So when you are working on a live project, you will get all those things in the form of a style guide, which contains all the things. Okay. So after that, let us have another paragraph. Mm, para with a lorem of small one. Now see what is happening. The set of styles which I have given for this paragraph also gets replicated to the second one. Here, what is happening? I have written the set of styles for this paragraph only. Okay. But what is happening? This particular set of paragraph also follows the same set of styles. Why this is happening? Because we have not bifurcated that this particular set of styles for paragraph is applicable for which one. Okay, अभी हमने बताया नहीं है ना सिस्टम को कि भैया ये किसके लिए है. P should be capitalized, but it is not necessary. I'm using the I'm using with caps lock off, so it is coming like that. No, no, it's not like that here. It's not like that. Because you see, I have added and it is coming. So if I write capital P also, there is no change. In CSS, HTML, things does not take case sensitive things. Okay. There is no problem if I write PO double P in capital and INS in small, then it will add no change. But in JavaScript, you need to take care of these things. We have to add class. अरे बताएंगे भाई बताएंगे class बताएंगे. Okay, so for this particular thing, what we do, we have a solution that we will add classes and IDs. Okay, so what are classes and what are IDs? So classes and IDs are used to target the HTML elements. Okay, classes and IDs are used to target HTML elements, and same class can be used multiple times, and ID can only be used one time. So this is first thing. Dot is used to highlight the class and hash is used to highlight the ID. So these are the things which you need to know before applying classes and IDs. Fine. Now let us apply the class and ID. So here we have a P. Let us apply class as top, and in the P here we'll apply the ID as bottom. Now we will add the style to this class and ID. Okay, now here we have the P dot up. Now see, this particular set of style, what we have written is only applicable to the first one. Okay, so that is how it works out. Now for the second one, let us write some different set of styles. So we have P as bottom, and we'll have the font size of let's say DPX. We'll apply a font family of same options. But here, what we do, if you have noticed one thing here, we have imported the Poppins font with the font weight of 200 and 400. So here we apply the font weight of 400. It looks somewhat little different from here. So that is the importance, that is the beauty of font weights. अरे classes and IDs कुछ नहीं है, classes and IDs, it is a way to target the HTML element. Here what we have written two paragraphs and one set of style. Now what happened, the same set of style will apply to both the paragraphs. Now for this particular thing we have classes and IDs. So अभी classes and IDs को use करके हम HTML के elements को target करते हैं कि ये particular set of style will only apply to this particular set of paragraphs. ID और classes ये दो चीज होती है. Class को आप बार बार यूज कर सकते हो. मैंने लिखा है top, so I can use top as many times as I want. But for the ID bottom, I can use only one time. This is the main primary difference between classes and IDs. And for class, dot is used to highlight a class, hash is used to highlight the ID. Simple. Okay. You can use class as many times you want, but for ID, it can use only one. Yes, best channel, you are absolutely correct. Okay, thanks. Now, let us switch on to the next topic, which is called as the box model. Okay. Now, for this thing, what I will do, बॉक्स मॉडल. अभी बॉक्स मॉडल क्या है भैया? बॉक्स मॉडल कुछ नहीं है. बॉक्स, as I've told you, try to correlate the meaning of the words from the natural behavior. So box model means a box kind of a thing, a box kind of a structure. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Box means a box model. So let us see how it looks like. See, ये देखिए, this is a box model. Here, this is the, please focus on the cursor. This is the content. After content, we have padding. Now, padding is around the content. Around the content means on all the four sides, we have the padding. After padding, we have border. 1 minute. After border, we have margin. Now, all the things which we are discussing is on all the four sides. Content, padding, border, margin. Fine. Now, let us apply all these things here. So, here, what we will do, we apply the box model property in the bottom. So, we have a padding of, let's say, 30 px. As soon as I have applied padding, you see the content comes a little bit lower. Now, after padding, we have border. Border of let's say 5p solid with black color, and after border we have margin of let's say 20p x. Okay, now try to understand one thing. This is the content. After content we have padding. So padding is on all the sides. After padding we have border. So this is the border. So this is the border on again on all the four sides. After border we have margin. Margin is after border, which is again on all the four sides. Okay. अरे इंग्लिश अरे हाँ भाई समझाता हूँ ये हो गया कंटेंट ये सेलेक्ट किया हुआ है कंटेंट के बाहर जो स्पेस आप देख पा रहे हैं ये हो गया पैडिंग पैडिंग का हिंदी कुछ नहीं है भाई पैडिंग पैडिंग ही बोलते हैं उसको ठीक है पैडिंग के बाहर होता है बॉर्डर तो दिस इज बॉर्डर बॉर्डर के बाहर हो गया मार्जिन ठीक है नाउ पैडिंग इज फॉर द इंटरनल स्पेस मार्जिन इज फॉर द एक्सटर्नल स्पेस पैडिंग हमेशा अंदर यूज किया जाता है मार्जिन बाहर के लिए होता है फाइन चलो बढ़िया थैंक यू भैया थैंक यू शिव कुमार जी नाउ आफ्टर दिस थिंग लेट अस चेक आउट द next thing which is called as a styling of list ठीक है so for this particular thing styling of list let us have a structure ये लाइक किया कि नहीं किया यार ये तो मैं पूछना ही भूल गया लाइक कितने लोगों ने किया जरा रिप्लाई करना और नहीं करा तो करके रिप्लाई करना कमेंट बॉक्स में those people who have liked the content please reply in the comment box if those who have not liked it please do it and confirm me back in the live in the comment box अभी मैं देख पा रहा हूँ कौन कौन लोग देख रहे हैं किन किन ने लाइक किया है so don't tell me lie ना सर अभी जावास्क्रिप्ट तो स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ अभी नहीं हुआ जावास्क्रिप्ट विकास जी होगा होगा मार्जिन चेंज करो ना मार्जिन चेंज कर देते हैं भाई कितना करना है मार्जिन बताओ मार्जिन मार्जिन लेट्स से 40px thank you भाइयों thank you why I'm telling like because so many people are looking for such type of content so that YouTube algorithm will help those people to reach the correct type of content okay that's particular thing थैंक यू नोड जेएस होगा इसमें नोड जेएस नहीं होगा नोड जेएस अगर आप हमारे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे हो तो नोड जेएस हम जब स्टार्ट करेंगे तो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे डाल दे रहे हैं जब नोड जेएस होगा और आप हमारी वेबसाइट को भी देख सकते हो so I will show you all our website also so from there also we are circulating a calendar we have a calendar also this is a calendar so you can see this week 1 CSS week 2 JavaScript week 3 React week 4 Bootstrap and week 5 we have React Native so this is the schedule what is going on okay हाँ लेंगे लेंगे भाई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप लिंक देता हूँ आपको व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप लिंक देता हूँ वेट वेट so you refer the website twd.codes okay अब मन करेंगे so here if you want anything any schedule so simple on the start of the month just visit the website and you have the schedule here see when you hover so you get to have all these things okay now coming back to the WhatsApp group 1 minute कहाँ गया WhatsApp एक मिनट भाई, निकाल रहा हूँ व्हाट्सएप, एक मिनट रुकिए जरा। ये कुछ प्रॉब्लम है शायद व्हाट्सएप पे, 1 सेकेंड। So I will share the WhatsApp group link in some time. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. 1 minute. Some technical problem with the WhatsApp, I guess. It is not working here at my end. So not an issue. Once it will be restored, I will share the WhatsApp group link. Okay, so no need to worry. It's my duty. I will share it. Okay, so coming back to box model. So we have some more ways in which we can have padding and margin. So let us make it structured. Okay, so we have our padding and margin. So there are some ways in which we can write padding and margin also. What are those ways? So we have, if I want padding, so as I told you, padding will apply on all the four sides, also margin. So let us apply this on side by side. So we have padding for left, let's say 10 px, padding on top, let's say 20 px, padding bottom, let's say 30 px, padding right, let's say 40 px. So these are the ways in which we can have padding on different sites for different padding we can have. Fine. Now, after this thing, let us apply a different way also in spite of this. So we can have, if I write padding of let's say 20 px and 40 px, how it will look? 20 px will be for top and bottom, 40 px will be for left and right. So this is how it goes like that. Okay. Similarly, we can have for margin also. So we can have okay. So we can have for margin. So we'll have margin of let's say 40 px. So margin top, see from the top it is 40 px, and after that from margin left, let's say 30 px, bottom 20 px. For different size, we have different margins. Now, for this particular thing, let us have for margin. Oh, yeah. One minute, bhaiyo, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah. 1 minute, just sharing the WhatsApp group link. Okay, so 1 minute, 1 minute. Let me add you. So, okay. So, what's app? WhatsApp group invite link I have shared in the live YouTube chat. Those who are not there in the group, please click on the link and join. Okay. So let us have for uh, margin. In let's say 40 px and 20 px. So here also 40 px will be for top and bottom, and 20 px will be for left and right. So that is how it goes like that. Okay. So if you see this thing, we have covered the box model property. And in how many ways we can add the box model. Now, after this box model, let us check out the styling of list. So we have a structure, we have a div, and let us add the h2. And after h2, we have a ul. And in the ul, we have li into 6. This is the structure. So now what we will do, we will add the content and we will add the classes. So we have the content as BORI category. And after that, we have the parent class. Parent class will be categories. And after that, we have our content in the li. So we have, let us add the color name, red, blue, black, purple, orange, green. So these are the color names which I have added. Okay. Now, one thing. Try to understand the structure. We have this parent. This is a parent div which has the parent class as categories, and inside this we have a header 2 which has the content as category, and after that by div एक block level element है. Div is a block level element. When you want to have the things in a block level, you can use div. Okay. And after that we have a ul contains the li. तो div explain किया था ना HTML में, सर ने बताया था div, what is div. And after that, we have li is list item. List item have the contents like this, which comes in a dot pattern. Okay. Now, again, if you have noticed here, by default, without adding any set of skies, this category is colored. So why it is colored? Because already in the internal CSS, we have given this thing. So let us comment out. Okay. Now, we will pick up each and everything and we will style it. So dot categories. And let us apply the first font family to Poppins. See the entire structure. As soon as we apply the Google fonts, things will change like this. Okay. So that is how it goes like that. Now, after this font family, we apply a border property to, let's say, 5px solid with back color, and we'll use a border radius property. Sorry. Oh, 1 minute. border radius property, let's say 10 px. Now, what this border radius property will do? Border radius property will actually change the this sharp edge to the curved ones. Fine. Now let us add some padding of let's say 20 px. So as soon as I have given pad 20 px, तो आया नहीं. अरे यार अटेंडेंस के पीछे मत पड़ो यार. भाई आएगा अटेंडेंस, अटेंडेंस आएगा 3 बजे. ठीक है. You will get attendance, second attendance at 3 p.m. Fine. Now don't ask. Okay, so we have added the padding. Now what padding we have did? Padding have created some internal space. So you see entire content have added with the space here. Now after this padding, okay, so now we will pick up the second thing. Dot categories h to PSC text align center, and let us add text transform to uppercase. Okay, so entire content. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Okay, so we have the text align center where the content category comes in the center. Now after this thing, let us use dot categories and we apply this thing to UL unordered list. And here what we can add, we can have padding of let's say 0 and list style to none. So you see the dots will get removed. And after that, okay. And after that, what we see dot categories, tag, and what else we can apply? We apply the text decoration to none and the color to black. Fine. And after that, what else we can have here is the dot categories. Uh, Let us apply the hover property and correct tag over. And here we have a change in the background color to yet, let's say, yellow with the increase in the font size to, let's say, 20 px. So let us check out. Hmm. And mm, 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 but it is not coming. Mm. So we will see after some time. Uh, okay. So let us add dot categories and we have for li. Li will have some padding in the bottom of let's say 20 px. We have some space and let us have a border bottom of 1 px dotted with the blue color. Okay, so it comes like that. Now let me check out why this thing hover is not happening. So let us type it once again. Dot categories in tag over background color to red. Hmm. Okay, so let us check out. Let us apply on H. Yes. Okay. So we'll change this to light blue. So that is how you can have the hover property. Now, after this thing, uh, अभी एंकर पे क्यों नहीं कर रहा है इसको एक बार तो चेक करना पड़ेगा. Okay, okay, okay. Let me print out this thing and this also. So might be some problem why it is not coming. हो. Anchor tag दिया ही नहीं ना भाई. कहाँ anchor tag? See, you have not given anchor tag here. So that is why it is not coming. So let us apply. Not no need to worry. I got it. Let us apply this on L. A. Okay. So that is fine. Now after this thing, अरे होवर इज अ पार्ट ऑफ स्यूडो. हाँ भाई ठीक है. बट यहाँ काम कर रहा है ना. करा के नहीं करेगा वो. Fine. Now after this thing, let us check out the styling of form. What is this? Let us create a form, and after this thing, what we will do, we will style it. So this is also not required. What we will do, let us create a form first. We'll have a form, and in the form, we'll have a structure, a div, we'll have a label, we'll have an input. So this is the structure what we are going to replicate. So what I do here, uh, I can use the Navidusa last form, but for those people who have newly joined, that will be again a refresher for them also. This code we will upload in the GitHub, and that GitHub link will be shared in the description, YouTube description. So from there, you will get the entire code on what we have worked. Fine. Now, okay, one more thing I just want to tell you. If you see here, we have some irregularities, means these red kind of thing you see. So how to remove this? Just Control Shift P, and format selection. So all the things will get cleared. So this is might be okay. So so we have the form. This is the structure what we are following. So let us have a class here. Let's say form DP, and we will replicate this thing. So we will be having 1, 2, and 3. Name, age, and message. So we have name, age, message, and a input type commit the value as commit. So this is a small form what we have created. So how to add video in that? Video, for adding a video, we have a HTML element which is called as a iframe. So with the help of iframe, एंकर टैग भाई HTML की क्लास आप देख लेना, उसमें एक बताया हुआ एंकर टैग बहुत सिंपल टैग होता है। एंकर टैग बताता हूँ मेरे को एक बार। Anchor tag, let us take the reference from where we want this to go. कंटेंट मीटर का ले लेते हैं। So this is the anchor tag. Okay, anchor tag means it has something inside it. Means when you click on the content, it takes you onto that page. So that is all about the anchor tag. Now there is a proper vulnerability here. If I put target equals to underscore reply, my current page will remains open. See, and I will be redirected to a new page or a new tab from where the reference will gets opened. Okay, so that is how it goes like that. So this is all about the anchor tag. Let me remove this. Now, anchor tag बता दिया भाई, ठीक है ठीक है. Anchor tag is used for link. Yes, you got right. Now, after this thing, okay, we are in the form. Now we are just okay. So let us apply a parent class as my form. So we have the structure which have a parent class my form, which is covering entire thing, a div which have a class form GP, which is common on all, and a label and a input type. So here the name have the input type text, age have the input type number, and the message again will have the input type text. Okay. Now after this thing, let us pick up each and everything and we will style it. So uh what we are doing, let us have dot my form, and let us simply what we do, let us have font family first. Opens so that it looks great, and after that what else we can have, we have some padding of it is 20 px, and now what we do, we have dot form pp, and we'll use display block. No. Here we'll target on the UI side. So as soon as I've written the display block, everything will come in a block pattern. Now here, let us have the let us have so so let us have the border radius property. Okay, so we are it in px so that no. Here we need to apply this on input. So see. Okay. Now what else we can have? We can have. Okay, so in this input, let us have a padding of, well, let's say npx so that you have some space, internal space. And here in the input type, let us have a placeholder kind of a thing, enter name. Okay. So once you start writing the name, this will get removed. Okay. Seems good. Oh, अरे भाई डिस्प्ले फ्लेक्स कहाँ है, क्या तो बताऊंगा विकास जी आपको, आप थोड़ा आगे चल रहे हो मुझसे। अभी मैं फ्लेक्स पे आऊंगा तो बताऊंगा आपको डिस्प्ले फ्लेक्स क्या होता है, डिस्प्ले ग्रिड क्या होता है, बताऊंगा, मेरा काम है बताना, आऊंगा अभी उस पे। ओके, so now okay, so we have the form gp input, we have form gp label. Now what else we can have, Okay, so let us target this input submit. We'll have a class btn. Okay. Now what we will do, we will target this button. So dot btn. Let us add height of, let's say, 40 px and the width to 80 90 px. Okay. And in the input, let me have a margin in the bottom of, let's say, 10 px, so that we have some space between them. 10 px is more than good. This space I've increased. Okay. Now, uh, okay. So let us have some basic font properties. What so far we have learned. What it is property of, let's say, npx, and increase in the font size of, let's say, 20 px, and will again apply a font family to means and text transform to uppercase with font weight to, let's say, 400, and change the background color to let's say blue, and the color font color to, let's say, white. And what else we can have? Uh, okay, बॉर्डर ले लेते हैं, नन नहीं चाहिए बॉर्डर। सीम्स गुड। ओके, विकास जी ठीक दिख रहा है बटन, कुछ और ऐड कर सकते हैं क्या, बताइए थोड़ा सा। विकास जी, विकास जी, बटन ठीक दिख रहा है, कुछ और ऐड करना है बताइए थोड़ा सा, करते हैं ऐड। If you want to add hover property on submit button, हाँ डालेंगे मैडम, डालेंगे वहां भी आएंगे अपन, hover डालेंगे, एक्टिव डालेंगे। So let us apply dot btn for with the filling in the background color to, let's say, white, with the font color to blue. So we have reversed it. Okay. As soon as we hover it, you see this kind of a thing. Now let us add an active property also, dot btn active. As soon as I click it, it will again change in the background color to orange red, with an increase in the font size to, let's say, 25 p. This is a hover and click. So once I click it, you see the background color change and the font color also increase. So ग्रेडियंट कलर कैसे यूज करते हैं बताएंगे, लीनियर ग्रेडियंट कलर सिस्टम बताएंगे आपको। बॉर्डर एंड आउटलाइन आर सेम, अलग अलग है, बॉर्डर एंड आउटलाइन बोथ आर डिफरेंट थिंग्स। बॉर्डर, ये है बॉर्डर, इसका बॉर्डर हटा दिया अपन, आउटलाइन अलग चीज होती है। यू कैन ऐड इट बटन होवर, बटन होवर डाल दिया अपन ने, ये होवर प्रॉपर्टी, ये देखिए होवर प्रॉपर्टी। सर बटन में बॉक्स शैडो प्रॉपर्टी यूज, हाँ हो सकती है, बॉक्स शैडो कॉपी कर लीजिए, यहाँ पे डाल दीजिए, शैडो आ जाएगा इसके पीछे। बॉक्स शैडो की 4 वैल्यूज होते हैं, उनको आप चेंज करके शैडो क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। बॉक्स शैडो जनरेटर होता है, उसको आप यूज कर सकते हैं, सिंपल वेरी इजी होता है वो भी, ठीक है। नाउ आफ्टर दिस थिंग लेट अस चेक आउट द नेक्स्ट थिंग व्हिच इज कॉल्ड एज float property. Okay, so for this particular float, let me comment out this section, and we'll have a structure dot block, and we have content at 2, and we have a balance. So we'll have a lorem, and after that, what else we can have? A common class we will take, and here Uh, we have the header as, let's say, header 2. So this is the structure what we have here for the reference in order to understand the block property, in order to understand the float property. Okay, so for this particular thing, a common class headed, let me change it to 3 common. Now what we do, we will target this common class. So we have dot block. And in this dot block, what we can use, we'll use the float to left, and after left, what else we can have, we'll have the width to 33.33% of the screen size. So I'm okay. So you can have the structure like this, where your content are using the 33.33% of the available screen size. So that is how it looks like that. Now, if we have two content, okay. So if we have two content, what else we can have? We'll use a float left and float right property. So we have float left here, not block one, float right, and with the width of, let's say, 50% is fine. Okay, so that is how it goes like that. Fine. Now, 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 if you see here, okay, so let us add some adding of, let's say, 10px, and also padding of, let's say, 10px. Okay, and let us add a border also. Border of, let's say, 5px solid with black color. And similarly, we apply the same set of style to the second one. So we'll have a border of, let's say, 5p solid with black color. Fine. Now here, with the adding of padding and border, the structure looks somewhat different. So in order to fix it, we have a property which is called as a box sizing border box. And similarly, box sizing border box. So with the help of this box sizing border box property, we will be able to fix this thing in a very beautiful manner. Okay. Now after this block property, let us move to the unable to identify change without unable to identify the change. Uh, Unable to identify change with float and I didn't get your question, Kajal Mandore. I didn't get it actually. If you brief it. Okay. Now, after this particular thing, let us check out the positioning in CSS. Okay. But before going to positioning, let us have a break of कितने टाइम का ब्रेक चाहिए भैया बताओ जरा कमेंट में फटाफट फॉर हाउ मेनी मिनट्स यू वांट ए ब्रेक एक ब्रेक ले लें स्मॉल ब्रेक छोटा सा कितने मिनट का ब्रेक चाहिए फटाफट बता दो यार अभी किसी का रिप्लाई नहीं आ रहा कमेंट भाई ब्रेक चाहिए या कंटिन्यू करें बॉर्डर बॉक्स प्रॉपर्टी बता दूंगा मैं बता दूंगा ओके सो लेट अस हैव अ ब्रेक ऑफ 5 मिनट्स ओके अरे भैया 20 मिनट्स नहीं होगा 20 मिनट्स तो लंच ब्रेक होगा सो विल resume at 11:35 a.m. okay So we'll resume at 11:35 a.m. Okay, so I hope everybody will be back. JavaScript कब तक भाई JavaScript चालू होगा? 3 बजे। 3 बजे या 2 बजे मैं बता दूंगा आपको लंच के बाद। कब से चला ये बूट कैम्प चल रहा है सुबह 9 बजे से। 4 मिनट का ब्रेक हो गया है, बस चालू कर रहे हैं। 10 मिनट ज्यादा हो जाएगा भाई, लंच भी करना है। अभी CSS में बहुत सी चीज बची हुई है। ओके, सो let us resume back the session. Okay, so let us resume the session. Okay, because a refreshment is required, because currently it is not possible for anyone to sit continue for more than ever. So I will take it. It's my practice. Okay, so box sizing border box क्या होता है भाई? किसी भाई का सवाल था। अभी बॉर्डर प्रॉपर्टी देने के बाद में क्या होता है कि अभी अच्छा ओके, सो लेट ऐसे बताता हूँ। 100 px स्क्रीन का साइज, ठीक है। 100 px में पैडिंग दे दिया 10 px, तो हो गया 10 px दिस साइड, 10 px दिस साइड, 10 px दिस साइड, 10 px दिस साइड। सो व्हाट हैपेंड, 140 px हो गया स्क्रीन का साइज। नाउ already we have given a border of 5 px, so 5 means 160 px. So if you want to fix the item like this way, so we'll use a border, we'll use a box sizing border box property. Madam, attendance link, Jaya, attendance link will be shared around 2 p.m. Okay, between 2 to 3 it will be shared. Once it will be shared, I will tell you. Okay, don't ask again and again. It will be shared. That's my task. I will do it. Okay, now after this thing, let us check out the positioning in CSS. So this is again a very important topic. What is positioning and how it will work? So positioning, as the name says, to position, to place, to move, to set the item. For this thing, let us have the structure. So कैसा बनाए स्ट्रक्चर? Okay, dot. Okay, so let us have a small, very simple structure. Dot p box, and in this position box we have a h1 with the content as html. Second one is h2 with the content as css. Okay, so this is the content between the in the position box. Fine. Now, what else we can have in this thing? Let me have a dot p box, a width. Let's say 800 px, and height. Let's say 700 px, and the border of let's say 2 px. So little bit like that. Okay, so this is the structure of a position box. अरे नया बार नहीं भाई, पोजिशनिंग बोल रहा हूँ, पोजिशनिंग। अभी इसको समझो आप पहले, पोजिशनिंग क्या होती है। Okay, so there are 4 ways in which we can add positioning. We can do positioning. Okay, so first one is static, second one is relative, second one is absolute, third one is relative, and fourth one is fixed. Okay, so these are the 4 ways in which we can add positioning. Fine. So these are the 4 ways in which we can add positioning. Fine. Now let us check out one by one. So static का मतलब क्या होता है कि what so far you are looking at how h1 is coming, how paragraph is coming, how anchor tag is coming, how list item is coming. This is all about the natural behavior or the static behavior of the element. So no need to discuss more about static. Second one is absolute. Okay, now let us apply the absolute to dot h1 to p box. to P box will have the from the top. I want this to move. Not P box. Will have to apply on H1. From the top, I want this to move to 40 px. So, it is 40 px. 1 second, some error is here. So dot p box H1 position absolute from the top. I want this to be down to 40 px. So using the position absolute, what happened? That HTML is 40 px down from the start of the page where it is taking the whole page as its parent. Okay. So what is happening from the top? It is 40 px down. Now let us apply the same sort of style to the H2 position absolute, and from the bottom we'll use, let's say, 100 px. 100 px is out. So let's say 80 px. Here what is happening? It is again considered as the whole page as its parent, and from the bottom it is 80 px down. Okay. Now after this thing, let us apply the position relative. Relative means it will take this box as the parent. So as soon as we have given position relative, what happened? The CSS come inside the box. Okay. Now from the top, let us apply from the left. Let's say here bottom, let's say left, right. Now what you are doing, you are targeting the elements and you are moving them inside the box. Here, this box is the parent when we are using the position relative. So that is how it works like that. Okay. Now after this thing, let us check out mm, 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 the position fixed. Okay. I have not shared the second attendance link. Okay. Second attendance link will be shared by 2 p.m. Oh, and once it will be shared, I will tell you in the chat box, and I will also tell you here. Okay. Now let us apply a position fix. So for the position fixed, we need to have a button with the content as fixed. We'll have a class as FBTN. Okay. So this is a button. Now we will be moving this button. What we do, dot FBTN position fixed from the top. I want this to be 100 px down. It will come like that. Thanks, Daud. Thanks, Daud. Thanks. Thanks for the reply, yeah. At least few people understood that when the link will be shared. Thanks for your help. Okay. Now after this thing, let us check out the next thing in CSS basics. Currently, we are checking the CSS basics part only. So let us add an image. Okay, so already my friend have added it. So 1 minute. Yes, we have image folder. And now let us add an image here. Okay, so actually the image is like this. Okay, but here what is happening? Only a part of this part is coming here. So what we need to do, we will use some background properties in order to fix it here. What we use? We use background size power. Now it seems to be fixed, but again it is in a repetitive pattern. Okay. So for this thing to fix, what we use background repeat, no repeat. So this thing shows us that our image has fixed in this particular box. And see this fix button, it sticks here only. So irrespective of everything, it remains as it is. So that is how it goes like that. Now after this thing, शैडो, अरे शैडो इजी है यार, डाल लेना, उसमें कुछ नहीं है. ओके, सो शैडो जनरेटर होता है, बैकग्राउंड शैडो जनरेटर होता है, उसको कॉपी करके आप डाल दो अपने हिसाब से, 4 वैल्यू ऐड करके. ठीक है. नाउ नाउ लेट अस चेक आउट द स्यूडो क्लासेस. स्यूडो क्लास इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. So for the pseudo class, let me have the set of structure. For this thing, we have li li into 6. Uh, 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 and ul, and in this ul we will take li into 6. So for you to move any content, just select it, use alt and up arrow and move it. So let me have the, and already we have prepared this thing. So why to waste time? Copy paste. Okay. So here let me have a class as pseudo. Now, what are pseudo classes? Pseudo classes are nothing but it is a way to target the HTML. It is an extension, it is an extended way to target the HTML element. Okay, so that is how it works like that. Now let us okay, so let me have another structure similar to this. The class name is pseudo bus. Okay, now let me target this class with the help of the pseudo class property. So dot pseudo. So we'll use ul dot pseudo first child, the background color to, now here it is creating a problem. Mm, mm, mm. One second, ul plus ul. Okay. So it will be 1 minute. So it is not showing. So we have dot pseudo. Uh, So let us check out once more. So dot sudo li um, 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 last child will have a background color to, let's say, red. Okay, now it is working well. So it works like that. So here what is happening? We can target each and every child with the help of pseudo classes. So now similarly, if I want to target the first child, we have, let me change the color to pink. We have like this. Now if I want to target the third one, the black one. So let me have this thing init child to we have the color as, let's say, orange. With the help of this particular things, you can target the first child, the last child, and any child. Why we can use? Why we can use? Because currently, what is happening if I give a property to the pseudo, okay, it will be applied to the whole of the content. Will show you PSU pseudo. If I give a background color to red, see it will apply to entire item. But if I want to target any particular item, so pseudo classes are being used a lot. So because it's correct to target individual, a single item, we can use pseudo classes. Now here, because please explain class है. Class बता देना इसको कार्तिक को. Class क्या होता है? Okay, now let us check out the pseudo classes again in a different pattern for the second part. So here, if I want, if I let us suppose if I have thousands of lines, okay, and I want to target in a pattern, we have see odd, even, and orange. Let's say change the hue thing. So you can have this particular thing with the help of pseudo. Pseudo is nothing but a extended way to target elements, not the entire set. Individual item, independent item, single item you can target. So here see what is happening. We are targeting the first child. This is the first child. The last child. This is the last child. The child number 3. This is the child number 3. So if I write child number 4 with the color as LV blue, so you can have like this thing. Okay, so that is how it goes like that. Okay, now after this thing, you can use any class name as per your choice. I am using pseudo because I am telling you pseudo classes. So you can have here top, bottom, blue, black, green, red, any class name of your choice. Okay. No, okay. Okay. Now here comes to an end of CSS basics. Now we will start CSS flexbox. Okay. So let me have the setup flex, and here we have the flex, and in the flex again we have flex means flexible box. Now let us have some theory. This is a structure which is ready now. Okay. Now what we do, and let me go live on Chrome. Is now ready. Okay. So here, uh, there we go. Okay. Now let us have some discussion on what is CSS Flex, what is the need of Flex, and all those things. So, uh, in 2015, when 4G have started coming, okay, what is happening that different kind of mobile devices have come into existence of different screen sizes. Some is of 5.9 inch, 6.1 inch, 6.4 inch tablets with vertical horizontal dimensions. So for this particular thing, earlier what used to happen, there are two type of websites. Okay, first one is designed for a user to experience this in a laptop or a desktop, and second one is for the user to experience in the mobile. So what developers do, they create a website, for example for Facebook. So we have facebook.com for desktop and laptop, and for अरे मैं बता दूंगा class, I will tell you class, what is class, wait. So and for mobile, what they do, they create a site www.m.facebook.com. Okay, so they work like that. So people who are getting login from the mobile, they used to link on m.facebook.com, and for the desktop laptop devices, they have simple facebook.com. So everything is going perfect. Only two websites for both type of devices. Now, in 2015, when more and more mobile devices of different screen sizes have started coming, it is not possible for the developers to design the website separately for separate mobile devices of different dimensions. So what they did, they have invented this responsiveness. So with the help of the CSS grid and CSS flexbox, the things will get responsive and they adjust automatically without the very less use of media queries on any type of devices. So from there, flexbox and grid come into existence in 2015. Okay. Now, what is flexbox? Flexbox is a flexible box. Flexible box means I hope you all have seen that clay, molding clay. Okay. So what this molding clay, you can create anything with the help of that clay. Okay. You can create rabbit, you can create cat, you can create dog, you can make it like a purse. So this with the help with this molding clay, similarly flexbox is also like that. So you can design, you can put any content anywhere in the screen with the help of a single line of code. So in order to make the lives of developers easy, for to make the time constraint, the flexbox and grid come into existence. Now, flexbox. Flexbox actually works in two directions. Actually have two axes. Okay, main axis and cross axis. So main axis means which aligns all the things in a row. Row means from left to right, and the cross axis aligns things in a column pattern. Column pattern means from top to bottom. Okay, now let us experience flexbox with the help of some examples and we see. Okay, now for example kajal point is concerned. So before going to the flex, let me have a small example of class. So we have a lorem. So kajal, this is for you for classes. So I have a paragraph. Okay, now if I, okay, Let me have another paragraph with the content as para. mm, Paragraph too long. Now, imagine this is also a paragraph. Okay. Now, if I apply a set of styles to font size to 30 px, what is happening? This particular set of style is applying to both the paragraph. Why? If there are hundreds of paragraphs, this set of style will gets applied to the hundreds of paragraphs. So, in order to segregate, in order to differentiate the properties, classes and IDs have introduced. So, if I use class top, now see the set of styles for top will be applied to the first one. For the second one, nothing is applied. I hope it is clear. In case still you have doubt, please reply. Okay. So, mm, mm, mm. Okay. So, थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू हमारे लिए भी है आपको कि समझा पाए हम। ठीक है, चलिए अब स्टार्ट करते हैं वापस से फ्लेक्स बॉक्स पे। अभी क्लास का एक बहुत बड़ी एग्जांपल है मेरे पास, अभी आपको बताता हूँ मैं। ठीक है, कैसा है? इफ समवन इफ यू हैव इफ आई टेल यू दैट माय डियर फ्रेंड प्लीज गो टू द मार्केट एंड style in head itself, yes, you can add styles in the head also. Okay, so let us understand. So there are some tags in HTML. Okay, so which are called as the semantic tags. Semantic tags are those tags which have the headers, footers, section, articles, etc. Means when you are telling the browser that this particular thing is the header, this particular thing is the footer, this is the section, this is the article, kind of a thing. So let me take you through the W3 schools. See here. So this particular thing is a nav bar. This is the aside section. This is section. These are articles. And in the end, this is called as the footer. So if you design using the semantic tags, it is helpful for the browser to understand. Okay, so this is the header, so it comes in the top. Okay, this is the footer, so it comes in the bottom. This is the aside, so it comes in the side. So it is like that. Okay. Now let us go back to flexbox again. So for the flexbox, let me have the structure. So the structure says 1 minute. So the structure, 1 minute. So now I have a ready-made structure with me. I will just copy paste it. And the structure is very simple. So we have a parent class container will have two classes, a common class box and a separate class with the content from 1 to 10. Okay. Now, after this thing, let me add the set of tiles. Okay. Very simple style. Box as in border box, dot box, color white, font size 100 px, text center, padding दिया. अभी हर बॉक्स को अलग अलग बैकग्राउंड कलर दे दिया है, ठीक है, तो इसीलिए ऐसा दिख रहा है, ठीक है। अभी what we do, let us check out the flex box. What is flex box? So here in the flex box, what I have told you, As soon as you apply the flex property, it will apply on the main axis. Main axis means from left to right, means everything will aligned in a row pattern. So let us apply the flexbox. So flexbox flex property will always be applied on the parent container. This is the rule. Display of flex. As soon as we apply the display of flex, everything will align in a single row. Okay. In a single row means from left to right. Clear है भैया यहाँ तक? Is this clear to all of you? Please reply with yes, no, हाँ, ना. देखें कितने लोग एक्टिव हैं. Let us see how many people are active. Now things are getting complicated. Is this clear by here? Flex no. अरे flex तो समझना पड़ेगा भाई. Okay. So okay. So भाई साहब फ्लेक्स जैसे कि मैंने बताया फ्लेक्स क्या करता है जो भी कंटेंट होगा उसको लेफ्ट टू राइट अलाइन कर देगा फ्लेक्स लगेगा कंटेनर पे तो अपन ने क्या किया कुछ नहीं किया ये अपना फ्लेक्स है ये कंटेनर है कंटेनर की क्लास और अपने फ्लेक्स को लगा दिया डिस्प्ले फ्लेक्स तो उसने क्या किया सबको लेफ्ट टू राइट अलाइन कर दिया ओके सिंपल सर व्हाट अदर टाइप ऑफ एक्सेस अरे एक्सेस पढ़ेंगे अपन पढ़ेंगे एक्सेस भी देखेंगे रुक जाओ अभी ठीक है मेन एक्सिस और क्रॉस एक्सिस अभी मेन एक्सिस ये अपना है मेन एक्सिस जो होता है लेफ्ट टू राइट दिस इज आवर मेन एक्सिस व्हिच वर्क्स फ्रॉम लेफ्ट टू राइट and the cross axis is from top to bottom. Now what is here is the main axis from left to right and the cross axis is from top to bottom. Now let us apply. Let us add a border property. Okay, so we'll have a border of let's say 5px solid with the blue color. Okay, so this is the thing. Now 1 minute. Okay. Now after this thing, let us apply. Let us check out the inline flex. Now here, see one thing. What is happening? Here, the border is taking the entire screen size. So if I want the border to be till the end of the content, we'll use the inline flex. So what happened? Where the content ends, the border also ends. That is how it works like that. Okay. अरे बताऊंगा विकास भाई फ्लेक्स सेक्शन कॉलम बताऊंगा अभी लोगों को फ्लेक्स समझ में नहीं आ रहा है फ्लेक्स सेक्शन कॉलम पे जा रहे हैं बताऊंगा ओके so we'll have the flex direction okay now here what happened as soon as we give the inline flex what happened the flex ends where the border ends or I can say both ends in a common place now let us move the inline once again now after this thing let me have the height property so we'll have height to 100 ph okay So in this 100 VH height, you see it is taking the 100% of the screen size. So VH is again a unit of measurement. VH stands for vertical height. VW stands for vertical width. Okay. So when you are using height, we can also use VH, and when you are using width, we can also use VW. Okay. Now, let us try to change the direction of the flex. So, by default, it is the row only. Okay. So, FD flex direction to row only, it will not change any impact. But if I change this to column, see, things will aligned in a block pattern. Block pattern means one below the another. View height, view width. VH is for view height, VW is for view width. Okay. Now, okay. So Daud, why it is not adjusting itself throughout the line width of the page? Why it is not adjusting? Because 1 minute, let me comment out this thing. Because if we have more than 10 characters, it will fix to the available screen size. So we have less characters, so it will remain. So based on the size of the content, it will take the necessary space. So let us understand in this way. So based on the size of the content, it will take the necessary space. By default, every content have by default padding. By default, see a space you see here, 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 here. So every content by default carries some padding and margin. Okay. Now, uh, okay, so there are two type of axis, main axis and cross axis. Now after giving the flex direction to column, what we did, now the main axis will be from top to bottom and the cross axis will be from left to right. So what we did, we have changed the main axis from top to bottom, from left to right to top to bottom. So with the help of flex direction column, it will work like that. Now, after this thing, let us have, okay, let us use a, flex direction which is called as column reverse. So here you can see the column gets reversed. So we have from 1 to, from 10 to 1. And if I use the row reverse, so it will be like that. Okay, simple. Row reverse, column reverse. Now after this thing, row reverse and column reverse, let us have 1 second. After this thing, what we do, let me have a width to the box. So what we do, let us have this thing dot box. We'll use a width to, let's say, 300 px. What we did, we have fixed the width of the box to 300 px. Now, next thing is the flex wrap property. What is the flex wrap? Now see the responsiveness, how responsive it is. Now here, if you see here, we can also make it diagonal manner. Diagonal नहीं होता यार इसमें. It is not getting diagonally. So see, what we did, we have fixed the width to 3. Now, as soon as the available space after the column number 2 will be equal to 300 px, what will happen? See, So automatically, depending upon the size of the screen, it is getting adjusted. So if you're viewing this on a mobile device, it will look like that. On a desktop device, it will look like that. Laptop like that. On extra large, it will look like that. So that is how it works like that. Now after this thing, if I fix the width to 33.33%, what will happen? It will remain as it is. Irrespective of the screen size, it will remain as it is. See. Why? Because we have fixed it to 33.3% of the available screen size. Now, if you want to add the margin here, so we'll use again a border property. So this you can create borders very beautifully with the help of a single line of code border 5px solid white color. So this is how you can able to create the border property. Okay. Now after this thing, let us check out the ordering property. Okay. What is the flexbox ordering? Uh, so here you see the sequence of the items are in an order. Order means you find it in a order means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if I want to change the order of the order of the content, so we'll use order property. So if I want to shift the item content number 4, so I use order. So let's say what happened? The item number 4 is now after the item number 10. Okay. With the help of the order property, flexbox ordering property, you can do this very easily. Okay. Now after this thing, let us shift the item number 1. So we have dot box 1 का order change कर देते हैं 4. Now see what happened. Now this item number 1 is after the item number 4. In Flex, I think there is only 2 possible because it is not even the भाई एक रिक्वेस्ट है try to make things in a simple manner. Don't use unnecessary logic. So if I'm telling you what is this, what is this? This is 1 and 1 2. Some people will tell this is 11. Some people will tell this is that, this is that. So leave it. Make it simple. Don't go. Don't make it unnecessary complex for yourself only. Make it simple. Okay. So, okay. So, if we want to put any item between 4 and 1, so how will we able to do this? If I want to put item number 10, so dot box 10 order 3. See, now 10 is between item number 4 and 1. So that is how it works like that. So the lower value of order will comes in the first, and the higher value of order will comes in the last. And if you want to put anything in between them, you need to have the value between the first and the last. So that is the logic behind that. Okay. Now after this thing, let us check out the next thing in Flexbox, which is called as the alignment and centering. Now, for alignment and centering, we are using the justify content property. Okay. So how we are using it? So 1 second. हटा दो इन सबको. Okay. Now let us apply the justify content property. We'll have a by default values of justify content is flex start. By default, these are in the start, so it will be in the start only. So we have the flex of end. See now, see the moment how items are getting moved within the row. Okay, so we have the justify start, justify end. After end, we have the center. After center, we have the next thing which is called as space around. Now the spaces are around the items. We after space around we have space between. Spaces are between the items. Space evenly. Now evenly the spaces are distributed among the items. Fine. So that is the difference between space around, space evenly, and space between. Now after this thing, let us check. Let us change the flex direction and see how items are moving. So for this thing, what we do, we have the we'll use the FD flex direction to column and minimum height feature 200 height. And for the box structure, we have the top. What we do will reduce the font size to 30 px. Okay. Now what we see, we will see the movement in a vertical direction. So with the help of addition of flex direction column, what is happening? The items are aligned in a top to bottom pattern. Top to bottom pattern means our main axis is now cross axis and cross axis is now main axis. Fine. So this axis will get reversed as soon as we give the flex direction to column. Okay. Now after this thing, let us start the let us start adding the value. So we have flex of start. Everything will be in the start. After flex of start, we have flex of end. So items are in the end. After flex of start and flex of end, we have the next value center. So things would show like that. And after center, we have the next value, which is called as the space between. So spaces are created between them. And after that, we have space around the same set of values. Okay, so that is how it looks like. Now, after this thing, let us check out the next property in alignment and centering, which is called as the align item. Okay, align. Now, what is the align item? So here, align item is basically the opposite of justify content. So how we are using it? So for this thing to use, let us change back this to 100 px flex align center. Padding will be of 10 px. And here we have a display of flex, a border property, and let us remove all these things. So uh, okay, so a border property and a height, a vertical height, and align AI, align items to stretch. Okay, now we will start with the align items. So the values are almost same. So let us start with the, let's start. Okay, now items are moving in a in a vertical pattern. Flex start. After that, we have flex off. Flex off end. After flex off start and flex off end, we have center. After center, we have a new property which is called as a baseline property. So for the baseline property, let me have some set of styles. So here, see what is happening. We have added a different font size to different items. Okay, but here uh, session column, yes. अरे ग्रिड आएगा भाई, फ्लेक्स के बाद ग्रिड आता है तो फ्लेक्स खत्म कहाँ होगा यार. आफ्टर राम सुतार after flexbox we will start grid na. I will tell you once it will start. So we have added a change in the font size of all the items. Okay. Now, if we want to have the base of all the items common, we'll use a property which is called as baseline. So you can check out the base of all the items. The base of all the items are same. So that thing is only possible with the help of giving the align item baseline. Fine. Now, what we will see, let us check out the next thing, which is called as the uh, 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 okay. We will see the next thing, which is called as the align item across the cross axis. So what we will do, we will have the content here. No, this is not required. So the structure like display of flex, a border property we have, a height property we will take, and the okay, so I've removed it. So dot box with the fix width of 33.33%. Fine. And height of okay, align item baseline is not required. This is the thing. Now, what we are doing? Okay, so let us have the flex wrap property also. We have flex wrap to wrap, and the result is like it. Now, what we will do? We will apply the AC align content property to the flex of side. Okay. Now see how items are moving. Flex of end. Okay. Flex of start. Flex of end. After end and start, we have the next property which is called as the center. After start and end center, we have the next thing which is called as the space between. After space between, we have the same set of properties. Space around. After space around, we have space evenly. So here, all these 5 set of properties will get applied. Okay. Now, after this thing, one might any comments? Let's go display grid. I'll make it diagonal by column question. Okay. So one thing, let us check out the next topic in Flexbox, which is called as the flex item property. Now, currently, what is happening here? What is happening that what we are applying to this particular container is affecting the entire set of items here. Now, if we want to have a thing which makes a particular set of item to stand straight, how we are doing it? So we have the align item property here. Align item property here, and we have this thing to flex of start. Okay. So what we have? We have a display of a flex. A flex wrap property is currently not required. Okay. And okay. So this is also not required. We have the structure like that. Now for this particular box 2, what box 2 will have a padding in the bottom of, let's say, and like 1 second, box 2, box 4. Okay. So in order to show you that how we can overwrite the set of rules which has been given, which has been applied by the container. So we will be using a property which is called as the align self property. Okay, so let us, this self property will be applied only to the child. Align itself x of end, align self center, align self flex of start. If I change this to flex of end, so you will be able to identify this thing very easily. Okay, so that is how it works like. Okay, so that is the align self. Align self means it actually override the set of rules which we have given, which we have applied to the parent container. Now, after this thing, let us check out some flex CSS, flex basis, flex grow, and flex shrink property. Okay. So what are flex grow? Okay, so for you to understood this thing, let us have the structure using some emojis. Okay. So thus I have the structure with the emojis feature. So let us use that particular thing. So here a simple of flex is required and all those things. So we have a simple of display of flex. Fine. Now one more second. Font size needs to reduce to 50 px and rest is all fine. Fine. Now a display of flex property here. Now what we can have for the box 1 dot box will use a flex of 1. What happened? The entire available space will get distributed among all. Okay. Now, if I give the box 2 dot box 2 a flex, mhm, flex of 2, see, twice of the space has been used by this one and single part by this one. So that is how it goes like that. 1 minute. Okay. So after that, let us check out the next thing here with the flex with the individual properties of flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So for this particular thing, what we do, we will reduce the code to two items. So this is how it goes like that. So what is okay? So what I do if I have written flex 1 1 and 0 1 1 and 0 means first one is for flex grow. This is for flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So what is flex grow? Flex grow means the default size of the element, before remaining space is distributed. The default size of the element before remaining space is distributed. So how we'll be able to use it? So for the box one dot box one, uh, 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 take 1 minute. Okay. Uh, okay. So we have the. So we have the box one. We use the flex basis FB flex basis. Flex is used to 400 p x. Okay. And after that, for the box two, again we use the flex basis to, let's say, net px. Okay. Now see. Now after this thing, let us apply the flex grow property. So we have the fg flex grow to 2, and here we have the flex grow to 1. Now what is this flex grow? Flex grow means how to distribute the free space between items. Okay, how to distribute the free space between items. So what we did, two times of the space has been given to the item number 1 and one part of the space has been given to the item number 2. See, now flex shrink. Flex shrink. Flex shrink means the ability of an item to shrink in the proportion when less space is available. So I want this item to shrink more than the item number 2. Now see, if we are using this on a mobile device, see, it shrinks more compared to the item number 2. Okay. So here comes to an end of CSS Flexbox. So let us take a break of 10 minutes. Okay. Then we will start with CSS Grid. We'll resume at 12:50 p.m. Okay. We'll resume at 12:50 p.m. after 10 minutes break. Okay, so I hope everybody is based, everybody is back. व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप लिस्ट ना होगी। अरे भाई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप लिंक पे आप क्लिक करोगे तो आप ज्वाइन हो जाओगे। आई होप एवरीबडी हैव, मतलब दोस्त जो नहीं होंगे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे वो क्लिक करके आ गए होंगे मेरे हिसाब से। हम्म, ये हो गया और क्या क्या है, इसको कर दो हाइड। ठीक है, और मैं भी यूजिंग फॉन्ट ऑसम आल्सो इज एक डिफरेंट थिंग यार। ओके, वन सेकेंड। Align cell property is also very good thing here. We have checked. WhatsApp group is working. Please click on the link. You can join it. If the same problem is faced by any other people, please let me know in the comment section. Again, how that symbol we added. These are emojis. These are emojis. These are emojis. So for this thing to add, okay, very good question. Very good question. Vaishnavi Shinde, 1 minute. अरे कॉपी पेस्ट के अलावा भी एक ऑप्शन है भाई, बताता हूँ रुको। 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. 1 minute. Uh, so please use this link to join the group. Please use this link to join the group. And one more thing, yesterday only I have seen for these symbols. Symbols means emojis. So it is very well mentioned in W3 schools. Yesterday only I have seen. So all these emojis are nothing but a combination of characters. Okay. So 1 minute, you can see HTML emoji. See. So if okay, so let us check out this thing. And 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Okay, so now what I will do, let me comment. Okay, okay, comment out this thing, and we'll have a simple para and go open with live server. And okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. See, my first emoji. What I have written here, I have written and hash 128512 semicolon. So it has created an emoji with this kind of thing. So you can refer the HTM W3 School web page. Okay, so you can refer the W3 School web page. It's not working. Oh my god. 1 minute. Mm, mm, mm. 1 minute, let me check out why it is not already showing like that. One minute. One minute, just working on this thing. Okay. Now check this also. Another group link I have given. 1 minute. Okay. So another group link also I have given for you to add. So as far as these symbols, or I can call it as emojis. So with the W3 School web page, okay, you can easily understood how these symbols will get created. So they have given a list of symbols. So just using this code, you can create it. Okay. So I hope the symbols doubt is cleared. Just refer the things will get used. Okay. Now let us start with CSS grid, the most demanding tool. Now let me have the structure. Okay. For CSS grid, we will be doing 1 minute. Grid and as simple we have index.html and we have style dot. So okay, so I found some people have joined the group link which I have just shared. So they have entered in the group link of group number 39. Okay. So let us start with CSS grid. What is a grid? So for you to understand grid, I will take you through the Firefox Developer Edition. From there, we will start with the grid property. Okay. So 1 minute, let me have the settings for you. So what we will do here, we'll have the basic structure ready. And here we'll use the link. Okay. Now, what we do, we will have the live server here. Oh, this live server, we will be Firefox Developer Edition. So we are using the Firefox Developer Edition as our by default browser for a particular set of thing. I just want you to use this for you to understand how actually grid works. 1 minute. Okay, so the setup is complete by now. Okay, so I hope everybody has joined by now for the group links which I have shared. So let us start with CSS grid. Now, what is a grid? विकास जी बताइए ग्रिड क्या होता है थोड़ा समझाइए हमें भी आज विकास जी बताइए ग्रिड क्या होता है ठीक है बाय द टाइम लेट विकास विल रिप्लाई let me continue. Okay. So here, grid. Grid, as the name says, grid is a very important property in CSS, which works in two directions. So the drawback of flexbox is flexbox by default works in one direction, and for the second direction, we need to change the direction of the flexbox using the flex direction column. But in grid, what grid do? Grid divides whole of the page into rows and column. So that is the beauty of grid. Grid divides whole of the page into rows and columns. Fine. Now, uh, let us have the structure of the grid. So how we are using the structure of the grid? Let me take you through. So this is the structure, and we have some set of styles. Control C. Okay, so this is the set of styles what we have applied for our content. So control A, control shift P, format selection, and things get selected in a very proper manner. Now, what we will do, we will apply the property of grid. So control A, control shift P, format selection, enter. These red reds will get removed. So because sir, in your opinion, which is better, grid or flexbox? So my dear friend, usually people use a combination of both things. Based on your requirement, you use grid, you use flexbox, you use bootstrap. You can use anything. People use float also. People use block also. So based on thing जिस पे आपका हाथ सेट हो गया हो अभी मैंने बोला यार ये पेज बनाना है ठीक है तो आपके दिमाग में पीछे वर्किंग चालू हो गई अच्छा ये हेडर है ये फुटर है ये है ये वो है अच्छा अभी आइटम को ऐसे करना है तो उसको ब्लॉक से भी कर सकते हैं इसको ग्रिड से भी कर सकते हैं उसको फ्लेक्स डायरेक्शन कॉलम करके भी अपन फ्लेक्स से कर सकते हैं तो आपका माइंड कैसे सेट होता है कैसे उसको रिकॉग्नाइज करता है ये उससे सेट होता है ठीक है अभी फ्लेक्स और ग्रिड यूज करोगे तो रिस्पॉन्सिव करने में दिक्कत कम जाएगी ये इसके फायदे हैं ठीक है ओके सो okay coming back to the topic so we have our content like this now what we will do let us apply the display grid property to this class container okay what we do dot will have the g display of a grid so earlier in flexbox what happened as soon as we apply the display of flex what happened by default every item will get aligned in a single row but here nothing will happen why nothing will happen because as I've told you grid divides whole of the page into rows and columns so we need to define rows and columns okay so let us do that so let us have a GTC grid template columns of let's say 200 px and 500 px so two columns and a row of GTR grid template row of let's say 100 px and 300 px. So we have two columns and three rows. Okay, so fine, it will work like that. Now after this thing, Uh, I'll have a property of grid gap also to create the space between the items. Now let us see what is currently happening here. Okay, so we have 10 items. Okay, 1 to 10, we have 10 items, and we have created 3 rows and 2 columns. So what is happening here? We will be able to fix only 6 items in this particular scenario. Okay. So we will be able to place only 6 particular items in this particular scenario. But what will happen for the items which are after 6 for 7, 8, 9, and 10? So currently, what is happening here based on the size of the content here, okay, the space will be allotted to 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. Now, here, if you see, there are two type of tracks available. So for this, for you to see this thing, one second. Okay. So now focus on. Okay. So between 2 and 4, you can see two type of tracks. So these are the explicit tracks which are identified by dash. So you can see these tracks are the explicit tracks and these tracks are the implicit tracks. Okay. Now what are implicit and what are explicit? The implicit tracks are created by the grid system. Implicit means the tracks जो dot से बने, explicit tracks जो tracks dash से बने. Dash are called explicit tracks, and they had created because we have declared grid template rows and grid template columns. So that is why these are created. Okay. So there are two type of tracks. Now here, if you see the grid, okay. So read this 1, 2, because we have declared two columns. Now, if we go in a reverse pattern, so we have -1 and कहाँ गया -2 ये रहा. Okay. So if we go from left to right, it will be in a plus pattern. But if we go in a right to left, it will be in the minus pattern. So the counting will be in a minus trend from -1 to -2. Okay, so that is how it goes like that. Now, after this thing, for this 7, 8, 9, and 10, there's a property which is called as grid auto row. If I use grid auto rows to 150 px, now for the items which is outside this particular structure, this space of 150 px will be provided and it utilize that particular thing. Okay. Now 150 px of the space is being utilized by 7, 8, 9, and 10. So this particular space is 150 px. Fine. Now after this thing, let us check out the next property in CSS grid, which is called as the auto flow. Auto flow. Auto flow is okay. So for auto flow, let me have the structure first. So we have 22 items. Now, by default, what will happen if any new item will gets created? Okay, it will come by the it will come below item number 1. Why? Because we have created only columns here. We have no rows here. So in order to change it, we have a property which is called as the grid auto flow. So as soon as we apply the grid auto flow property, what will happen? GF grid auto flow property to column. What will happen? The new item will get created by the side of item number 2. That is how it works like that. Okay. That is how it works like that. So grid auto flow is again a very important property for you to create new columns. Now after this thing, we will be having a next thing in the CSS grid, which is called as the sizing of tracks. Now for this particular thing, let me have an increase in the items. So see, as we have given grid auto flow, what is happening currently, all the items will get created by the side of item number 2. Now, let me remove this thing and we have simply a grid gap and a display of grid with a grid gap of 20 px looks fine. Now, after this thing, let us create a let us create some columns. So we have GTC grid template columns with let us create with using the percentage pattern. So here, currently you see, we have created 4 columns of 25% each. So you can see 4 columns of 25%. Now, but what is happening here? The last of the column, if you see, the last of the column, if you see, sticks to the horizontal bar. It sticks to the horizontal bar. Why it is happening? Because we have some padding also. So that is why it sticks to the right side of the screen. Now, in order to overcome from this particular thing, we have a unit which is called as a FR. Now, let us apply this particular unit after removing this thing. So we have, let us put 200 px and 150 px and 1 FR. Now see what is happening. Okay. So what is happening? FR is the free space left after the explicit bit. Okay. So here 1 FR. Now the whole of the free space is being utilized by the column number 3. Okay. So that is how it goes like that. Now after this thing, we can have another column which is called as 2FR, means 2 times of the free space is being utilized by this column, 1 times of the free space is being by them, 150 px is by them, and 200 px is by them. Okay. Now after this thing, let us make it auto. Now what is this auto? Auto means depending upon the size of the content, the space will be given to you. So single digit, single space, more digit, more space. So that is how it works like that. Now after this thing, we have a very important feature which is called as the repeat functionality. Okay. So let us check out the repeat functionality. Repeat. So I want 2 times of 1 FR. Now the structure will be like that. क्या हो गया भाई? So first one is auto, then 150 px, then repeat 2 times of 1 FR. So 1 FR, 1 FR, then again 1 FR, then 2 FR. Okay. So this is how this repeat functionality will make you easily creating the rows and columns. Okay. So that is how this repeat functionality will be a very helpful feature for you to for you to create instant rows and instant column of same shapes and sizes. Now what I will do, let me have a change in the structure. Let me have a change in the structure with let's say 1 second, 1 second. I need to have the structure. Currently, see, based on the current configuration, our rows and columns will get created. Okay. Now we have around 30 items here. Now what we will do? Simply remove all this thing. I want to create 5 columns. So 5 columns of 1F. Very simple. 5 columns created with 1F. Now for this particular item 9, item 9, item 9, item 9, item 9. We have this class, and for this class dot item 9 will change the background color to white so that you will easily recognize it, and will increase the width to, let's say, 500 p. Okay, so this is the available width size. Now try to understand one thing. Currently what is happening here? If we have an item like this which have the width similar to item number 9, what will happen? It is currently disturbing the whole of the column. Ideally, ideally this has to be like this, and rest has to be like this. Okay. So for this particular thing, we have a property which is called as the span functionality. Okay. So we'll use a GC with a span of 2. With a span of 2. Okay. Means now see what is happening. This particular item is using the current space as per the requirement, and rest is using the 1FR space. So that is how it goes like that. Now what is happening? It is not disturbing the entire set of structure and aligning in a very proper manner. Now after this thing, okay, so there are some more ways in which we can have the spine functionality. We can give this to row also. So we use GR grid row span of 3. So you can see 1, 2, and 3. 3 rows get merged and 2 columns get merged. Okay. Now, one more thing in the span functionality. If I want the span to start from column number 2, so what I do? We use grid column start from 2, grid column end to 4. Okay. So 1, 2 start, 3, 4 end. And similarly for row, grid row start from, let's say, 2, grid row end 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say for 6. See. So for row start at 1, 2 start, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 end. So with the help of this span functionality, you can use this thing also very smoothly. Okay. Now, if I want to start from -2, now see how it works. So from -2, so -1, -2, let's start and end. So that is how it goes like that. Now, after this thing, let us check out the next important property in grid, which is called as the autofill and autofit. Now, what is this autofill and autofit? So, autofill property is used Autofill property is actually used with repeat function, and it is used by the grid to fit as many as possible items in the single row. Okay, this is the row, and in this row, if we apply auto fit, so it tries to fit as many as possible items in the single row. So it will try to fit the item number 30 also in the single row. So what we will do, we have the structure. Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. So let us use the autofill property. So for this particular thing, what we do, we will reduce this to now. Let us apply the autofill property. So we have grid template columns with the repeat autofill with 150 px. Okay. Now see what is happening. See, it tries to fit as many as possible items in the same row. See, so that is the beauty of autofill. Now, let us check out autofit. Autofit. What is autofit? Autofit is almost very similar to autofill, but there's a difference. And in order to understand the difference, let us use some more reduced items. And here, what we are using, autofill 150 px. Fine. Now what I will do, let me have change this to auto. Now for this auto fit, I want the item 4. This item 4 to move to the end. So we have G E grid column and 2 minus 1. Okay. Now here, if I change this again to autofill, see what happened. Particularly, this set of item is has moved to the end. So with the help of this autofill and autofit functionality, you can very easily create the navigation bar which have the content as home, services, products, and features, feedback, like this. So this is how it goes, like that. Now, min-max. Min-max, again, a very important feature which is being used in the grid system. Okay. So let us apply this min-max functionality. Okay. For the min-max functionality, let me have the structure like we have the content like this. Okay. So we have only 4 items available here. Okay. Now, uh, okay, so we have only 4 items. Now we will use the min-max functionality here. So here, what we do, we have a display of a grid gap of 20 px, grid template column with repeat autofill of, let me change this to 100 px for you to understand how min-max functionality will work actually. Now see what is happening here. Goodbye. What I have written is coming out of the box from the size what we have given of 100 px. No. Okay. So let us have a border also. Border 4px solid with. Now let us use how this feature will apply. Okay. So what do you use? We will be using a min max of min max of we will give two type of spaces here. Okay, 100px and comma 1r. So one repeat autofill min max. One second. If I change to 150px. Okay, fine. Now see what is happening here. We have given two type of spaces, a minimum space and a maximum space. So depending upon the content, the item will take the necessary space, and that is all a very helpful thing for the items, for the content to be responsive. So that is the beauty of min-max feature. So with the help of min-max feature, you can be very easily applying, or I can say adjusting the content in the web page. Now, after this thing, let us check out the next thing, which is very important thing, which is called as the grid column and the grid row concept to place the items. Okay. So for this thing, again, we need to have a very different kind of a structure. What I will do here, let me remove all this thing. So 1 second. Now we have altogether a very different kind of structure, and the structure will be. So this is the structure. Now try to understand the structure. The structure himself says, the structure myself says that I am the sidebar one. Okay, I am the sidebar two. Okay, I am the footer and I am the center content. Okay, sidebar one, sidebar two, footer and center content. So with the help of the grid column and grid row concept, we have to place the item. So what we will do here, we declare GPC grid template columns. We create three columns, one FR, one FR. No, center content will want more space, and GTR grid template rows 150px. What we did, we have created three columns and three rows. Now, for this parent class container, we will be applying a set of styles. What we do, we have the grid template area to place the items here. Uh, uh, uh. Now see the magic of Firefox. Okay, so now with the help of grid template areas, we will be able to easily identify that where which item to place. So here the sidebar one, footer, 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 the center content, sidebar two. So here we will be able to place the items perfectly. Okay. Now what we do, we need to assign the items. So how we will be doing this? So dot footer dot footer. We have the grid area as our footer आगे जगह पे अब अपन लेते हैं dot item 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 1 item 1 item 1 item 1 अपना क्या है ग्रिड एरिया वन item 1 आ गया ठीक है अब सिमिलरली वी हैव item 2 item item 2 नहीं item 3 होगा यहाँ पे item 3 will be in the sidebar 2 and we have the center content will be the item 3 we have here content uh one second so we have the content here. So that is how it works like that so with the help of what grid column and grid row concept we have placed the items perfectly. Now okay so now we will see the next thing. Next structure, see the responsiveness. Extra large, desktop, laptop, tablet, and the mobile view. Okay. Now let us check out the next layout, which is a very easy layout and very important layout. So instead of starting from most left, can we adjust it like space around evenly? Yes, we can use it here. You can use it. Now, you need to have an understanding of the basic properties. Where to use what, it all depends on you. You can use anything. The main motto is the output has to come. That's it. Okay. So let us check out the next layout will be the legendary masonry layout. So this layout again is a very important layout. Here you can fix the item as much as you want, irrespective of the size of the content. Let us check out how we are using it. So we have the parent class container, and here in this thing particularly, what we use plain display of grid grid gap of 20 pixels. So we have simple this code with us. Now what we will do here, we will create etc grid template column which will repeat functionality of 10 times of 1 FR. Simple 10 columns, 1 FR. फटाफट आ गए 10 columns बन के ठीक है. Now what we will do, we will add some irregularities here. So using the span functionality, we will add the irregularity. So nothing special. We have increased the size of the content. Okay. Now what we will do here, in order to fix the content properly, okay, we will be using the legendary masonry layout, which have the code as grid auto flow as dense. Now see the magic. Using a single line of code, okay, our item gets placed. But the problem is, here the sequence is not guaranteed. So if you want to maintain a sequence, you need to use a different thing. But if you do not want to maintain a sequence, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is below 1 to 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 is below 6. कहाँ गया 13, 13, 14 का भाई 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So it will fix all the items in the structure, but the main problem is you will not guarantee the sequence. It plays the items accordingly depending upon the available space in the particular web page. So that is the legendary masonry layout. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. So okay, so now we will see the next thing in grid, which is called as the alignment and centering. So we have seen alignment and centering in basics. We have seen alignment and centering in flexbox, and we have seen alignment and centering. We will see alignment and centering in grid also. Let us see how these things will work like. The properties, the values and properties, okay, both are almost same with an extension in every phase. Okay, so let us see what things we are going to use. So we are going to use here, we are going to use here justify item, align item, okay. Justify content, align content, justify self, and align self. Okay. Now justify item, align in row axis. Okay. Justify item, justify aligns in a row axis, aligns align means I just want to say here justify aligns in row axis, align aligns in column axis. So that is how it works like that. Now, now let me have the structure here. So 1 minute. We have a div dot. We will be using 20 items here. Okay. Now let us check out how these 20 items. Okay, very good here. Very good. So the attendance, the most awaited attendance two link has shared. Please fill it right here, right now. We'll hold the session for 1 to 2 minutes. Okay. भाइयों सेकंड अटेंडेंस शीट आ गई है लाइव चैट पे, देखिए फिल करके कंफर्म करिए यस, विल होल्ड अ सेशन फॉर 1 to 2 minutes. So please fill the attendance and confirm back. Hmm. So everybody please fill the attendance form and confirm in the live chat so that people will don't ask again and again. हमने भरा नहीं, हम भूल गए, हम खोल नहीं पाए, हम देख नहीं पाए, हम भर नहीं पाए. So please fill it right here, right now, and confirm in the comment box so that I will go ahead. Only Hassan have filled by now. Okay. So where are rest? Vikas कहाँ गया? Vikas, Vaishnavi, Kajal, Vivek, and Karthik, Keshav. Oh, I mean that. Okay. So guys, please fill it. Okay. Haritha also has filled it. Kajal also has filled it. भाइयों बता दो मेरे को तो मैं भी समझ जाऊंगा कि भर दिया लोगों ने. मैं आगे कंटिन्यू करना है मेरे को जल्दी जल्दी. फिर लंच करेंगे आधे घंटे का. Okay, so hope everybody have filled by now. ओके. अभी दोबारा मत पूछना सेकंड अटेंडेंस. अब थर्ड अटेंडेंस मिलेगा आपको अप्रोक्सीमेटली 6 बजे के आसपास. ओके. बाय 6 PM यू विल गेट द थर्ड एंड द फोर्थ आपको मिलेगा मोस्ट प्रोबेबली 8 आफ्टर 8 और बिटवीन 9. So that is how it goes like that. Okay. So now लेट मी कैरी ऑन द सेशन. क्लास कब रेज्यूम होगी? अरे क्लास तो अभी रेज्यूम हो जाएगी मैडम, 1 मिनट में. आई एम जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर रेस्ट ऑफ द पीपल टू फिल द अटेंडेंस. चलो, लेट्स रेज्यूम. ओके. Okay. So currently we are actually checking how we are using the justify item, justify content, justify self and align self properties to make the alignment possible. Okay. So let us use these properties in the structure we have with us. Okay. So for this thing, what I do, let me have a simple display of a grid. 1 minute, a simple display of a grid. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. It can display of the grid with a grid cap of 20 px with grid template column. Repeat 10 times for 1 hour, and a grid autoflow dance is not required. Okay, so this is a structure. It looks like that. Now, what we will do here, we will start with the justify item. So, as I've told you, justify aligns in the row axis. So, let us see how the alignment is happening. So, the value of justify are start and center and stretch. So, let us use this particular thing. So, we have JI justify item start. No, 1 minute. So, dot item. We'll have to change the background to okay, and remove this. Ignore this, please. Okay. Now see how items are moving. So let me open the inspect button also for you to understand the movement of the items. Okay. Now see how the items are moving. So start and enter. Okay. So the four values of justify are start and center and stretch. Now after justify item, we will see the next thing which is called as the align item. Now align item, how align item? It actually aligns the item along the column axis. Okay. The values are same. So let us use the align. So we have the display of a grid we have 20 px, grid template column with repeat 10 times for 1 fr, and we need to add the rows also. So we use gtr grid template rows with repeat 5 times of 100 px. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. Now see how the align items will work like that. So we have the align items start. Now items are moving in a vertical pattern, means top to bottom. And center. Now a very important thing which is being used in hundreds of websites. Okay. A basic property for you to place the item in a perfect center. Okay. For you to place the item in a perfect center, the justify item center, align item. See, the item will be in a perfect center. So these two lines of code are being used a lot. Justify item center and align item center. So these two lines of code are being used a lot. Simple display grid template rows, grid template column, justify item center, align item center. Your all the items will be in a perfect center of the page. And it is responsive also, na? See. कहाँ गया भाई? ये रहा. देखिए. सेंटर में है. Now, after align item center, let us see justify content. Now, justify content have the same set of values what we have in the flexbox. Start and center stretch, space around, space between, and space evenly. Now, let us apply these things. So, we have our structure like display of a grid gap of 20 px. A border property is missing here. That is why I found अच्छा क्यों नहीं दिखता है. If we solve it with okay, so border property is here, and we have grid template columns with repeat. Okay, so let me change this to px 5 times of 100 px. Okay, and grid template rows we have 5 times of 100 px. Same. Justify item center, align item center. Now we use a justify content. So JC justify content start. Now see the movement. So justify means row axis. Now the movement will be in the row axis. Okay, start. 1 second. Okay. And enter, stretch, space around, space between, AC only. So these are the 7 values of justify content. Start and center stretch, space around, space between, and space evenly. Now, after this thing, let us check out the align content. Align content, the same set of values, but for the align content, let us reduce the values. Here, what we are doing, we have a display of grid gap of 20 px. Height will add here. Height of let's say 100 px. Use that. Now we have a border property. We have having grid template column with repeat 5 times of 100 px. Grid template row is currently not at all required. Okay, justify item center align. Okay, fine. Now what we use the align content property. So we have the same set of values. AC align content to start. Now see the movement. Let me use the stretch so that you will easily notice. Okay. Okay, so start and enter, stretch, space around, space evenly, space between. Same set of values performing the same set of tasks. Okay. Now after this justify item, align item, justify content, align content, we will see the justify self property. So the justify self means it overrides the current set of rules. So you, okay, 1 minute, some questions. Sir, how are you turning this grid in your browser? So it is not putting in center as put as for vertical in align item. Vertical in align item. तो भाई मैंने वैल्यू चेंज कर दी ना यहाँ पे. अभी सेंटर कर दूंगा. देखिए सेंटर, justify item center, align item center. If I remove this, it is in a perfect center. So for this particular box, for this particular grid, okay, please see it is in a perfect center. If I remove this thing, you will not able to find it. So that is why I am having this button active so that you will be able to judge that currently how the movement is happening. Okay, so let us go back. Now here, what we will see here. So we'll see, apply the justify self property for some particular item. So for the item 8, control C. Item 8 will change the background color to item 8 to, let's say, orange. Okay. Item 8 is this one, na? 1 minute. So this is the item orange, red. Let me change this to light blue. Now we will apply the justify self property. So we have the JS justify self to item. Now see the moment how it moves. Again, it is in the row axis because it is justify. Start and enter. That is how it goes like this. After justify self, we have the next thing and the last thing in CSS, which is called as a align self. And align self again works in the pattern of column axis. So what we do, we have the structural change here. We have display of a grid gap of 20 px, height of 500 px, border we have, grid template columns with repeat 5 times of 100 px, grid template row with, let me have the row in a different pattern again. We have 1fr, 1fr, 300p. Okay, so this is the structure. Align item, justify item, align item, justify item. Okay. Now, what we do in this particular thing, if I use align cell, see, at see the moment, it is vertical movement, and enter. That is how things move like that in align self property. Agent X, hello. चलो क्लियर हो गया था चैट आप लाइकिंग आई थिंक okay, so might be possible chats are lagging. So my dear friends, let us have a big break of 30 minutes for lunch. So tell you can see it break for 30 minutes will resume at 2:30 p.m. with JS. Okay. So lunch break of 30 minutes will resume at 2:30 p.m. with JS. So 1 minute. Hari, are you here?
Yes, sir.
So Hari is here. Hari will take you through the end-to-end point of JavaScript. He is very good in JavaScript and will clear your each and every doubt. So Hari will start the session with JavaScript from 2:30. Okay, bye bye. Take care. See you.
Hello everyone. Is my voice is audible for all? So I hope that you. See my, can you able to see my face? Like, yeah, sorry for that. So just the portal issue. Okay. So just a minute. I will share my screen. Yeah. So okay. So I think hope you all are completed your lunch breaks. So today we're going to the next 4 hours, the 4.5 hours, we're going to get started with JavaScript. Okay. So till 6:30, it is going to be JavaScript, and we're going to cover everything. What are the essential things? Okay, it's not everything. Okay, so we're going to see what are the essential things for this 4 hours, and how can we come up with some good applications, and why actually JavaScript is needed, whether we can create an application without JavaScript. It is possible. Everything, whatever it is in your mind, and what is the doubt that is in your mind, and you have it, you can tell it in the chat box. I can see the chat box and I reply to you. Okay, so let us make this much more interactive. Then probably this 4 hours will be a cakewalk for you. Otherwise it will be, it will take some lag. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay, so before getting into the session, I just want to ask you two questions regarding before just as continue on to the JavaScript, right? So I just want to two question ask with you. So the first one is, how many of you know JavaScript a little bit already? So I know JavaScript because most of you joined this bootcamp because you need to excel in your web development. Most of are new. And how many of you already know JavaScript? Like, I have created some basic applications like that. So how many of you already know like that? If you entirely new, you don't know anything about development and anything about JavaScript, then type new in the chat box. Or if you already there, I just created some basics and I know the basics fundamentals, then type basics. Okay, so like that, just type it pretty soon. Okay, so meanwhile, what I will do, I go and create a folder in my desktop. Okay, let us, here we only we're going to work with, let us open it with VS Code, close it down. Yeah, type new little bit. Okay, most of them are new, right? So both, basically most of them are new, that is fine. Second one is, how many already know some other programming languages? Like, basically you are coming from some computer science background, so you know some other programming language. And if you are from non computer science background, you don't know any programming language, right? So if you already know about some basics about, like, if you coming from background, so what is the programming language that you know? So tell what is the programming language you know, right? Right, basics, new. Yeah, just type it, C++. Yeah, like that, same like that, because because no C++. And like that, if you know anything, just type the languages, what are the languages you know. Okay, so these are the two questions, and I don't ask any other questions. Okay, don't worry about that. So let us, meanwhile, I just going to create two folders. One is index.html and another one is style.css, which we need. Okay, so we will go with that. Java plus Python. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So before getting into the session, I just want to tell you and one thing. So what is the one thing is, so whatever the language you know, that is good. But right now, for this 4 hours, just forget about all the language that you can, and you can take away the concepts. Okay, the concepts are going to be same, like variables, data types, loops, everything will be same. But the syntax and the way of working is differ from each and every language, and it is way differ in JavaScript. Okay, so don't compare whatever the language that you already know with the language that we're going to see, JavaScript. Okay, so because it is way different compared to other. So what is the way different is? We will discuss that thing deeper into this 1 hour. We're going to see that thing only deeper. Okay, so basically, if you know Java, don't compare Java with JavaScript. Python, don't compare Java with JavaScript. Okay, so we know that each and every programming language is different. The concept is going to be same, but in JavaScript it is much more way different. Okay, so compared to Python and Java, it is much more way different. Okay, so let me discuss what is that and why we don't want to compare and everything. We will discuss it. If you are completely new, I don't know any programming language, this is first time, then you don't want to worry about anything, because that is for this 4 hours you can go with that. And if you already know some basics, you will get more insight. And I think you have some doubts, right? So when we want to become a developer, so the first language that is going to hit us hard is JavaScript, right? So wherever you go, it will be end with JavaScript, ReactJS, JavaScript, like JS, everywhere JS, right? So what is this JS? Why this JS is contributing in the development field, and why it is so big, right? So, and we need to discuss that, right? So what is the big thing that it is going to do that? And let me see that, and we will cover entire thing about JavaScript, and then we will going to hit JavaScript as front end. How can we learn? We're going to see that, right? Okay. Sir, when will you bring the second attendance form? Is that how many attendances already shared? Can anyone tell in the chat box how many attendances already shared? Is that one attendance or two attendance? It is already given. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so just it is already given. Just go and scroll down the chat box. Okay, so you can able to see the second attendance form. Okay, so already two attendance form is there. And if you wait till, like, if you are in the live, you can get it there itself, or otherwise just go scroll down and you can see it. You can get the attendance form. Just fill it. Fine. Okay. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you for your response. Let us go and discuss. Okay. So now what we're going to do, this is the folder that we have created. Let us open. It's already open with VS Code. I just go here, open. I just going to create the basics structure for my index, a boilerplate. Sorry, I just created index.js. Just create index.html. Okay, we will create a boilerplate and serve our file with the local server, which is going to mention it as JavaScript tutorial. And before that, I just want to answer some one more question is that. So what is the jargon that you came up in the internet? Like when it comes to JavaScript, you have something in your mind, right? You have some questions before getting started that is disturbing us to get into JavaScript, right? So if you have some questions like that, like, so why this question is disturbing me to get into that learning that particular language? If you have something in like that in your mind, you can tell it in the chat box while we are covering the concept. We will discuss it why that is happening and everything. Okay, if you have it, that is fine. If you don't have it, that is also fine. Okay, screen is not properly visible. I think so the screen is visible properly. So JavaScript learning for backend. Yes, this kind of question, right? So this kind of question is what I wanted. Okay. So if you have something in your mind, just tell it in the chat box, because I will cover at the end of this 4 hours. We will cover everything. Why JavaScript backend? JavaScript is a programming language. JavaScript is Java. Both are same. Like that. So much of questions is there, right? Just cover it out. We're going to tell it in the chat box. We're going to decode everything and we will give an answer for you. It's like Vaishnavi, just this is restream. Okay, so I will come to you. Don't confuse this one. Okay, so this is not a screen. I am sharing my screen. Okay, so it is fine. Okay, so let me do one thing. Now you can see my screen clearly. So I will come to that page to see your comments. Okay, so don't worry about that. So let us open it with the live server. Now you can see our live server. Okay, so I just create the universal welcome. Hello world. Okay, and let us make this CSS. So we have created our HTML. Now what I want to do, I just want to link my CSS with HTML. Well, how can I link it? Well, we know that it is an external CSS. We can use the link.css to link our external CSS, and we can add it. So now I want to check it whether my CSS is added or not, right? So what we can do, we can give some property, fetch something, and give some colors and look it whether it is changing or not. If it is changing, then it is your application is working. If it is not changing, then your application is, you need to look into that, right? So now what I'm going to do, I just going to create a separate file for JavaScript. Okay, so we are creating it, and the extension for creating it .js, whatever the name you want to give, you can give it, but the extension is .js. Now I just want to link my JavaScript with HTML. Now the question is why. Here itself we need to ask the question, why I need to link JavaScript with HTML. So if I link HTML with the CSS, we know why, right? Why? Because HTML is going to be the structure of a website, and CSS is like making the alignments and the design, creating some good looking user interface, like the design part, alignment part, layout part. So we need to link our CSS with HTML to change the base structure, right? That's what it is. Then why JavaScript? First of all, we need to know what is JavaScript. Then only we can link with HTML, right? So what is JavaScript actually is? So right now understand what is JS. JS used to change or manipulate the HTML and CSS. So what is mean by this? So why we are using JavaScript is initially and basically why it is built for, the language is built for it is used to manipulate the HTML, the base page, and the CSS. So what is mean by manipulating? Changing. Okay, let me see with some example. Let me see with some example. So before that, we need to understand how the entire web process is working. Okay, so if I want to create a website, okay, I just want to create a website or an web app. So what is the difference between website and web app? That is not, there's a difference is that website is simple static website. So the categories like the less backend work and less progress interaction, it will be comes under website. For example, blog website, newspaper website, portfolio website, and searching information website, like that. Okay, so they are comes under website, and company page website, landing page website, everything comes under website. They are just simple static page. A little bit interaction will be there, and it is used some CMS and those so much of things to create that. Okay, that is fine. That's how it will be created. And what is a web app? Web apps are progressive working applications, which means like Netflix, Hotstar, what we can say, like any other LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, right? So they are comes under web app. So what we are doing, we do so much of things, and there are so much of interaction will be there, and we will do a lot of things, right? So not a single just reading something and giving comment, not a single that like that. So just have some progressive web application, that is web app. Okay, so if you want to build these two things, the process is going to be same. So what is the process I want to follow? Well, let us take a client. A client is means like a person who want to build a website or a web app, okay, for his own. Okay, he want to create it. Okay, so we can take till like a blog website. He want to create it for his own. Okay, so that's what he need to do. So I just going to say blog. So a client want a blog website. Okay, so how the process will take place means, well, the process will take place. First, the UI UX designer will design our website. So what is meant by this UI UX designer? What he is going to do? It's simply the graphic designing part. Like they will design, they will use some Figma applications. Like you can see the Figma application like here. So you can design the applications, and initially before started to writing the code, you can write all the user flow, site maps, and how the application need to work, what are the interaction that we need to make, like that. Okay, the graphical representation of your website. The design is everything that is linking our thought process with the code technology. Okay, so design is what it is. So the UI UX designer, he will design our code. Okay, and once he design it, and then he will share the process. So what he will give means, he will just give a picture of it, right? So he just show me the picture of it, and that's what he will do. And once the UI UX designer is completed, then it will carry to the front end developer. Okay, so he will, so what he will do, So the front-end developer is going to convert our picture. Right now, it's just a photo, right? So just like a picture, and he's designed it, right? So he's just designed other website with picture. Right now, I need to convert that image, that pictures, to understand by the browsers. Okay. So the front-end developer, what he will do means he will create a user interface in code. Okay, that is understandable by the browser. So what is meant by user interface? How the website is looking. So if you are right now, we are watching it in YouTube, right? So how the YouTube is looking. So initially a designer designed the YouTube, okay, and that is a picture. And a developer, front-end developer, he will take the image and look it is like a reference, and he started to write code, and he will come up with the same exact user interface. Okay, so that he will come up with. So that is the work of the front-end developer. And what is the back-end developer? Well, the back-end developer is take care of the logic of a website. So what is meant by the logic of a website? So logic of the website is nothing but how, if for example, in our blog, what is the logic? Well, if I write the blog in somewhere and I post it, it need to show to the browser, right? So it need to show it. And if someone commented that, and their post need to store it, if someone commented or like something, I need to store the data in somewhere, and I just want to show it for some other persons also. So that is the logic of the website. Okay. So right now we are streaming, and the YouTube is providing the live to you, and you can chat here, and you can like here, subscribe here, like so much of things, right? So they are comes under the work of backends, and that we can able to do with this backend work. Okay. So how it is happening? So how this backend is happening? So let me see that. So how to work with UI UX, we don't want care about now. The coding part is that front end and back end. Okay. So we know that what is front end developer. So he create the user interface. The other name for front end developer is client side developer. What is this? Other name for is client side developer. And here the backend developer is design logic part of a website, and he is called as server side developer. Okay, once the backend is completed, then we just use hosting to host it. Okay, so during hosting, you need to do some optimization work, and then you just host it. So it depends upon what application that you are creating. You can go for any hosting that you can host it. That's it. That's what the process is, and then it is carry forward to the digital marketing team. And what they will do, they will market whatever the service they want to do it. This is the company workflow. Okay, so you design to marketing. Okay, that's what it is. And our part is lies in between them, the technological part. So building in the tech. Okay, so here it will be there. Okay, so what are the tech stacks are used to create a user interface? Well, we already know that HTML and CSS, right? With the HTML, we will create the base page, and with the CSS, what we will do, we will create the good looking website, right? Design part of it, right? And what is the backend developer will do? So with the help of backend developer, you need a server. I will tell what is a server. I need what is a server, and we need an programming language. I will tell what does that mean. Okay? And we need database. So what is this? So what is first of all server? A server is the one that will carry your information throughout the internet, and it will serve whatever the information that you want. For example, you are going for Google and search for hello world, okay, and you are searching for it, and you can able to see you are getting some result, right? How it is happening? You can able to see this link. Right now you are in the domain of www.google.com, and you are searched for a query and that is hello, a gap, that is why the plus is there, and word is there. Okay, and there is some parameters is passing around the next to it, and it is giving result. The Google server is giving result to it. So what has happened means, when you ask something, that request is taken by server. Okay, so each and every website is going to have a server, and that server takes the information and travel through the internet, and it will go for a place called database. Okay, it will go for a place called database. So what is database? It's like a good old storage unit where all the informations are stored. So where in Google these kind of informations are stored in Google, and it will go and just grab all the information that is related to the keyword that we have searched for, and it is again come to the user interface, and it will show the result. There are around this kind of result will be there. Okay, so the time taking is 0.43 seconds. The server takes the time to go and execute, and it will come. And if you search for some other thing, and you can able to see what is the time is taking to serve your files, and it will be coming here, and what is the result that you are getting here, like this. Okay, so this is what is the server where we will get is that we need to create. No, the server in like in, if you see it in the film, you can able to see a big boxes will be there in a separate room, and there are lots of wires connected, right? So that is actually server. It is server. Let us go further. You can able to see this kind of thing, right? So this is actually what the server it is. Okay, so basically if we are a developer, if we want the server, we can buy it from a server providers. Okay, so there are a lot of server providers will be there, and they have in a separate room, they maintain all the servers and everything, and we will buy the server, particular server, and this kind of bandwidth, this kind of speed, I can buy it. Okay, while hosting buying, you can get to that one. And database is like same like that, in a separate room, there is a database will be there, and it will be database. So you can able to see database management system. So it is also like that. In some place it will be stored. Okay, so just a minute, I just turn my chart. Yeah, okay, sorry for that. Okay, so database is also like server, so it will be maintained by some third parties. We don't want to create our own anything like that, so they will have some very big databases. We will just buy the subscription and we can use the database. And what is a programming language? What is the need of it? Well, we need to talk with the server, right? When someone clicked the button, okay, when someone just enter this button, okay, so this kind of queries happen, then you need to take this information, travel through the internet, go for the database and look for any matching keyword is there in my databases or not. If it is anything is matched, then you need to send a response to them, right? So we need to write the logic. So that's why we need this programming language. Okay, now let us come here. This is the entire process. Now what is JavaScript? So JavaScript is not a programming language, first of all, when it was introduced. But right now, JavaScript can able to do whatever the programming language can do. But when it was introduced in 1995, a person named Brendan Eich, he created JavaScript in 10 days. So the JavaScript is called as client-side scripting language. So what is mean by, what is the difference between programming language and a scripting language? A programming language can do multiple things. It can able to create applications, apps, and we can even operating systems, and you can able to do so much of things. You can speak with the backend, you can integrate it with anything, analytical purpose, you can do it. But if it is comes to under the scripting language category, it will do a particular purpose only. For example, you can use PHP. PHP is a server-side scripting language. So which means it can able to use, we can use the PHP in the backend of the applications only, right? We cannot use PHP to create an OS. Same like that. But if you take a programming language like Python, if you take Java, and you can able to use it in so many use cases will be there, right? A scripting language is a language, but not like a programming language. It is also a language. It is meant for specifically meant for a specific purpose. Okay, so here JavaScript is called as client-side scripting language. So okay, so then what it is used for? Look for this word client. So where this client is used, you can able to see here in front end. They're always called, it is another name, it's called as client-side development. So this is used for client-side scripting. It is called as client-side scripting language, which means initially JavaScript is used for front-end development. Initially, okay, it is came for front-end. What is the use case of it front-end? Just imagine we have HTML and CSS to create a static page, and we will buy server from other side. And programming language, we have so much of programming language in backend, we can use it. You can go and like search it. There are so many programming languages available. We can use it in backend, and we can have databases and we can connect with them. Which means I can able to create an entire website or web apps without JavaScript, right? There is no JavaScript is here, right? So we don't want to use it. Then without JavaScript, can we able to create an application? Yes, of course, you can able to create an application without JavaScript. But the main thing is, what is the problem without JavaScript, and what is the solution that JavaScript is giving to you? Okay, remember that. Let us go for a website and see this one. Yeah, sure, I will check it for every 10 to 5 minutes. Okay, thanks all. Yes, because you will get all the access in the last minute, like end of the 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, can you able to see now? Right, so we will see while writing code, we will see that. Okay, yeah. So now what I'm going to do, let us go for Wikipedia. Okay, so let us click here, and okay, Wikipedia changed their user interface. Fine, I type for any search, open it, go for the home of Wikipedia. Yeah, this is the home of Wikipedia. Okay, that is fine. Okay, so before, initially without JavaScript, what will happen means you can able to create a website before 1995 when JavaScript was not introduced. What has happened means every time you are making an interaction, okay, every time you're going to make an interaction with the website, okay, if you are clicking, double clicking, and whatever the interaction you're going to make, okay, so that will be handled by the server. Okay, that will be handled by the this server. Okay, so everything is handled by the server. Because of that, what will happen means even for small work, what we need to do, we need to depend on the server. But what the server will do means the server will take a time to work. Okay, because it need to take the request, and it is need to travel through the long wires, that is the internet, and it is go for the place where your application is served, and it is work in the database, and it will come an application, and it will do it. A time will be take place. For example, if I ask for something like here, like, okay, if I ask for it, you can able to see the page is get reloaded, right? You can able to see the page is get reloaded. So why it is reloading means that is the server taking time. Okay, the server is working, and it is going to the database and collecting the information, and again it is coming to here and is sending the information, right? So that is the server is taking the time. And for even for small interaction, it will takes the time. Okay, so that is what the application is created. So now I just going to show you a little bit example. Okay, and with this example you can able to understand what is what is JavaScript is doing, and why we need to avoid this lot of every time we need to go for the server. Okay, so I just give an example. What is that means? Okay. Oh, there are so much of questions asked. Okay, so I will see it and I will reply it. Okay. So the first question, first thing, what is the example is? So let us consider you are going for an shop. Okay. So let us go. You are going for an medical shop. Okay. So you are going for medical shop, and you are asking for any tablets. Okay. You are just entered it to that, and you are asking for any tablet. Now the owner, the shopkeeper. Okay. So he just received your information, and he just go and search for what you have asked. For example, you are asking for, can you give some tablets for headache and stress relief pill, and he just go and take the response, and he just go and search. Okay, and he's taking that pill and giving to you. Okay, just give it to you. Okay, so that has happened. Now you are asking some additional informations. Okay, that is not the main work, but additional information about the pill. For example, you are asking about what is the company of this pill is created, whether it is this kind of, what is the chemical that is used to this mg. No one asked it, but I'm there just for example. And what is the company is created, what is the MRP of it, and what is the is that we have any medical discount. I have some coupons for medical discounts. Either you have that, like that you are having some additional information. Let us consider you have some, you are asking for 20 questions. Okay, small questions. Okay, 20 questions. And this owner, the shopkeeper, he's taking time to reply to you. For example, you are asking about what is the company's created. So then he started to look into a notebook and what is the company name, where it is located, and he's taking time to do replying to you. Just imagine for 20 questions you need to answer it. Okay, so each and every question the owner is taking time to search it, and he's giving the answer to it. Will you make any other purchase in that shop? Will you? Just tell it. Could I get the next kind of any suggestion? Students is watching video. Should I learn next by your opinion? Can you tell it? Sir, can I learn Django with the most important with this? Yeah, you can just tell it. I just reading the comment. You can just tell it. Okay. So like you are asking for a medical bill, and you are asking some small questions, and each and every questions the shopkeeper is taking time. He's searching in the record what is the bill is created and what has happened, and is that any this medical discount is valid or not, like that. He's taking around 3 to 4 minutes to reply to you. Okay, will you make any other purchase in this shop according to your opinion? Dev Kumar, sir, I am a new beginner, learned HTML CSS, watching the video. What should I learn next year? You can watch this 4 hours, you will get an idea. Okay, sure this. Okay, so can I learn Django? This is more important is this. You will get an idea before completing this. You will get an idea. Okay. Okay. So no. Why no? Why no? Is that you feel like trustworthy? It should be fast, right? Okay, fine. So Java is just pointed out. Okay. So for 20 question, he is taking time, and also remember that what I am telling, he is searching for records, which means he is not know about that product. Okay, so that is an thing is that right? So he's taking that means he's not that much familiar in that particular product that he's given to him, and he's taking the time, right? Because it will be covered in this class. Okay, so it will be covered JavaScript, what is DOM and JS, it will be also covered. Okay, so don't worry about it. Okay, so that is the thing is here. So now you are going to another shop. Okay, so now you are going to another shop, the same medical shop, and you are buying some pills, and now you are asking the same 20 to 15 to 20 questions. Okay, and now you are asking for the pill. The owner is go and take the pill, and he is giving to you. Okay, so he is given, and now you are asking the small information, what is the company and what is the MG that I want to use, and those things that you are asking for around 20 minutes. Now instead of that owner, the shopkeeper, we have a salesperson. Okay, we have a salesperson, and the salesperson, what is the work of the salesperson is he know about everything what inside that website, the additional information that you're going to ask it, and whenever you are asking the information, he's replying quickly. He's telling that, so this kind of MG you can use it, this coupon is valid till this date, and you can use it for this purchases also. Like that, he's giving all the information without the server. The server, what is the main work of the server? The server is done. The owner just I give it to you, and he's go and sit. And the salesperson will take care of it. And he's telling whatever the additional information that you want, he's telling it. So now it is so promising, right? So exactly the same work, that is what JavaScript is doing in the website. Okay. So what does that mean? Simple. Every time you are going to make an interaction, the first shop, the server is going to respond. So which means each and every time you are going to click something, you are asking something, you are doing something, and whatever the interaction you are going to make, the server need to travel through the internet, go for the database, look for the related search and query, and he come back to you and he need to explain to you. It takes some time. Now let us apply to the application, the real world application. If you are in Facebook, you like something, the page will get reloaded. It will take some time. If you comment something, the page will get reloaded. It will take some time. If you anything, whatever the interaction that you're going to make, it is going to give, and it is going to take some time to load something, and it is need to show to you. Okay, so that is what the before JavaScript, even the Facebook was built it, right? So that's what it is. Now just consider any web application. You're just going to create a web application like Google Map. What are the interaction that you make in Google Map? Dragging down, dragging up, right? So we will drag the Google Map, we will zoom in, zoom out. Each and every time you're going to make an interaction, the server need to work with. Is that possible? We can come up with some good application? No, right? So that is why the JavaScript is here. So what the JavaScript will take place is, well, if you want to do something, if you want to change something, well, I'm here. I will interact with the browser, okay, not some other thing. Interact with the browser that you are working with, and I will give you the information for you dynamically. Okay, whatever the interaction that you're going to make, I will give you the information dynamically, and you don't want to go for the server for all the time. Only when you need it. When you need it, during that time you can go for it. So which are the time that we need the server? Well, initially the page is reloading, we need the server, and we are sharing some data, getting some data, we need the server. And all other places we don't need the server, we can work with that, right? For example, JavaScript, here that is what happening. The JavaScript manipulating the HTML and CSS. An example I can give it. Let us go for a website called Dribble. A Dribble website is for UI UX designer, graphic designer, and everything. You can see this is the website that is Dribble is coming with, right? You can see that every interaction that we going to make, okay, every interaction that we going to make, it is going to take care by the server. So which means if I click this button, if I click this button, it need to disappear, right? So what the server will do means it will take the request and it will go and produce an entirely different HTML without this ad. That is what it will produce. But with the JavaScript, what it will do means, if you click it, okay, you don't want it, I will fade out that particular div. This div, I just going to, with the help of animation, we are just fading out, right? Which means hiding the thing. Okay, so that's what we are doing. And you can see this one, H1, and then you can able to see this paragraph, right? So if I click this button, you can notice that the page is not reloaded, but you can see the content of the element is changing and the background is also changing. Trending, animation, motion, graphics, design, discover the finish animation, like this, right? The H1 is changed, the paragraph is changed, and the background is changed. If I clicking this, you can see the page is not reloaded and the content of this each and everything is changed, right? You can see here, and you can see this popular drop down. If I click this one, I'm making an interaction, but it is not involved by server. The JavaScript is doing that. It is interacting with the browser and it is creating an entire div, and inside the div we are created an UL. And if you click it, I will minimize it. If I click it, I maximize it. Filter, if I click it, you can see it will come. If I click it, it will hide. We don't want to go for server for each and everything. And move up, this is also okay. And this is what JavaScript is doing. And whenever we need server, well, sign up, I need to send a data, I need the server. If I click it, you can see the page will get reloaded to produce some different page. You can see the pages get reloading and I can able to sign up here. And if you want to sign in, this is sign in. And if you click sign up, you can see the pages get reloading. I can go for this page and I can able to sign up here, right? So whenever I need the server, I can go for it. And all other times, if I want to manipulate anything, I can able to do it. And you can able to see here, if I right click and inspect, you can see this one, this element. You can see this element, right? So this is a browser tool where we can able to see all our HTML code, okay, of this website. So right now I just going to click this now and I just click inspect. And you can see this one, this paragraph. Inside this paragraph only we having this span tag and yeah, this div. You can see this PSST class. This div is the entire navbar. So I over it, you can able to see what is the thing, right? So it is going to be the entire tag that is containing this advertisement. And now you can see that this is the HTML tag, a div with class PSST. If I click this one, you can able to see a class, a changes will be happen here. If I click it here, you can see what has happened. It is applying a style called, the JavaScript is applied a style called display none with some time running out, right? So now you can see here the display, what is the styling it is applied, you can able to see here. If I just remove this one, you can see it will come here, okay? You can see I just commented off. If I click it, an animation will happen. You can able to see the countdown and how it is going to display none. If I click it, you can see it is applied. Now I can remove, it will come, it will be applied. So this is what JavaScript is doing. When you make an interaction, I just want to hide this particular div from this page. Okay, just I want to apply, change the CSS of it. I need to change it. And now you can see this one. Let us right click and inspect this H1. And you can able to see trending, illustrator, line art and sketches, right? And if I click this product design, you can see something has happened. And you can see here the product design apps and e-commerce app is changed. What is doing? Everything is done by JavaScript. Okay, so that is what it will doing this. DOM is a part of JS. Yes, just ask the question, it will be that. Okay, it will be coming here. So now let us come here. This is what JavaScript is doing. Let me know that without JavaScript, how a modern website will look like, right? So what I can do, I just go for the settings. We can go for the settings, go for privacy and security. Scroll down, you can able to see something called as site changes. If you click it, you can able to see this JavaScript. In a browser, you can able to see JavaScript, not Python or some things. JavaScript, okay? This is very important. I click here, you can able to see this option. Site can use JavaScript. Don't allow the sites to use JavaScript. We have two things, two options will be there. Right now, by default, in each and every site can use JavaScript will be there. I just go and click this one. And what is going to happen is, if I reload any pages, in that page, JavaScript will not work. That is what we're going to see. And we're going to see how the website is going to be look like without JavaScript. First, let us go for Wikipedia. Okay, you can see some of the Wikipedia's, there is not that much of JavaScript is added, and the user interface is recently, before 1 month only, the user interface also changed. Now I just going to refresh this page, and you can able to see the advertisement here. It come, right, it is gone because the JavaScript is disabled. You can able to see here it is gone, but in Wikipedia you cannot see that much of JavaScript. It is mostly involved with the server only, because we just click it will go server and provide the information. There is no information is here. Let us go for triple. You can see there are so much of this div. This is also created with JavaScript. This drop down JavaScript. This filter JavaScript. And if you click this one, it is changing to another page, and you can notice that the page is not reloaded. Okay, so for now the hint is, if the page is reloaded, then it is something backend is doing, the server is working with that, right? And you can see the content is also loading, and drop down also, everything is produced by JavaScript, right? So now I just going to refresh it. I just going to completely avoid JavaScript for this side, and I just going to look it. You can see there is no, it is applied. You can see here there is no differences, right? Now let us scroll down. You can see this, how the website is looking without JavaScript. So why the grid is showing, why the grid is not applied? Well, this content is changed dynamically, right? So that JavaScript is doing that, and it is only creating the grids also. Okay, it is only creating that grid kind of things also. So without JavaScript, it will look like this. And let us click this popular. You can see it is not working. No popular without JavaScript. No filter without JavaScript. And even you cannot see the icon for scroll up without JavaScript. Okay, and if you click this button, you can see everything what I want to do, the page is going to reload. If I click this like button, you can see page is reloaded and it is redirected to some place, right? And if you go and click this button, it is without reloading, it is just produced, changed the content of the H1 and everything, right? If I click this one, you can see the page is reloaded, and now it is producing the entirely different HTML and it is giving to me, right? Without JavaScript. This is how it will work. So it is a website, that is fine. Let us go for Google Map. Okay, and let us click this Google Map. You can see whenever you eliminated the JavaScript, whatever remains must be an empty space. Please enable JavaScript to see Google Maps. So they given a very beautiful warning mail to, without JavaScript you are using, then you don't want to use Google Map. That's what it is. So why they are tell like this? Because think about the interaction that we are making in Google Map. How many interaction for each and every zoom, it is an interaction. Each and every dragging, it is an interaction. So every time it is go for the server means it will not happen. And if it is happens means then no one use Google Map. That's what it is. So that is why they are saying enable JavaScript. So now you can see allow sites can use this JavaScript. And now I just refresh it. And now just go refresh it. Now you can able to see this dragging interaction, whatever interaction, dragging down, dragging up, everything is done by JavaScript. Zoom in, zoom out, JavaScript. Pinging, everything is JavaScript only. Okay, so this is what JavaScript is doing, and with the help of JavaScript we can able to produce an website dynamically. Okay, and I go do one thing, settings, go for the privacy, site, scroll down, JavaScript, allow sites can use JavaScript, and just change the settings and refresh it. Now you can see here the JavaScript allowed sites, how a website is created. This is right. That's it. Let us close down. Okay, so this is what JavaScript is doing, the main important thing. Okay, so the main important thing JavaScript is doing, whenever we want a server we can go with, on all the other time whatever the dynamically the content you need to produce, you can produce it here. Okay, so with the help of, so how it is achieving, with the help of JavaScript, simply we can manipulate the HTML and CSS. So we see a real world example also, right? So changing the H1 HTML, giving a display none CSS, that is done by JavaScript. How the JavaScript is achieving? Well, the JavaScript speak with the browser. The JavaScript speaks with the browser. How many browsers are there then? We have so much of browsers. We have Google, we have Firefox, we have Safari, we have Brave, we have Opera Mini, like so much of browsers in there, right? So each and every browser, the JavaScript is communicating and responding to, according to the communication, it is responding to it. Okay, we will discuss it. But here, how JavaScript can able to communicate with the browsers? Why not Python? Why Why not Java? Why not C++? No other programming language is not there in front end. How can JavaScript can able to communicate with the browser? Why not some other programming languages are not able to communicate with it? Because if you take backend programming language, we can have Java, Python, so much of programming languages that we can be able to use it. For front end, there is only one language is that is JavaScript. Why? What is the one thing that is JavaScript has, and what is the other thing that the other programming languages not has? We have a doubt, right? So what does that means? Why it is happening here? Right? So what is happening here? Why JavaScript can able to communicate only with the browsers? Why not other programming language? Now only Python is getting towards the HTML and it is communicating with that. But JavaScript is still there in 1990s, right? So how it is possible? Well, JavaScript is not doing any special thing. Okay, it is meant for speak with browser only. And at the end of the day, this browsers is going to understand only zeros and ones, right? So that is why no other programming language is not able to communicate with the browsers. Okay, so they are work with the server, they are communicate with the servers, but not with the computers. Like they are not able to do this. They just want to create zeros and ones. They will understand only the binary codes, right? Then how, whether we're going to write JavaScript in zeros and ones, an assembly language or in a low-level programming languages like that? No, we're going to write it in basic English format only. We're going to write the code. So then how it is possible? Well, the browsers take the initiatives, not the JavaScript, right? So the browsers take the initiatives, which means what is that? To like this JavaScript need to run in the browser means each and every browser has an engine, JavaScript engine. They created, the browsers created an engine to run JavaScript in their browsers. Imagine, to run a language, a browser created an engine for that particular language. Then understand the importance of speed in the world of internet. That is why the JavaScript is there. Okay, so each and every browser created their own engine to communicate with the JavaScript language. So right now we just go and say I can use JavaScript, I don't use. What is that? I'm just owning off the engine. You can use JavaScript, you can don't want to use Java. I just owning of the engines. So the engines will convert the JavaScript code to the browser understandable code. And if I off it, the engines will not work. Then the JavaScript code will not understandable by the browser. It will just understand what is this, like that only, right? So that is what it. So each and there is an engine is there, and that engine is like a translator. It is going to convert the JavaScript code, whatever we're going to write in this JS file, to the browser understandable code, whatever the browser is maybe, it will give to you. Okay, so that's what it will do. And each and every browser created their own engine. They created their own engine. Okay, so that is how this JavaScript can able to communicate with it. For example, the engine created by Google is named as V8, and that is created by Google. The engine is created by JS, is created by, sorry, the JavaScript engine is SpiderMonkey. They are using in Firefox. And each and every browser have their own engine to work with. And who created the first engine? Who created it? The person who created JavaScript, he only created it. And the first engine he created is nothing but the SpiderMonkey is only. So during that time, he created it for Netscape. Now the Firefox is using. Okay. So because he need to check it whether the language is working in the browser or not, right? So he created the first engine. That is also right. So but here there is a problem is there. Here there is a problem is there. What is the other problem? Working in JavaScript, what is the next problem what we are going to have here? So this is a very important problem to understand it. Okay, so then only we can able to understand how the JavaScript is working. So remember that Google created their own engine, which means an own application. Firefox created their own engine. Each and every browser is going to create their own engine. I going to have only one JavaScript file, right? One HTML file, one CSS file, and one JavaScript file. To manipulate this HTML and CSS file, I'm going to have only this app.js file. And remember that each and every engines are created by different methods, different methodologies, different principles, and everything. Right? This is what it is, right? And just imagine, let us imagine like this. You have what can I say, like you are visiting a tourist place. Okay, so you are visiting a tourist place. Let us take like this. You are visiting a tourist place. Okay, sir, please increase the font size of VS Code. Is that font size is blur? For me, it is perfect. Anyone can tell? Can able to see the font size? Guys, tell it in the chat box whether can you able to see the font size of the browser right now. That is fine, right? Because even with my small screen, I can able to see it. Check it. Let me check myself. Okay, increase the quality of your this one. Increase of quality of your live. Yeah, just increase the quality of your what is the rate, what is the display quality that you are using. Increase the quality of in my phone, even it is clear, it is very clear in 480 pixel or 360 pixel. Don't watch it in 11p, so like you 144p, it will be blur. Okay, it is not up to our thing. It is, this is, even if I make this big, it is going to be blur for you because you are watching it in low quality. That is why. Okay, so increase it is. Check your quality, check your internet quality, increase the video quality what you are watching. Okay, so increase it the video quality what you are watching, that only it will be applied for you. Okay, then only it will be see for you. Even I can able to see that clearly in my mobile phone. Just check it. Okay, check it in your internet. Okay, so what is the problem? Yeah, what is the problem is, yeah, so I going to have only one JavaScript file. I just going to create for my one website. So I going to clear it. I just going to create a website. Okay, so just we just want to do it, right? So let us imagine you are visiting a tourist place. For example, you are going for, you are just going for a tourist place called Taj Mahal. You are going for Taj Mahal, and you are visiting a tourist guide, a translator, because you are a foreigner. You are going to here, and you are visiting a tourist guide, and you are asking about the Taj Mahal to explain it. Okay, and he is telling the information, what are the information that he want to perform. Okay, so what he want to do with, he just telling it. Okay, he is telling to you, and whatever the information that he have told, you just okay, so you will understand it, and you will come to your home. And the second day, you go for the same place, Taj Mahal, but now you are visiting another tourist guide. Okay, so can we expect what the tourist guide 1 said to him? The same thing the tourist guide 2 is also going to say to him. Exactly the same thing what tourist guide 1 tell about Taj Mahal. The same thing Java, the tourist guide 2 is also going to tell for that person, for that foreigner. Can we tell like that? It is possible. Can anyone tell? You are visiting for a place and you are asking some questions about Taj Mahal, and you are just a tourist guide is telling about how the Taj Mahal is and what is the history of behind Taj Mahal and everything. And the second day, you are same place, you are going for it, and you are visiting another tourist guide, and he is going to tell about tourist like Taj Mahal. Can we expect that? What is the tourist guide 1 said to that person in the day 1? The same thing the tourist guide 2 is also going to tell it in the day 2. This, can we expect that? Can we expect? Maybe, yes, maybe, which means a possibility, right? 80% same, like that. I can consider like that, right? 80% he can tell same, and 100% the one maybe tell right, and the second tourist guide maybe match up till 80%. And what if he go for 10 days and meeting 10 tourist guide? Can we expect 100% accuracy? Can we expect 100% accuracy? All the tourist guide are going to say the same thing. What the tourist guide one is say, tourist guide also say the two same thing. All the tourist guide. Can we tell that? The answer is going to be maybe, right? So like that only, right? Now you can understand. You have one JavaScript code, and you going to give that JavaScript code to all the browsers, because my website want to look fine in all my browsers, right? Like Google, if someone see my website in Google, it need to be look fine, and if someone looks it in Firefox, it need to be look fine, right? So I'm just looking, I just giving to all the browsers, but that JavaScript is converted by an engine created by different browsers, methods and methodologies, right? So let us consider I have one JavaScript file, I'm giving to different machines. Okay, they're going to convert my code to understand by the browser. Can we expect the same 100% exactly what Google is converted? The Firefox is also going to convert. The the Safari is also going to convert. The Brave is also convert. Can we tell like that? It is possible. It will convert exactly the same, 100% same. Like what is the tourist guide role means? The tourist guide engine, both are same here. You're going to have a different engine. There tourist guides are different. Here the engines are different, created by different method. Can we expect our JavaScript file is converted 100% perfectly in all the browser? No, right? So that's the one thing. So the answer is no, we cannot convert it. Okay. Okay, so that is the one thing. Okay, so that is why we are we have 𝐸𝐞𝐻 and you may come up with, when you are into JavaScript, you may come up with this thing 𝐸𝐸𝐻. So what is 𝐸𝐸𝐻 it is? So what is 𝐸𝐸𝐻 it is? 𝐸𝐸𝐻, let me see that. So because of this issue, when I give a JavaScript file to an browser, so what will happen is in Google it will be work 100% fine maybe, and Firefox some of the code is converted to different, right? So whatever the code I returned, it is going to be converted to be different. Okay, so that is what happened. That's what is going to happen. So that is why now what we are doing, this 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is introduced. 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is introduced. So what is this 𝐸𝐸𝐻? 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is nothing but European Computer Manufacturing Association. So what does this means? European Computer Manufacturing Associations is, okay, so European Computer Manufacturing, the Europeans are the one, they have created the computer and they have been supplied to all the world. That's what they are doing. And what they are doing, they created and rules and regulation, a standard for how JavaScript need to be performed in the browsers. Okay, so simply what is that means? Now Indian government made an GO. Okay, so they given a GO and they passed a script. Okay, a script to all the tourist guide, they are in Taj Mahal. To all the tourist guide, they are in the Taj Mahal. And if someone comes to Taj Mahal, the tourist guide need to read the script. They just want to read the script. That's what need to do. Now tell me, can we expect 100% result? The government of India ordered all the tourist guide, you need to follow this script and you need to tell this script only when someone asks about Taj Mahal. So this is what you need to tell all the tourist guide. Now can we expect what the tourist guide 1 is going to say? The tourist guide 2 is also going to say. Maybe. Can we expect yes or no? Can we expect 100% result? 100% result? And the screen quality is fine. Just view your in your mobile phone. If you are watching it, change the quality to 360 or 480 pixel. Okay, don't watch it in 144p pixel. It will not be clear. Either watch it in 490 pixel and it is so clear here. Okay, just watch it like that. So understand the question, right? Now the Indian government has just given an GO, passed a GO, and they are giving a script. Okay, one page of paper, they given to all the tourist guide, and they're going to read it when someone asks it. Can we expect 100%? Quick. Just tell it. Whatever the answer that you are feeling, just tell it. That is fine. No? No guesses? Maybe, yes. Why this maybe is coming? Because they are humans. If I just give a script, then what will happen? They may read it correctly, they may not read it correctly. What if I give it to a robot, a script, whatever the robot it may be, they are built by different machines, but they're going to read the same script. Now what has happened? Can we expect 100%? Yes, we can expect this 100% result, right? So that is what here is also happening. So here what is happening means this 𝐸𝐞𝐻 is framing the rules and regulations for JavaScript, how this JavaScript need to be performed in the browser. They are framing the rules and regulation and they are given it to the all the browsers, and all the browsers accepted this rules and regulation, this standard. So based on that only the engines are created, the V8 or SpiderMonkey and everything. Simply 𝐸𝐸𝐻 will tell, hey, if in the code, if the person use this kind of syntax, then you need to give this output. They will tell like that. So if they write this thing in the code, you need to give this output. And whatever the process that it is you are doing, that is up to you. I don't care about it. Okay. But you need to give this output. That's what it is. That's what 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is telling. This is the syntax. And if you use this syntax and you need to give this output, he tell it. He just standard. He just tell the rules and regulation. This is syntax and this is the output. He just tell it. And what the browser need to do, the browser is going to perform according to the rules and regulations that is created for that. Okay. So now what has happened? Whatever the results that it is going to perform, whatever the code that we're going to write, this V8 is follows some different process, but they will come up with the same output. If the SpiderMonkey follows different process, but they will come up with the same output. Understand? Right? So still here also some of the method will work in some browsers and some of the method will be it will not work in some of the browser, and that is tell it in the internet also. You can see if the engines are not updated, and JavaScript method is also not work. Each and every year or an year, the 𝐸𝐸𝐻 will be update their syntax. Okay, so they will update their versions and they will introduce new methods, new syntax to the JavaScript. And during that time, what the browser need to do means the browser need to change the engines to understand the syntax. Okay, each and every browser need to change an engine for a programming language when the programming language is updated. That is the one thing that happens for JavaScript. So when the JavaScript rules and regulation is updated, the syntax is updated by 𝐸𝐸𝐻, the browser is also update the engines to understand the syntax of what the 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is telling, and they will convert the code. So during this in between time, you will have a notice like this method will not support in this browser, this method will not support in this browser. Like that, they will give a warning or like a small indication mail to you. Okay, so they will tell it. Okay, so that is what it is. Okay, so that is why the 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is. Now you can see what is 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is, right? 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is nothing but rules and regulation, which means that it will tell how JavaScript need to be performed in the browser, and based on this browsers only, based on the rules and regulations only, under this guidelines only, this V8 engines takes the info and they will create their engine. All the browser, not tomorrow you're going to create a browser and you need to follow the same guidelines for if you want to run JavaScript code in your browsers, and you need to create the same engine. Okay, so you need to create an engine that should be follow the rules of 𝐸𝐸𝐻. Okay, so that's what it is. That's what the 𝐸𝐸𝐻 will do. Okay, so till now whatever we have seen, it is the 40% of the interview questions you're going to face while you are applying for as a JavaScript developer. What is 𝐸𝐸𝐻? How JavaScript perform and how JavaScript can able to communicate with the browser? How what is actually JavaScript it is? Okay, what is client-side language? And these things will be asked, the basics. If you are go get into an interview, these things will be asked. Okay, so now you can understand what is 𝐸𝐸𝐻 it is, right? So this is what it is, 𝐸𝐸𝐻, and this has so much of versions is there. Till we have ES is nothing but 𝐸𝐸𝐻, and we have EXScript 12. Till that we have 2021. Till 2021 there are updations happen and we have versions, and we have ES6. And this is the version that is called as modern JavaScript. This version is updated after 2015, and all your frameworks and libraries that you're going to learn, may that be React or everything. I think we have React after JavaScript. We going to have ReactJS also, right? And this is also ReactJS is also built with this syntax only, this ES6 syntax only. Okay, so now come to the point. Now we have understand whole things about JavaScript, this 1 hour, how it is executing, and which all are the things. The browser is creating an engine and it is supporting to understand the browser and it is converting to it, and this is doing that. This 1 hour we have completed. What I want to learn in JavaScript is that JavaScript is that's it for creating a drop down menu? No, I will tell you that. So JavaScript initially introduced for front end. For front end, we need to learn the basics of JavaScript. So in each and every programming language, some of the concepts are going to be basics, variables, loops, events, and whatever the things like data types, functions, and everything. These concepts are common in some of the all the programming languages. Only the syntax and the execution is going to be different, and that thing we need to learn. And another thing, most of the people are asked about DOM, right? Is that DOM and JavaScript is same? No. JavaScript is a scripting language. DOM is a web API. How we have this, you can able to see if I click right here, you can able to see this element, right? So this is an browser tool, and we can consider this as a web API, which means it is going to give an information about what is the site that we are working with. You can see we are working with Hello World, and we can able to see the style and everything. These each and everything is a web API that is used to like increase our work in the development fields. That's what it will do. And DOM is also like that, and it is the one that is help us to communicate with this browser and the JavaScript code. When someone clicked the button, I need to know the button is clicked or not, right? And when someone clicked it, I need to run a JavaScript code. Hey, you need to change the H1, the heading tag, to something, right? So for that, I need this DOM API. So this DOM API, with the help of this DOM, what we are doing is we are communicating with the browser events, interaction, and we are changing the events. With the help of this DOM only, we are changing. It is not something that is related, that is the associated with that programming language. It is different. The browser is giving to us, and with the help of JavaScript, and we are adding this DOM API, and we are just communicating with the browser, and we are going to work with it. That's it. Okay. So DOM, we need it for front end, because then only we can able to change the element, change the background, change CSS. We can able to manipulate HTML and CSS. That is possible. First thing. Okay. So if you want to become a front end developer, then you need to know about this basic JS and this DOM. Okay. And then what you need to know about the advanced JS, some of the core concept, fundamental concept, and you need to know about ES6, because this is the latest version that syntax and everything is available. You need to know about this advanced version, and then this ES6 that you need to come up with, that you need to know about it. And if you know this one, then you can able to probably work with ReactJS and everything, because all the frameworks, libraries that you are going to work with. Okay, so everything follow the modern syntax of ES6. Okay, so for that you need to learn ES6. You need to know basics, DOM first, then you need to go for the core advanced concept, and then you need to learn ES6, and then you need to learn ReactJS. And finally, once we completed it, the another one of the concept is async concept. How to achieve asynchronous with JavaScript, that we need to learn. So while learning advanced concept, you will come to know what is synchronous and asynchronous and those kind of things, and you will know how we can able to achieve asynchronous in JavaScript. And if you're done with that, then you probably go and learn Node.js for backend. A person is asked about what I can learn. Is JavaScript can able to use it for backend? And I say that JavaScript is a client-side scripting language. It is used for front end only, right? Then how can I use JavaScript is for backend? Well, that case is different now. In 1995, JavaScript is introduced only for front end. But right now, how JavaScript is everywhere. It is evolved to everywhere. So what this Node.js is, it is send runtime environment for JavaScript. So whatever the same, you can simply, I can tell it, JavaScript can run only in browsers, right? So the code of JavaScript can only run in browser. And a person named Ryan Dahl, what he did is, he just take the JavaScript program and he created a new runtime environment, which means we can able to run JavaScript outside the browser. Right now, we can able to use JavaScript inside the browser only. So with the help of this, what he created with he created this language with C++, and he just created a new runtime environment for JavaScript. With the help of Node.js, we can able to run the same JavaScript code outside the browser, which means in terminal, which means we can able to communicate with the servers and database with the help of this runtime environment. Means you can learn JavaScript and you can understand this concept. You can able to create front-end application also, you can able to create back-end application also, and you can able to come up with entire full stack application also. And most of the stack is nothing but a layer combination of technologies. Okay, so the popular stacks contains JavaScript, Marin stack, mean stack, view stack, everything is JavaScript only. Okay, so everywhere the front end and back end is JavaScript only. So which means you don't want any other programming language that you want to add it in your back end. You can go with, you can, if you are new here, you can learn JavaScript and you can learn it for front end and learn it for back end also. So in this next 3 hours, we're going to cover it out, the basics, and how can we come up with this DOM, and we can come up with some good applications also. We're just going to come up with. Okay, let us get started and we will see the basics of JavaScript and then get into DOM, and let's see how can we come up with an application and everything. Okay, let's get started to practically write our code. And right now you have seen this one, right? And people are telling shaded, something is shaded, it is blurred. No, I just commented off this code. You can able to see it clearly, right? But I just comment off it. So what is meant by comment? In HTML, you will learn what is comment. So if you comment means that particular thing is not view, it is disabled by the browser. You can see the hello world will be disabled. It will not read that particular line. Okay, it is only for that developer purpose and to write some clean code, communicate with the code developers, and it will be really helpful. Okay, so that is what we are doing. And this is commenting in JavaScript. This is commenting in JavaScript. Okay, so you need to give double slash, okay, to comment. And if you don't give double slash, it is JavaScript code, then you need to create a valid syntax. Okay, now we understand what is JavaScript and how it is doing. Now you can understand simply changing and manipulating the HTML and CSS. So which means if I write JavaScript, I'm going to manipulate the existing HTML, and CSS, I just going to manipulate it, right? So that's what it is. So for that, I need to add my JavaScript with the file of HTML. Simple. So where I need to add my file? In the bottom of your code. In the bottom of your code. Why in the bottom of the code? Remember that JavaScript is used to manipulate the HTML and CSS. For that, the HTML CSS need to be exist before JavaScript is going to run, right? If JavaScript run first, then HTML and CSS is run first, then after it, then there is no use cases, right? So I need to run HTML and CSS, then only I need to run the JavaScript code. So that is why we are adding in the bottom of the tag, and you can add JavaScript in the head also, but it is not a good one because I say now before it, you need to run HTML and CSS first. In some cases, if a person is visiting your website, he has some poor network connection, what will happen is things will change. The JavaScript runs first, then the HTML CSS will execute later. So that will happen. So we don't want to that issue, and adding so much of thing in the head tag is not a good practice. It will slows down your website. So you can add it in the script tag in the bottom of your body tag. Here you can add it. I can just say /app.js and we just save it. Now I need to know like how we check it, whether our CSS file is added correctly or not, right? How can I check it? How can I check my JavaScript file is correctly added or not? This is called as debugging. This is called as debugging. So what is mean by debugging? So debugging is nothing but I did something. I need to know whether it is written correctly or not. For example, I write a code to change something. I need to check whether it is changing or not, right? So that is what debugging it is. So right now I added my JavaScript file with this index.html. I need to check whether my file is successfully added or not. What if some error is there in my adding, during adding, if some error is there, what will happen? So I need to check it. So for that, let us go for here. You can click here the console. Okay, you can able to see the console here, right? So this is also another browser tool that is used to show all our errors that we're going to get in JavaScript. It will be there. For example, in index.html, if I make app something like file name like this, and if I save it, you can see we are getting a red color. Basically, it is an error. We all know that, right? If it is a red color, it's an error. So what we are getting is Well, I'm not able to get this file. It is telling that 404 not found. I'm getting this error from index.html. This is the file, and in the line number 15, let us go for index.html. In the line number 15, here is the error is coming from. Well, here it is saying that this file is not found, which means I need to add a write file. If you add a write file, you can able to get no error. You can see there is no error. And this console is a dynamic place. So whatever you are writing here, it will shows the result of it. For example, if I say 3 plus 9, you can see it will giving the result of it. If I do something, and if I do some like this, it will give the result of it, right? So we can able to, this is a tool that is going to be really helpful for our entire development process in JavaScript. And we can able to access this browser, we can able to access this browser tool, this console.log in our JavaScript file. How can we access it? Well, we have a method called console.log. Don't confuse what is method and what is this. No, just understand we have a code, okay? That is console. You need to give a dot and you need to give a log and you need to give this parenthesis. We have a method called console.log and we are giving it. And whatever you're going to write here inside this parenthesis, it is same like what you are writing here. For example, if I say 4 multiplied by 7 and if I save it, you can see it is giving the result here, right? So it is giving the result here. So same like that, whatever you're going to write it inside this console.log, it is going to print it here. And it is possible only when your JavaScript file is linked with the HTML file, then only you can able to do it. If it is not linked, then whatever the code, whatever the console log you are asking for it, it will not be work. Okay, it will not be work. Okay, so that's what it is. Karthik bro, yes, we're going to create an entire applications for the next 3 hours. Okay, so we're going to create it. Okay, so this is what the debugging is, and we're going to use it. So now let us get into this practical of basics. Basics of JavaScript. Okay, remember that. Don't think like whatever we have learned is the theory. No one needs it. No one wants it. No, we don't want that, and we don't think like that, because while you are traveling with JavaScript, you will understand that, okay, how much important this understanding is, because people know JavaScript, but people don't know what exactly JavaScript is doing. People just write code and they just, okay, I created it, that's it, they will do it. And nowadays there is a huge demand for people who knows entirely what you are writing something in JavaScript code. Okay, so that is what happened, that is what going to happen. So that is what happening. So you need to write how JavaScript is executing, how each and everything. That is why I'm telling 40% of your basic interview questions will be asked from this 1 hour what we have teach. What is ECMAScript and the ES6 and those 6. Okay, you need to give so much focus on that one. Don't think that this is not we don't want this. If you don't understand that one, then even though you are writing code, you can come up with application, but you are not able to improve yourself towards the JavaScript journey. You cannot improve it. Okay, and the thing, semicolons, we actually don't want semicolons for writing here. Okay, so that is why I'm telling here the syntax of JavaScript is way different compared to Python, compared to Java, everything. Here it is a loosely typed weak programming language. Weak means it is something and like very normal average programming language. No, not like that. Okay, this is also a way. Java is a strictly typed strong programming language. Python is also an loosely typed but strong programming language. But JavaScript is a loosely typed weak programming language, which means there is a syntax and everything is going to be way different. You don't want to write semicolons at the end of your code, but if you are giving a semicolon, that is also fine. You can give it for it, but it will not throw error. Okay, remember that. Now we will go with the first thing what we're going to cover. It is going to be variables. Okay, so what is, and this is comment, it is not render. If I write, if I just without comments I will write, it means it will throw me an error. Okay, it is throw me an error. You can able to see this app.js and it is giving a red color mark, right? So this means it is telling us an error to me. Okay, so I just telling like variable. So what is variable? Variable is like container to store data. Remember that if a user is having an input and the input box is giving some data, so what I need to do, I need to fetch the data and I need to store it somewhere, right? So for that we can use this variable and it will create a small container and it will store it. So how can we create this variable? This variable, for creating a variable, we need three things: keyword we need it, and we need an identifier, and we need a value. These three things we need. So what is a keyword? A keyword is a reserved word. So with the help of this keyword only, the browser will understand, okay, you're going to create a variable or you're going to create a function. Like that, the browser is going to understand. Okay, so you need to give this keyword. So what are the keywords that are used to create a variable, which means declare a keyword? We have three keywords: var, let, and const. With the help of these three keywords, you can able to create a variable. Okay, so these are the keywords. And what is like identifiers? What is an identifiers? So the identifier is nothing but, so we will create n number of variables. We can able to create an n number of container and we can store an n number of variables, right? So we can, that is that's what we will do it, and we need to identify each and every variable separately, right? So that is what identifier is. So you have a container, okay? So you put your pen, and you have another container, you put your books, and you have another container, you put your dress, and like that. So we are labeling each and every container. Okay, so this is for my gadgets, this is for my dress, this is for, like that. You are labeling, giving a name to that container. That is what the identifier is, to identify the variables. Okay, so identifiers is to identify the variables. So here we have some set of rules and regulations. We will discuss that one. So it is to identify a name for the container, name for the container, like this. And finally we have this value. Value is nothing but, what is the value is given by the user, that is going to be the value. That is going to be the value. Let me start to create the first variable. Let we have three keywords. Let me take any one of the keyword right now. Let us go for let, and I will tell why we have three keyword also. Okay, don't worry about that. Let us take let keyword and let us create it. Let, I just used the keyword. Now the browser will understand, okay, I just want to create a variable, a container for you. So what is this next one? It's going to be an identifier. What is the name of the container? So I just going to say it is going to be the first name. So I just say f name. Okay. And what is the value? So if you want to assign something, you need to use this equal to sign to assign something. And what is the value you need to store? So value, right now I'm not getting anything. So remember that if you want to interact with the browser, we need to learn about DOM. So right now we are not covered DOM. We are going with basics of JavaScript. So we are writing JavaScript code, and after that we are going to see what are the DOM, how can we communicate with the browsers and everything, and then we're going to create an application with combination of this basics and DOM. Okay, so right now instead of, we don't have DOM, so I just going to give my own value. So I just going to say the name is going to be, I just going to be, say, let us take because for now. Okay, so if you want to give semicolon, you can give. If you don't want to give, you don't want to give it. Okay, like it. I just created a variable. That's it. This is variable. So now I need to know whether the browser is understanding my code or not, whether a variable is created or not. So what we can do, a debugging. So what we need to do, we need to use this console.log. So what I just going to say here, console.log, hey, what is f name? So, and we know that if I give anything inside this container, okay, if I give anything inside this container, why they say Indian coder will get replaced by ChatGPT? Only Indian coders is going to get replaced by ChatGPT? No, that is not like that. So ChatGPT is just an AI tool. It will be there. It is, we have so much of allegations regarding that, and no creative process will get replaced by an artificial intelligence. Okay, so that's what it is. So now I am checking that. So if you have creative coding, then you don't want to worry about anything. So if you know, if you are just copy pasting the code, then ChatGPT is really going to help for the coders. Like no jobs get replaced by AI developers. Okay, so there is a saying is also there. If a client can able to communicate what they want with the AI, then probably everyone will get replaced. Okay, but it is not like that. Each and every application, it is started to update. No one, just imagine if a person want to create a website, he will go and ChatGPT, I want a website, and later he think I don't want this functionality, I need this functionality. He need to update it. For that he need to learn programming. So no one want like that. So the solution is given by the coders only. So you don't want to worry about those things. And this is a pretty lamp statement. Okay, can we store any type of value in let var like int, char, float? Yeah, we will cover this topic because for that now let us understand. So right now only we created the float. So I just going to say console.name is this. Let me remove this app.css. Yes, I just come out of here. Now you can see we are getting the name of Vikas when I call this f name. Okay, so we are getting the name of the Vikas, which means the variable is successfully created. Okay, so this is how we need to create a variable. Now let's just get deeper into that what we're going to see. So we have var keyword, let keyword, and const keyword. What is the difference between these three keywords? Because these three keywords are used to create a variable, then there must be a difference. Then only we have these three things, right? So for understanding var, right now for basics, I'm just telling avoid var. Okay, don't use var. Okay, because var keyword is introduced in 1995 when JavaScript was introduced. It is the one and only keyword available during the time. Okay, so for creating a variable, but it has some concept that is pretty advanced, and also it has some issue with this var keyword. Okay, so we right now we don't want. I cannot say we don't want var keyword. We need var keyword in little some advanced cases. Okay, for basics you don't want it. So just avoid the var keyword. Right now understand we need we have some issues and we have some advanced concept behind var keyword while we are using var keyword. This may produce unexpected result. For that we just not going to touch var. Okay, where it is like considered it's a old keyword. Okay, consider like that. Okay, and let written const we introduced, it solved the issue what we have with var keyword. It just solved it. Okay, and we have this latent const, and this latent const is introduced in the ES6 after 2015. ES6 advanced JavaScript, it has been introduced, right? Modern JavaScript, it is introduced. And why we have this three keyword is in let keyword you can able to reassign a value. Okay, you can able to reassign a value. So simply what here we have created, if I say let a container is created and a name for container is given, and inside that container the value is just stored, and when I want that I will call the container, it will giving the value to me. Right now what I'm going to do, I just going to reassign something. I just call this f name and I giving instead of because can we give Karthik like this. So what is happening now? When JavaScript leaves this first line of code, let it created a container, f name labeled it, because stored the value, and when it read the next line, okay, you need this f name. It is not going to create a separate container because keyword is used to create that container. So it is going to search for that container. Okay, I have f name. Oh, you need to put an another value Karthik. So now because is taken out from that container and Karthik is put. Okay. So now if I ask for console.log f name, we will get Karthik. Right? This is called reassigning. Okay. This is called reassigning. And this is not possible when we have const. When you put const, it is considered it as a constant variable. There is no reassigning will happen in this const. If I save it, you can see we get an error, type error. So this is the first error that we are encountering while we are writing code. So what is this type error is? Type error is nothing but when you are breaking the rule of a particular valid syntax. Like we have the reserved word, right? Each and every programming language has a syntax and they have rules. When you are breaking the rules of particular thing, for example, const, it is constant. I'm not able to change the value that is given inside it. Okay, I'm not able to change the value that is given inside it. Just a minute. Yeah. Okay, I'm not able to change the value given inside it. Right now consider because it's the BAP name, I don't want to change it anyhow. So that is why I'm giving const. So if my code developer is trying to change the name, he will get this error, type error, and he will understand, okay, so this is something important, I don't want to change it, like that. Okay, so type error is something when we breaking the rules of particular type, we will get this error called type error assignment to a constant variable. That's what it is. Okay, now that's what it is. And if I say let means simply it is not that whenever in future if I want to change the variable, I can change it. You can see we are getting this copy. That's it. Right? So that's what it is. So that's what simply variable is about. So now we understand var pretty old. Right now, don't care about it. We have some advanced concept to understand what is var and why we are not using var right now. That we need to understand. Let us put it separately. And let and const a new version. You can use it. Let is reassignable. Const is a constant variable. We cannot reassign it. Now let us come to identifier. So what is an identifier? So identifier is the name of a container. So what we can do? What is the name that we can give it? Well, we have some rules and regulation. Just type in Google what is the rules and regulation for creating an identifier in JavaScript. You will get around the 6 to 7 rules. What are the rules? Basically, you should not start with number. If you start with an identifier with number, it will throw an error. It should not start with a number. You can use number in between and at last, but you should not start with number between. And you should not use any special characters like _, or any other characteristic, special characteristic. You should not use it. And you can use $sign and underscore, that is fine, but other than that you should not use anything like that. Okay, so that is the one thing. And your it should be unique. Okay, so whatever the name that you are given to it, that's going to be unique in your file. You should be given it, and it is a case sensitive. Remember that it is a case sensitive, which means what is the case that you have returned, the same case only you need to access it and you need to change it. For example, here I said F capital N and NAME, and here if I ask F small n and NAME, it is case sensitive, so it will give me an error called reference error. So this is the second error. Type error is something that we are breaking the rules for a specific type, we will get this type error. And reference error is something I'm asking for, but it is not existed in my code. In my entire code, it is not existed. In my entire memory, it is not existed. So that is why we are getting this reference error. That is why we are getting this reference error. Okay, so this is reference error. So why it is telling fname is not defined. It is telling like that because it is a case sensitive. What the case that you have used, the same case only you need to use it for reassigning, calling, invoking, anything. You need to use that. That is the one thing. And in JavaScript, mostly we will use a case called lower camel case. Okay, what is meant by lower camel case means the first word is small. You can see the starting word will be small and the upcoming word have a caps letter like this. If I want to write first name, how we will write means first is small and the name N is capital. And if I say person, P is capital like this. So it is like lower camel case like this. Okay, so this is the case JavaScript will follow, and if you are writing the same case, it will be good. It will be appreciated. Okay, that's what it is. And this is about variable. Now let us come to the final one. We know what is the rules and regulation and what is the keyword, what is the difference. Come to this final one, value. So what is the another name for value? We can tell it as data, right? If I say data, is that only we have this sequence of characters like word, only the data it is available in the entire word? No, right? We have numbers, we have some other data, right? So that is called as data. What are the types we have? We have a separate called data types. Okay, so that is going to our separate second topic in basics and foundations of JavaScript. Okay, so let's see what are the data types that we can store. What are the data that we can going to store? And the question is asked by Vikas. Okay, so what is the data that we can store? So the data types. So what JavaScript what they did is this is we having a data. Okay, so we are having a data and we are just categorized those data and we are just giving this data you can use it for this purpose and this data you can use it for that purpose. We are telling. And generally the data types in JavaScript is separated into two categories. One is going to be primitive type and another one is reference type. Okay, so based upon how it is passing the value, the naming is given. We don't want to see that one. So remember that primitive types, data types are store only one data in a variable. It can able to store only one data in a value. But reference type data are can able to store multiple data in a value. Okay, so it means a list of data. It is can able to store it. That's what it is. So what all are the data types are available in primitive data type is we have string, we have number, we have boolean, we have null, and we have undefined. and define. And these 5 things is mostly used primitive data types. We have 2 more things that is newly introduced in recent 2020 and 21. It is newly introduced, that are big int and symbol. And this too has no use case for our regular purpose, but it is still there. There is no use case. We will discuss it also, but there is no use case. And in reference data type, we have object. We have a data type called object, and we have array, but array is not a separate data type. Okay, array is not a separate data type. Array is a special type of an object only. Okay, like inside this object we have a special type of object, that is array. But why we are discussing array also separately means we have so much of use cases for array in JavaScript, so that is why we're going to see array also. But reference data type we have object, and array is a special type of object. Remember that. Okay, so now let me go and start to write what is string. What is string? Okay, a string is a sequence character. All the wording, words, letters, everything is a sequence of character. And if you want to store a sequence of character inside a variable, you need to enclose it with single quotes or double quotes or backticks. Double quotes or backticks. Okay, you need to either use single quotes, double quotes or backticks to store a sequence of character. So that is what we stored. You can see because it is in single quotes. Karthik, it is in single quotes. To store a character, you need to use this one. And what all are that you're going to store inside this single quotes, double quotes and backticks, they all are considered as a string only. Okay, so now I just going to say let str equal to, just give at the name of Hari. You can see here it is string, but I need to know it is a string or not, right? So what can I do for that? Well, we have an keyword, that is, we have an operator called type of operator. So what is this type of operator will do means it will return which data type the variable is. It is going to return it. Instead of returning an value, it is going to return the data type. If you use the type of means, let me see how can we use it. So now here to check it, I just going to say console.log what is str. You can see we are getting the value of it. Before that, if I use type of str, now what the type of will do means the type of will search for the variable data type, which data type it belongs to. And there is a shortcut also. You can just hover in Visual Studio Code, hover your variable mouse, you can able to see let str string. You can see string, right? So that is the data type of it, and use the type of to display here. You can see it is belong to the data type of a string. Okay, and if I give and whatever value that we are going to give, it is going to be a string only. But here one thing that you need to notice is even if you give a number inside a double quotes, single quotes and backticks, it is going to consider it as a string only. And this seems weird for most of the people who came from static programming language like Java, right? The first thing is you don't have any before like int, caret, we don't write anything, right? We don't write anything. Is that we need to write like that? No, we don't want to write it. That is the difference between dynamic programming language and static programming language. A static programming language is well structured and you need to write those things to tell that it is an integer, it is a caret, that you need to tell it. But when it comes to dynamic programming language, you don't want to tell those things. It will understand it when you write it. That is dynamic case. Okay, and that is the main thing. JavaScript is a dynamic language, so you don't want to write anything. Because of this cases only, even you give some numbers inside the double quotes and single quotes, it is going to understand it as a string only. You can see still it is giving it as a string. Okay, so simply how you can remember is whatever you're going to write inside double quotes, single quotes, and backticks, it is considered that particular data type as a string data type, right? It is string data type. Okay, so anything it may be, it is considered string data type only. So now this is all about string. Let us move on to number. We don't have floats, integers, and those things. Everything here is a number. If you have a whole number, it is a number. You have a decimal between float and number, a zero and number, a minus value. Everything is a number only. You can see, I just going to say let in num equal to, here I just going to say 2034, and let us ask for console dot log what is the type of num, and let me save it. You can see it is a number that we give the float value, still a number, a negative value, still a number, and neutral, still a number. But you can, if you give, you need to give without double quotes and single quotes. If you give entered it in the quotes, then it is considered a string. Okay, so this is called type conversion. So JavaScript will understand your type and it will just convert it according to it. Okay, so this is called as type conversion. We don't want to mention which data type that my value is. JavaScript will automatically do it. Either it is called as type conversion or type coercion. Okay, so this is what number is. And what is the third data type is going to be? It is going to be Boolean. So Boolean is basically true and false. Okay. If you are comparing two things, we will get this Boolean values true and false. I'm just going to say const bool equal to, I'm just going to say false. Simply like this, you can see I don't return it in the double quotes and single quotes. If we are returning it, it is a string. If you don't return, it is a number. Okay, sorry, it is a Boolean. It is going to say console.log, and I just say bool. If I save it, you can see and type error. I just returned something wrong. It is console.log. Get it? You can see it is getting false. Okay, so what is my type of bool value? It is going to be Boolean. Okay, and if you compare things like 4 is less than 8, Boolean, 4 is greater than 8, Boolean, because we will get true here, that is a Boolean. So like false is, that is Boolean. If I show like this, it is true, it is a Boolean value. So this is what about Boolean it is. Okay, so this three things is the basic things that is going to help you for creating our constructor. Okay, so these three things. Let me go for the next one, that is going to be null. Okay, here let me see what is null is. Null is purposely making the variable null, which means nothing. I'm telling that nothing. So you can see if you go and using a blood check, okay, and once you completed the blood check, they are giving a report, and in some places you can able to see null is there. So what is that means? Which means that particular something, I don't know, that particular something is not there. So it may be a good or bad thing. So making purposely, if I put null means the particular column is occupied by a value, but the meaning of the null is nothing. It is not that, right? So the space is occupied, the meaning is nothing, but the space is covered. Okay, I'm putting that variable null because I just want null for that particular value. That is why. Okay, so I just going to say let num equal to, I just say null. And now if I asking for console.log, if I ask for num, you can see the data type null. But when I ask for type of, so can anyone tell what is the data type? It need to tell. It need to tell. If I check the type of Boolean, it gives me Boolean. If I check the type of number, it gives me number. If I check the type of string, it gives me string. And now we have another data type, that is null. If I check the type of null, what it need to produce? Can anyone tell it in the chat box quick? It is a simple question. See, I'm checking a variable, a type of for an boolean data type, it gives me boolean. And if I type the check of for number, it gives me number. Check for string, it gives me string. And what is the data type that is? If I check for null, a value of null, what it need to give? Yes, it need to give null. That is logic, right? Need to give null. But if I save it, you can see what we are getting. We are getting something called as object, right? So this is pretty weird. What is object actually? But object is another data type that is belongs to reference type. And there is no connection between primitive and reference. They are separate categories. And this is a primitive data type and this is a reference data type. Then why null is giving an object? Well, I say that JavaScript is something like that. Okay, so it is one of the most weirdest language that is out there, and the weirdness is going to start from here itself. Okay, if you put a number inside a double quotes, it is a string. If you ask for a primitive data type, it will use a data type of a reference data type. What is happening here? Let me tell. First of all, is that true or false? Is that correct or not? Well, it is correct, but it is wrong. What is mean by that? So remember a statement, but in internet, most of everyone is still that in JavaScript, everything, not everything, mostly everything is objects. Okay. So what is mean by that? Simply how JavaScript is built means everything is created in JavaScript is based on this objects only. Okay, we don't see what is object. Understand? We have a data type and based on this object only in JavaScript, everything is built. What is mean by everything? Well, you can able to see this primitive data type, right? Primitive data type, right? So this all are objects only. It is a string object, it is a number object, it is a boolean object, same like that. It is a null object, and everything what we have we are writing and what we are working with, and DOM is an object, JavaScript is also an object, and everything is an object. And this one element object, console is an object, resources is an object, everything is an object. Based on this object only, everything is created. First thing, okay. Number one, and number two is string is an object, number is an object, boolean is an object. Then why they are comes under primitive data types and object is in reference data type? Remember that they are derived as a special categorized data types. Okay, like I given a special name to them. Right now I don't know what is the prototype. A prototype is an object, everything is built by object, but the name of the particular data type is string, number, boolean. They are derived objects. They are derived object, which means they are given to the name. It's simply like you are going for a wholesaler and right now you just buy the product and you paste your brand name there, and right now it is they are derived. That product is from somewhere, everyone is going to use it, but the product is your brand, right? So that is the name, and everyone want to call with your name only. You're going to call with your name only, right? So that is, let us take this water bottle, and this is manufactured from somewhere, but if they mention their brand and that is derived as their brand, right? So everyone call it by it is a sports brand and it is this mobile, that mobile, but at the end of the day everything is came from the same wholesale, right? Same like that, everything in JavaScript is created by object, but they have given, they are derived, they are just given the name. It is string, it is number, they are categorized, right? So that is why we are telling it is true. Everything in JavaScript is object only, it is true. But there comes under a category of derived names, then it should produce null. So that is why it is false also. And also the person created Brendan Egg, he accepted that it is a bug, first of all. Okay, it is a bug, first of all. And second one is a proposal is also made to change the data type of the null. To change the data type of the null in JavaScript, a proposal is also made. Still developers are working here, and maybe in future you can expect the data type of a null may be changed, but it is not that easy to change it. Why? Because everything in JavaScript is an object, and at top most of it we have null only. That is a little bit complex things will be that to changing the things. Okay, so this is right now you can consider it as a bug itself. Okay, but it is true also, it is false also. That is what it is. Okay. So it is weird. There are so much of weird things will be inside that it is going to happen. We will see that. Okay. And that's what about null it is. Okay. Making a variable particularly as null. Okay. Telling that it is nothing and the variable space is occupied. I am there, but value of me is nothing. Okay. The space is occupied, but he is nothing. That's it. Then we have undefined. This undefined is a special keyword, data type keyword. It is used by JavaScript during memory allocation. We don't have any use cases for this keyword. Okay, we can use it for check, like condition checking during the time we can use it, but we don't have any use cases for this keyword. This keyword is used by JavaScript during memory allocations, and this is simply a variable without value. This is let a is equal to nothing. This is undefined. If I ask for console.log type of a, you can see we get this undefined data type. Okay, it is an undefined data type. And if I ask for what is a, what is the value of a, that is also undefined, right? So which means a variable without value, there is a difference between variable without value and variable with value that is having an empty null. This here the space is occupied. I'm purposely making it as null. But here if you are creating something like this means it is a temporary zone. Later in future, if someone comes and they will put their value, okay, later I can give some value to this element. But here not like this. It is has a value of null. If I want to reassign it, I can reassign it. That's what it is. It is a temporary zone while it happens in the memory allocation. That's it. That's the difference between null and undefined. There is a difference between without a value and with value. Remember that. Okay. That's what it is. These all are the primitive data types. And we see this two data types we are done in the last one. Okay. So we will discuss that. This is newly introduced one. No use cases is that. We will discuss it. Okay. Begin to what is simple and we will discuss it. Let us jump into reference data type. So reference data type, what we are said, reference data type. Reference data type, we're going to have, it is going to store multiple data, right? So here we can able to store only one data, null, and we will check 1, 0 like that. We cannot store multiple data. But in reference data type, we can able to store it. We're going to see what is array. How can we create an array? Well, a keyword, I just say ARR, and for creating an array, you need to use a square bracket, and here you need to tell what are the values that you want to store. And here it is not like the homogeneous, heterogeneous array. Whatever data type that you want to store, you can store it. Okay, so there is no only one data type can able to store. You can store multiple data inside it. For example, I can store a string, I can store a number, I can store an boolean, I can store an undefined without value, I can store null, even I can store an array, I can able to store it, right? So these things I can able to store it. Let me see how this is structured in our console, in our memory. I just going to say console.log. It is going to say ARR. Now if I ask for it, you can able to see that you can see string to true empty, that is undefined, and here it is going to be null. If I click here, you can able to see that empty variable is not here. So let me give an undefined here. You can use that undefined keyword also to define it as undefined. Now you can able to see still it is not, you can see that undefined is there. Okay, so that will be there. So now what I'm going to do, this is the structure of an array. Okay, so let me see what all are the things that is inside the structure and how we can able to work with this. And you can able to see first thing, this 5. What is this? Nothing but the length of an array. So it will count each and every value inside an array and it will tell the count of it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are totally 5 values inside this array. So it is telling me the length of an array. Okay, so first one. And the second one is here you can able to see this starting from 0 and it is having something, right? So what is this? This is called as indexes. So what is meant by indexes? Indexes are nothing but in this array. Okay, in this array we have this indexes. The indexes are like identified to access this in a big container, a small space for string. That small space is 0. Starting from 0, they have an ordered indexes, and whatever the value that you're going to give, it is going to store the values in an ordered ways. An array it stores value in an ordered ways. Okay, it has an numbered indexes. Named indexed values are absent in JavaScript, which means associative arrays are not there in JavaScript. We have only numbered indexes. You start from 0 and it is started to count. 0 the first value, 1 the second value, 2 the second value. So why these indexes are used for? If I want to access a single value in an array, then you can use this indexes. So for that you need to give a square bracket, okay, array square bracket, and inside this tell what is the index, what is the specific value that you want to access for. I want true. So what is the index? Starts from 0 to 1 and it is 2. Just going to say 2, and if I save it, you can see we are getting true. And if I want the value 1, then it is going to be 0 first index, it is going to be 2, like that. Okay, yes, sure, 4 minutes you will get a break. Okay, you will get, even I need a break. Okay, so that's it. And if I save it, you can see this is the index of it. Okay, and this indexes is used to access each and every way. This index is used to access each and every values. Okay, so inside this array. So now what I can do, let me check what is the type of this array. Type of array, you can see we are getting this object. I already mentioned, array is not a separate data type. Array is also an array is also an special type of an object. So it is not a separate data type, it is a special type of an object. So this is also an object one. Okay, so this is the structure, and this is how we will access the value, each and every value inside it. Okay, so that's what we will do it. So this is all about array. And what is object? So object is let obj, same thing, we can able to store multiple data types, multiple datas. Here you need to use, instead of square bracket, you need to use curly braces, but it has named indexes. Array has a numbered indexes and they store data, what is the order that you are given. But here it has a named indexes. I just say name. Okay, and here I just going to say, let us give the name. And okay, so here we need to see what is this, right? So here we have something called as property. Property is used to store the data inside an object, which means we have name, and this name is going to be a string, and you need to give a key value pair. This property need to be created in a key value pair, and key is what the indexes is, and you need to give this here, and this is what is the value that you want to store, you need to give it here, like age. And here I just going to say 28, like this. And here I just going to say console.log, let us say obj, and if I ask for it, you can see how it is structured, but inside it you can see the order is changed. Name, age is telling here, and name is here, right? So what is happening here, the order is not important, and only we need to give the name index to access this object. And if I want to access this name, then how can we access it? Here we will use square bracket to access each and every value, but here we need to give a dot operator, and here you need to tell what you want to access inside that object. I just want to access the name. You need to call the key property, and it will give the value to it. If I save it, you can get the value of it. If you want the age, then obj.age. This one, right? So this is what JavaScript object is. And what is the difference between object and an array? Array use square bracket, object use a curly braces. It stores values in an ordered ways, it stores values in an unordered ways, and it is has a name, numbered indexes. Object has a named indexes, and that's what it is. And array is also in a special type of an object. And array, we don't have any associative arrays, which means we don't have any named indexed arrays are absent here. In some programming languages, most of the programming languages, they have associative arrays, but here it is absent. That's what it is. Okay, so now before getting into the next topic, we will take a short break for the next 15 minutes, and then we will continue it. So we can continue at 4. How long you want to break? Like go for 10 to 15 minutes. Just try to join 4:40 to 4:40 to 4:45. Before that, try to join it. Okay, you will get it. Okay, and if you have some doubts, join it before, like 4:40 to 4:45. Before that time, you join it. Okay. After that, we will continue the class after 4:40. Okay. Okay, take a break and join. If you don't want to go break, you can ask it here. Okay, sir. Four. What is four? Four. What is four? I don't getting Adil Ahmad. I don't getting 4:30. 4:40. Yeah, you can join at 4:40 to 4:45. Before that time, join it. After 4:45, it is going to be. We will continue the class. So if you have any doubts, you can join 4:40 and you can ask it. We will clear the doubt in this 5 minutes. Okay, the basic steps. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. If anyone have doubts, if you joined it early, you can ask me now for the next 5 minutes. Okay, so you can ask me now. 4:45, we will continue the class. Okay, so if you have any doubts, you can ask me now. Okay, so we will get start with what we left with. Okay, so I think everyone has came. Okay, just tell it in the comment box. Everyone is back. Just tell it in the comment box. We just go here. Okay. So this we have created. We have objects, and in this object we need to create like a key value pairs, and that is called as properties. Okay. So you need to create a key value pairs, and this is used to store a data. Okay. And there is another thing is also we can able to store it. Not only property, we can able to store something called as methods. Okay, we can able to store this methods also. Okay, so how can I store this method? What is actually a method is? So before getting into that, we need to know about what is functions. So let us go and see the third concept. First one is data, first one is variable, second one is data type, third one we're going to discuss about functions. So what is actually functions is functions or actions. It is also going to store something, but not a data, a statement. It means the function store a block of code. So when you call the function, it will execute the block of code. Okay. So if you want to write some code again and again, repeated code, so what you can do, you can take the code and you can create it in a function. And whenever you want to execute that block of code, you can call the function name, it is going to execute it. For example, let me create a function. It is going to say the function name is going to be create act. And here I just going to say, this is, I will tell what is the syntax. For creating a function, you need to create this keyword, function keyword, and this is going to be a name of the function. And this is a parenthesis. I will tell what is the use cases of this parenthesis. And this is called as block. So whatever the code that you want to execute, you can tell it here. So for example, here I just simply say console.log, fine. Okay, like this. And if I save it, you can see that this console log is not working. So why it is not working means whenever you are writing something inside this function, whatever you are writing, it will be invoked when someone invoke the function. Okay, what is meant by invoking means, well, you need to execute the function. Okay, so what is meant by that? You need to execute the function. Just a minute. I am back. Okay, thank you all. Okay, we need to call the function, then only whatever the code that whatever we are going to tell inside this function, it will be executed. So I just going to say, what for calling the function, you need to call the name of the function and followed by parenthesis. Okay, you need to use this parenthesis. If you use this parenthesis only, then only it will invoke the function. Okay, then only it will invoke the function. Invoking means it is go and executing whatever the code that we have written inside this block, it will be executed. Now if I save it, you can see we are getting this file. Okay, so instead of this, I just going to write some logic. So what I'm going to do is I just going to say let a equal to 5 plus 8. Okay, I'm adding two numbers, and here I just going to say console.log 8. Okay, and you can see that this function is going to execute this code. This block of code is going to execute when someone call the function, invoke the function, then only it will be executed. So that's what it will do. Okay, so this console log is just a debugging, right? So where we can use it? Well, simply whenever you are writing some block of code, what you want to return, then you need to mention it with this return keyword. So the return keyword is used to when a block of code is executing, what is the data that I want to return once the execution is completed. Once it is completed, what I want to return, I need to tell it here. Okay, I just say return. What here we need to return? Attendance will be shared. Right now, 2 attendance will be shared. Third attendance will be shared later, and fourth attendance you will get at the React. During the React time, you will get it. Okay. So here you can see we will get this A. And if I run this code, you can see nothing is there because I just executed it, but I want it in my console, right? So now where the return keyword will return this A means it will return to where the place that the function is invoked, where the place that the function is called. To that place, this return keyword return what we need to send as a data. So here we can say like console.log like this. And if I save it, now you will get it. So what we have did is simply we created a function. I'm adding two numbers and I'm telling that I want to return what is the number, what is the thing I just want to return once the function is executed. It is A, I just want to return it. And here where it is going to return means the place where the function is invoked. So the function is invoked here inside this console. So this A number is going to return inside this console. If it is returned means the console is going to print it for us. It is printed. That's what it is. Okay. So that is what one thing. What if instead of giving a number here, I have two variable. Let us take let A, I just say let num equal to, I just say 12, and this 12 is come from an user. Okay, so your user is giving, and with the help of DOM I access the value and I store inside this variable. So I just tell A and I just say let num 1 equal to, I just going to say 13. So two values that is given by the user is there. How can I pass this values to my function and I can return? I just want to add this and I just want to return it. Well, how can we pass it means simply I just want to create a parameter. So what is parameter is, so that is why this parenthesis is used. So here you can tell like A comma B. So here it is like, but here instead of A comma B, I just going to say A1 B1 like this. Okay, so what is this parameter is, parameters are used to get access the value from outside of the function and we can able to use it inside. So I just going to say instead of default value, I just say A1 and then B1. We can able to access this parameter only inside this function. We are not able to access this parameter outside the function. We can able to access it only inside this function. Okay, so here there is a parameter is there, but we need to pass a value to this parameter. It is going to take value from outside, right? How it will take means, so we need to pass it. So how we can pass it means, here during the invocation you can have an parenthesis, right? Here you can pass what is the value that you want to pass. For example, here I say 0 comma 0. So what will happen means, this A1 is going to take this 0 and this B1 is going to take 0, and here A is going to add 0 plus 0, which means the A1 B1, so 0 plus 0, and it is going to return A value is 0 and it is giving me 0 in my console. This is how it will work. Now instead of the 0 0, I can able to pass the variable which I want to pass. I just going to say this is going to be num and this is going to be num1. And if I save it, you can see we are getting this value. So what is the result means, if this function is going to be constant and every time the user is giving a different value, like right now he is giving different value, it is going to add up automatically when do it. And we don't want to create each and every time a person, like the user is giving a new value, we don't want to write the same code again and again, right? So if we don't create it in a function, you need to write the same code again and again. Here we don't want to do that. I can just tell it that and I can pass it in a parameter and I can give it. And what are the things that you need to notice? A function keyword to create a function, a name of the function to invoke the function, parameter to get value from the outside, a return keyword that will return what is the function is executed, what I want to return outside. So that is what the return will do. So it will return the place where a function is invoked. So invoking is nothing but calling the function followed by parenthesis. Then only we can able to invoke this function. And here we need to call a function with the function name, and whatever the value that you are passing inside, that is taken by parameter, and this is called as argument. What is this? This is called as argument. The value that you are passing to a function is called as argument. The thing that is getting the value is called as parameters. Okay, so that's what it is. So that's what function it is. Okay, so now let us again come to this object. I said we have two things we can able to store inside this object. So what is the reason we have object is, so object is like a programming principle where we can store our data and the behavior in a single place. You can see that. So this is a data and this is a behavior, and we created it in separate place, right? So this is outside the function, and it will be where in object we can store our data and the behavior in the same place. So let me see how it will be worked. You can see an object, a property is like storing data like a variable, and we will store it in a key and value bus. And a method is nothing but store the behavior of the data, which means a function inside an object is called as method. So how can we store it? Means just create a key. I just say details, and I just going to say it is going to be a function. This function is going to return and and what I need to return. What I want to return is, so we know how to access this object, right? So how we will access this name? We will say obj.name, right? If I want age, obj.age. So here I just say my name is like this, and I just give a concatenation. I just say obj.name. That's it. And if I save it, now let me ask for console.log. What is obj? We are having a name and an age, and we also have a details, and this details, it is going to be a function, and that is going to do something. And if I want this name, how we will call it? Obj.name, right? Like this. Save it, we will get the name of it. If I want the age, obj.age, and we will get this. And if I want to call the method, then I need to call obj.details. But one more thing is, these all are data, so you just want to call it. But this is a function, so you need to invoke it, which means you need to give a parenthesis. If you don't give a parenthesis at the end of the name, at the end of the property key, then you will get the entire function as a data. You can see like a formula. You can see it is returning what is the function that we have returned. It's just returning the code. I don't want this one. I just want to execute the function, and I just want to run the statement. So how can I do it? You just want to invoke this function, and I just save it. You can see my name is Hari. It is came, right? So this is a custom object that we have created for a person. We created our object, and with the same thing only, all the everything, a string and a number, everything is created. You can see that. You can see. Let us take this obj details, cut down, and put down this console.log. What is the difference between console.log parenthesis, obj.detail parenthesis? What is the difference? The same syntax. Simply, a console is an object, dot log is a method inside that object, and we are using that method. So that is what in the starting of the class I say. Don't care about the method, I will tell it later. What is method? A function inside an object is a method, and this is a default object that is available in the browser. So whatever I'm giving inside, this function is take inside the parameter, and it will display it to my browser. That's what it is doing. And here I just created a details, and here it is returning the name of the person that is inside this browser. So to see this console object, I just simply go here and I just type console. You can see what all are the object, how the object is there, and what are the functions are available. If I click it, you can see these kind of functions are available, and among them we are using this log. This is the function that you are using. You can see the function log. This is the one function that we are using till now, but we have also called info, we have also called error. So we can, if you want to pass an error to the console, simply instead of console.log, I can say console.log error. I can use this method, and I can say my error. You can see background color with red, and it is giving like an error. And we have warning, warn. You can see It is telling us in warning, right? And instead of this, we have table. And if I pass this object, I think the table will take array or object. I don't know. Let me pause it. Object. You can see a table viewed of our object. The name indexes, the name is Hari, value, and age is there, and we have detail, that is a function. At last it is an object, and here you can see the view of this object, right? So these all are the default methods that is created to for our purpose to make our work easy, and we going to create our own object for our application to create our web application. That's what it is. Okay, so this is what about objects, and a string is also created by an object, and number is also created by an object. So how can I check it? How can I know that, sir? How can I do this? In string, we have string method. So remember that only object is having this methods. Objects are having methods, right? So but the string having methods, number having methods, which means how they are having methods. They are not an object, means then how they are having methods? Because they are created by objects. That is why. So let me do one thing. I will show you an example. Let's just say str, and how when I write something like hello, what has happened in the background means a function will invoke. So that function is called as constructor function, that is used to construct our object for us. Okay, so what will happen means when I write like this means what will happen means a constructor function will invoke. So what it will do means it just say new string. This is the constructor function to construct the string, and I will pass str. Okay, and here it is running in the background. We are not able to see this, but it will running in the background. Okay, so I'm just going to say let str1 equal to this one, and here I just going to say console.log str1, and you can able to see what is the constructor method is constructed for us. A constructor method constructed an object, a string object, and inside the string object it is constructed what is the value. And if I click it, you can see this a string and array are iterable objects, which means each and every data is we can able to look through it and we can able to get it. And you can able to see something called as prototype, right? So this prototype, let us click here. You can able to see all the methods that are available for the string. You can see split, start with, substring, to local case. These all are methods that are available for the string. Okay, so it is happening in the background. We are not doing that. It is when you write something, this line, what will happen? JavaScript take the code and it is going to run a new constructed method. Well, you enclose it with double quotes, so you need to run a string constructor. So I just want to create an object, and I just want to attach all this method to your object, to your string. So now if I use it, it will do everything. And if I use str dot, and if I look for it, you can able to see all the methods are available. If I say to uppercase, and you can see what is this? Str is an object, and to uppercase is a function inside that object, and we are invoking it. If I invoke, I will get in the console. I need to invoke it. I'm just going to say console.log. Let tap inside. Now you can see we are getting this value. How it is possible? Because when I created a string in the background, an object is created, and that object what are the default methods are available for that string, it is getting attached and it is giving back to us a normal string. That is what it is doing. But we are not able to see those actions and everything, right? So that's what is happening, and everything, that is why everything in JavaScript is an object. So everything is created by object only, so we can able to access the default methods that are available for this object. And we have string methods, number methods, array methods. For everything is created by object. Each and everything has an methods and data available for that, and we can able to access it. And when I ask for str.to uppercase, it is right now it is derived as string, but the prototype is an object, so it will go upwards the prototype chain and look for any method that is available for the string is there or not. Right now the to uppercase is in the prototype, it will use it. That's what it will do it. Okay, That is what happening whenever we are writing some code. A constructor function, it is creating an object for us, and that object is creating to us. And you can able to see, if I run, I will show this one. So this one, you can see this object, right? So this is a function that is created an object, and this prototype is the string prototype, and here you will have a constructor function to construct it, and this is created by an object. You can see the constructor function that is constructed, and this is actual prototype of an JavaScript. Top level. There is nothing above this. Okay, so you cannot see a prototype next to it. So this is the top level. And this is actually JavaScript. And with the help of these methods and everything only, we are creating our own prototype, and we are creating our own object, and everything will be working here. Whatever we are writing, that is the top level. And what is the top? It is null, nothing there. Okay, it is null. That is what it is there. Okay, so that is what it is. Okay, in usual case, we should not create a string like this. Okay, we should not create it. Okay, it is running in the background, and using new keyword, it's pretty complex, and you started to create a dead string like this means what will happen, it is started to slow down your application also. Okay, because see, some default function is already running. Okay, why I want to run again? So then twice it's need to run it, right? So that is why it slows down your process, and you don't want to run it. Okay, when you give a string like this, JavaScript takes the function and they create an object for you, a string object, and attach all the method that you want to work with the string, and then it is just pass the value to the where you want to display, it will display. That's what it will do. And it have access to all the methods, default methods that is available. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so now let us go for conditional statement. So conditional statements are nothing but, if something is true, I need to run as code. If something is false, I need to run another code. If I'm tossed a coin, if it is hit, then I need to bat. If it is tail, then I need to bowl, right? So probability based on the workflow, based upon the conditions, depends upon the condition, the code will be changed. Okay, so that's what it is. Let me write it. I just say let coin equal to, it is going to be hit. If it is hit, then I want to run it. So in conditional statement, we have 4 things. One is if, we have else, and we have else if, and we have switch statement. Not else if. And we have switch. 4 things will be there. Let me see what is if. First of all, if is nothing but it will execute a condition when something is true. For example, you need to write if, you need to give and parenthesis, and you need to write a block of code what you want to write it, and here you need to tell the condition. If the condition is true, then the code will execute. If the condition is false, then the code will not execute. For example, I say 4 is greater than 3. Is it true? Yes. And if I ask for console.log, hi, save it, you can see we are getting high. And if I say 4 is greater than 13, it is false. And if I run it, you can see this code is not executed. Why? Because this condition, if the condition is true, it will be executed. If the condition is false, it will not execute. That's what it is. That's what if statement. And here, what is the else statement? So the else statement is used to, if the condition is true, I need to execute this code. If the condition is false, I need to run some other code. So what can I do? I can use else here combined with if, and here I can tell console.log. Instead of hi, I can say hello. So now, if the condition is true, this block will be executed. If the condition is false, then this block will be executed. Now, if I save it, you can see we are getting hello, which means our condition is false. If it is true, then we will get hi, which means the condition is true. If the user is valid, then we need to allow the user to enter into the website. The username and password is valid. I just want to allow the user to get into the website. If it is an invalid password, then I need to throw an error. Based on the condition, we can execute it. That is what conditional statement. Okay. So for example, if I want to write this logic, how can we write it? Simply, coin is a variable. If it is triple equal to is to compare, what is the triple equal to will do mean? It will compare whether this value, whatever the value that we are, it will compare both the value are same, true or not, same or not, like that it will compare. Okay. So triple equal to, here I just going to say head. Coin is the coin, the value of coin variable is triple equal to head, then you need to say bat. If it is not, then you need to say bow. If I say, you can see it is bat, and if I change it to tail, and it is going to be bow. That's what it is, right? So this is two probability. So we can use this for either this or that. This is two probability. What if I have a multiple condition to check? Example, a traffic light, right? If it is green, I need to say go. If it is yellow, I need to say ready. If it is red, I need to say stop. If it is some other color, I need to say temporary unavailable. How can I do this? So here I need to check for multiple things. For yellow, I need to check. For green, I need to check. For red, I need to check. So multiple things, more than two probability. So how can I do it? For that only we have this else if statement, if else statement. You can say if, okay. And here I just going to say, I just say let color equal to, I just going to say red. This is going to be red, okay. And here I just taking if color is triple equal to red, okay. If color is triple equal to red, and I just want to write in the console.log, it is going to be stop, okay. Else if what I want to do, if the color variable is triple equal to green, if it is green, then what I need to do in the console.log, I need to say go. Else if the color is triple equal to yellow, I can say in the console.log ready. If some other colors is there, then I say else console.log temporary available. Now let us save it. We get stop, and if I change this to green, we will get go. If I change it to yellow, we will get ready, and if I say some other something like this, we will get temporary unavailable. So what is happening here? Well, I'm checking with first if condition. If color is triple equal to red, the value of color is equal to red, then this code will be executed. Once it is executed, all other codes are ignored, right? That's it. So then if it is not red, some other color will be there. Then what will happen means it will check for it. If it is false, then instead of going for else statement, it will go for the next condition to check. So it will check all the condition, whether anything is getting true or not, like that, okay. So here it is check for else if the color is triple equal to green. If it is true, this code will execute, that's it. If it is false, then it will fall back to the next condition. Like that, each and every condition it will check it, and if it is true, then it will be executed. If it is not, it is going to be, it is finally everything, all the condition are false, then the else statement will be executed, okay. So that is what multiple checking with the conditional statement. And the same thing we can able to achieve with this switch statement. So what is the switch statement? It is just a syntactics go for if else if we are working with multiple condition, right? So this switch statement is made our work easily when we are working with, okay. So what we can do, let me see what is the syntax. So instead of writing something like this, a pretty curved braces, curly braces like that, what we can do, we can use the switch statement, and with the help of the switch statement, it's just going to create the syntax is very simple. We will create it easily. For example, how can I create a switch statement is, I can say switch, and what the variable that you want to check, you can pass it here color, and here I just going to say case if it is red, the variable that you are giving is red, then you need to write this code console.log stop. And I need to use an important one, that is break. I will explain the syntax once I return this code, okay? And I just going to say the second case to check, and it is going to be if it is green. And I just say console.log, it is going to be go. And here I just say break. And if it is going to be yellow, it is going to be yellow, then my condition is going to be console.log, it is going to be ready, okay, like this. And I just say break keyword, and here I can say like this, and I have default. And if it's anything, nothing is that, then console.log temporarily unavailable tmp, like this, okay, like this. If I save it, tmp, I just want to give it in a string. You can see we get this tmp because the color is going to be something unknown. That's what it is. I just cut it down here, paste it here. Okay, so what we are doing is, switch statement is exactly like the else, what is the if else statement that we have created, multiple checking condition, we can use it, but the syntax is much more similar and it is easy to use when we are working with. So that is why the switch statement is there. So simply you can see I'm checking let color is equal to what is the color, and I'm passing the variable and checking for every case. If the color is red, then you need to write something, and if the color is green, then you need to write something like this. I'm giving, for example, if I give the red, will get stop, the same exact same thing. But then, okay, so the case is to check it, and what is the code that I want to return, I will write it. What is this break keyword? Well, the break keyword is used to came out from the flow. Anything, it may be an loop or it may be an anything, it is used to came out from the flow. Okay, so what is meant by flow means simply simply the switch statement don't have any, it doesn't have the control over the flow. For example, if without break keyword, what it will do means, simply if I say red means, now the case is becomes true. Once the case becomes true, it will go and execute all the following codes. You can see that we will get stop, go, ready, and team, all the following codes, it will execute it. So it doesn't have control over the flow. If I change this to green, now it check for red. No, it is not red, so it will leave this. It will not get inside. But second time it is checking green, it is coming inside, right? Because it is true. So now it is true. Now what will happen means, it is go and execute all the next following code. Once it has become true, it will execute all the following code. You can see go, ready, and tmt. All the following code is going to be executed. So to stop this only, we have this break keyword. So what is the break keyword will do means, it will break the flow. So it just simply, you can, wherever you are using this break keyword, it will just came out from the flow. You are going in a flow, it just came out from the flow. So right now it is green and it will read the code, and once it is read the break, what the break keyword will do means, it will break down the code and just came out from it. The switch statement, it just came out, it will end the process and just came out. That's what the break keyword will do. Okay, so that's what here this switch statement, and this is all about conditional statement. Okay, so this is all about conditional statement, right? This is all about it. This is all about conditional statement, and the last topic that we need to discuss in basics is loops and iterator. Okay, so let me see, this is the last topic, and after that we just go and started to create our application, and we will need to see DOM, basics completed. We need to see DOM after this, and we're going to see to create an application. Create an app. These are all the topics is left. Okay. So let me see, and let me first see loops. In loops, we have what are the loops are available means we have for loop, we have while loop, we have do while. Let me see one by one. What is for loop? So for loop, for creating a for loop, you need to say for, and you need to tell like this, and it will be. So what is actually loop is? A loop is nothing but the same thing repeating again and again for a particular number of time, n number of time, repeating again and again. Okay, again and again. So that is what loop is. So simply, if I want to run I just want to run hello for 10 times in console. So what can I do? I need to write console.log hello for 10 times. So instead of that, we can create a loop, and I can tell what is the code that I want to run it for a particular number of times, and it will run for me. That's what loop it is. Okay. For example, here I need to run in console. I just want to run hello for 10 times. So how can I create a loop for that? So first we will see how we will achieve the thing with for loop. So the for loop, it will takes it, and in here we have a parenthesis, and here only we're going to make things happen, like we're going to control the loop. Okay, and here is the code that we need to execute. Here what I'm going to do, the first it will takes three things. One is initiation, which means where to start, and each and everything is separated by a semicolon, not comma, semicolon. Okay, and it will take a condition. If the condition is true, then the loop will be executed, and it will take an increment operator or an decrement operator. Let me see how it is. For example, in my case, I just want to write console.log for 10 times. So the initiation, I'm telling, like I just say let I equal to 0. So 0 is the starting place. I just created a variable. I considering that is my starting stage. Okay, or I can go with 1 like this. Okay, and here I just going to create a condition to make the statement. And here one thing that you need to do is you need to create a condition. You need to create a loop as a finite loop. What is mean by finite loop? Means if you are creating a loop, that should be end. The loop should be end within certain number of times. For example, within 10 times, within 12 times, that is need to end. If you are creating infinite number of loops, then the code is going to execute again and again. Then the browser will hang and it will shut down. That's what it will do. It just started to hang it, and then you need to restart it and you need to work it. Okay, you need to create an finite number of loops. So here I just going to say if I value is less than 10 or 11. Why? Because I need to run my code for 10 times. So starts from 1, so it is going to run it, and make sure that this is value of I is equal to 1, and I'm telling if I value is less than 11, I need to run a code called console.log hello. This is what I need to run it. But this is an infinite code, infinite loop. Why? Because the I value is going to be 1, and it is going to be executed every time the I value is 1. If I save it, means it is going to execute again and again and again and again. It is going to hang my browser, and it will not good. So for that, what we need to do, we need to make this condition as false in certain in sometimes. How can I do it? So for that only this third parameter is going to helpful. What I can do is I can increase the value of I every time the loop is completed. Okay, so what is the workflow is, first it will check the initiation. Let I is equal to 0. Right, let I is equal to 1. So this is the starting point. So second, it will go and check the condition. I value is less than 11. Yes, I is 1. So 1 is less than 11. Then the code is executed. So it will going to print hello in the console. And once the code, the loop is completed, then it will move to the third parameter. The third parameter, here I say I plus plus. So what is this plus plus? It is called as post increment, which means the whatever the value that you are mentioning, it is going to increase the value by one time. Plus 1, it is going to add plus 1. So right now the value is 1. If I add plus 1, it is going to be 2. So now the I value is changed to 2. And make sure that you want to give either, you should not give const here. Okay, if you give const, then the values are constant, it is not changeable. So either you can give without keyword or you can go with let. Okay, you can go with that. And now if I run it, you can see 10 times this hello is printed. 10 times this hello is printed. So that is what, if I want to print this for 100, if I just make this to 100, you can see 99 times it is printed, because what will happen once the I value is 99, it will check for the statement 99 is less than 100. Yes, it is true, the code will execute it. Then the value is increased by this I plus plus, it is going for 100. Now it will check 100 is less than 100. No, it is false. 100 is not less than 100, it is equal to 100. So this code, the loop will stop. So this is how we need to create a finite loop. And if I just give equal to, now you can get 100 times. It will take less than or equal to 100. So it will check it and it will be executed. So this is what loop is, for loop. Okay, one loop. Okay, and we have another loop that is going to be while loop. So what is an while loop? So while loop is exactly same for loop, but you can see the workflow. It will first take the initiation, then it is go and check the condition, then it is go and execute the code. After that, it will increment the code. Then again, what will happen? You can see the syntax. We need to give a semicolon. So many weird things, right? So that is why this while loop is pretty simple, and the workflow is also very simple. So simply, I need to tell let I equal to 0, a variable is there, and here I need to create a while loop. I want to check I value is less than 10. Then I need to write console.log hello in my console. And once it is completed, once the loop is completed, once the execution is completed, increase the value of I one time. That's it. Now if I save it, you can see we get this value. It is, the flow is simple, right? So we don't want to worry about the initiation and so much of things in syntactically weird, right? So here, check the condition, execute the code, increase the thing. Again, check the condition, increase the code, check it. How many times the while loop is going to be true, that much of time the code loop, whatever the right we return inside this loop, it's going to be executed. And I plus plus, it is going to increase the value. As simple. Same execution, but it is structured in a neat way. That's what it is, right? That is what this while loop is. Then what is do while? What is do while? So do while is an exit control loop, which means the workflow is entirely different. Okay, so how means I will tell how this exit control loop and how the workflow is going to be entirely different. I will tell it. Okay, so simply in do while, for creating do while loop, you need to write do, and here you need to write while. This is going to be a syntax. Okay, so what is the workflow? First, initiation, condition, execution, incrementing. But here, not initiation. Okay, here it is going to be, let's say, initiation will be there, and not condition checking. Second, it will not check the condition. Instead, it will execute the code. It will execute the code. So it will execute the code, and then it will increment the code. Then it will check for the condition. What the condition I need to check for it. So in this flow, what will happen? If I run it, you can see it will also work perfectly. But if I'm checking if the, like this 1000 is less than 10, it is false, right? But even though the condition is going to be false, the code will execute it at least one time. You can see, because of this flow, it is going to execute at least one time. But in while loop, if you do the same thing, the code will not execute. If I comment off, you can see it will not execute it. But in do while loop, it will execute. Why? Because the control flow is different. It will execute the code and increment the value, then only it will check for the condition whether it is true or not. So even though the code, even though the condition is going to be false, it will execute at least one time, at least one time. So that is what this while loop is, so like this do while loop is do. So these all are the most common and the old ways to loop is there, and some more advanced loop is also that to work with array and object. We will discuss that one. These all are the three things, right? So this is for do while and then while. So now we're going to see about iteration and what is iterator. Okay. Attendance. Okay. So we will see about what is iteration and what is iterator. Okay. No doubts, right? Let us go for the next topic. Okay. So first, what is iteration? Iteration is a process that will take place in all the iterable object in array and a string. These two things are iterable object. So what is meant by iterable object? Well, we can able to run a particular functionality in each and every letters in a string, on each and every item in a string. Okay. Mostly this iteration process we will work with arrays. Okay. So what is this iteration? Simply, I just have an array, const arr, created an array, and here I just going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, like this. We have an array that having 10 numbers. Now what I want to do, I want to create, okay, I want to create and doublet of this array, which means I need to multiply each and every value by 2, each and every value by 2. That's what I need to do it. So which means I simply telling console.log, this is the place I need to display, and here I'm telling that arr, and I say 1, I just say 0, then I will get the 1, because in 0th index we having 1, and I need to multiply this value by 2, and I get 2. Same like this for each and every index. Each and every index I need to do the same thing. For first index element, second index element, third index element, fourth index element, fifth index element, and then sixth index element, and then 7th. Like this, for each and every element, I need to run the same functionality. Okay, same functionality I need to run in each and every element, and this is called as iteration. So running a particular function in each and every item in an array, right? And this is not a great way to write like this. Imagine we have around 10,000 data inside it. Can we do like this for everything? No, right? So how can we do it? Well, with the help of this loop, we can able to achieve the iteration process. How? Okay, let us go for a while loop and we will create it. I just say starting point, I just simply say let initiation, let I is equal to 0, and here I just going to say while check I is less than, and here we need to tell I need to run starts from 0, and I need to run till how many items that is inside this array I need to run it, right? So for that what we can do is I just log console.log arr. You can see that we have this length property. What is this length property? This length property tells the count of the number. It is going to tell the count of the items in an array. So we can able to access it. How means simply array dot length. I say array dot length. You can see we are getting this value. So why I need to access this? Simply I will count it, I can tell it, right? So why can we access it? Remember that if in future, if this array is updated, what will happen? I need to go and again I need to change the code. I don't want it, because in future if someone added instead of this, if someone added 0 in between it, okay, if someone added in between it, if I use array.length, that length is automatically updated. I don't want to use it. So that is why we're going to use this array.length. So what I'm going to do, while loop, if the I value is less than array.length, if the I value is less than array.length, Then what I need to do is I need to say ARR. Here we need to tell the index. So instead of index, we will use this I. Okay. Instead of indexes, we will use this variable I. I just say I, and here I just say multiply by 2. And you need to display it in the console.log. You need to display console.log. This is the code I need to display it. And each and every time increase the value by I. Why I put this I inside it? Remember that right now value of I is 0. Just a minute. I will plug it again. Sourcing it again. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Okay. So remember that this I value is going to increase each and every time, right? I value is going to increase each and every time. Starts from 0. It is going to end. It is going to increase the value till the array, this condition is going to be false, right? Till the condition is going to be false. So starts from 0. It is going to increase 1, 2, 3. And that is what exactly I want is, right? So array initially 0th index element multiply by 2. Array then first index element, this one, multiply by 2. Array second index element multiply by 2. Array third index element multiply by 2. Like that each and every time till it reaches the last index element, I need to multiply by 2. Now you can see 0 multiply by 2, 0, 1 multiply by 2, 2, 2 multiply by 2, 4. Like this each and every time it is going to increase the value, right? So that is what iterations, looping through each and every item in an array and doing a particular functionality inside this loop. And the same thing you can able to achieve it with for loop also. Okay, so this process is called as iteration process. Okay, so this is called as iteration process. And in array, to work with iteration array, instead of loop, we have some default methods. Okay, we have, you can use loop also, but we have to work to do the same process. To do the same process, we have some default method that array is also having. So in a special category called array iterators. So what is that iterator? Iterator is a default method that is available for do the iteration process. So what is that means? We have for each loop, and with the help of this for each loop we can able to iterate through the array. Okay, so they are separate, these loops are separate, and for doing this iteration process we can have this iterators. So among them, the first iterator and the one iterator that we're going to discuss is for each. For each. Okay, so this for each, it is used to iterate the array. So how it will be work means, first you need to tell what is the array that you want to iterate. You need to put a dot and you need to use for each, the syntax, and inside this for each you need to create a function without a name. You need to create a function and you need to pass a value, and what this for each loop will do means, just a minute. Okay, so what is the for each loop will do means, well, this for each loop takes this function and it will run on each and every element automatically. We don't want to tell what is the initiation, the conditions, and incrementing the value. We don't want to tell anything that we have did in the array. Instead of that, what we can do is we can simply tell what is the array that I want to iterate, and you can tell it what is the function that you want to run in each and every method. So simply the for each loop take the function, it is going to take the function and it will run on each and every element automatically. Okay, so how it will run means, inside this function it will take 3 parameters. One is value parameter, another one is key parameter, and another one is index, and third one is going to be an array. Okay, it will take 3 parameter and it will run it. So now I will going to take what is the array I want to iterate. I just want to iterate the array ARR. Okay, so iterate to it and it will take 3 parameter: value of the item, index of the item, and array of the item. Let me console log it. Console log all the 3 items. And what is mean by value means, value is nothing but which right now the for each loop starts from 0. So it will tell 0 is going to be the value. And what is the index of this value is also 0. So 0. And what is the array it belongs to? It belongs to this array. It is going to return it. And once it is completed, it will move automatically to the next item. So the value is 1, the index is 1, and it is going to be returning this one. And that is what we will get. You can see 0, 0, value, index, the entire array. Value, index, entire array. Value, index, entire array. Value, index, entire array. Like that till 10. Automatically, it will stop it. So we don't want to care about creating a finite loop and giving a condition and those things. Okay, simply. So with the help of this, we can able to achieve the same functionality. How? We can simply say console.log, we have this value and just value multiply by 2. If I do this, you can see we get this same value. So each and every time the for each loop take up the function and it is going to run the function in each and every element, and in this each and every element it is multiplying the value by 2, so it is going to be produce this element. And this is iterators. So without loops, with the help of this iterators, it is work only in the arrays, but loops will work in all the cases, but it will specially meant for arrays. Okay, with the help of this array, you can, with the help of for each, you can able to iterate through the elements, right? So this is what is array JavaScript iterators. Okay, so this what it is. So now let us go for DOM. So right now the basic concept. So let me starting off the class, what we have, what I tell, we need to learn the basics, and you need to learn DOM for front end and advanced and ES6 for ReactJS, and then you need to learn about asyncs and Node.js, right? So here we completed the basics concepts that what we need to discuss in JavaScript. Now we are getting towards DOM. The second, how can I interact with my browser instead of working with console? How can I interact with my browser? So that is what we're going to do it. So simply we will do this process by adding some interaction. Okay, so let I go in the index.html. Let us create a button. Okay, and I just going to say click. You can see we have this click button, right? So what I want to do is, if someone clicked this button, I need to change this H1 hello world to congratulations. How can I do it? Okay, how can we do it? How can we do this? So with the help of DOM, we can able to do it. So simply let us understand what is the workflow of it. So in CSS, let us compare the CSS process. So if you want to change an element style, how you will do? First, you will select the element, then you will give a property, which property that you want to going to change, and then you will give what is the value that you want to change to it, right? So that is what you will do, and it will change according to it. Same thing here also. If you want to change here also, if you want to do an action, first you need to get the element and you need to do something, and then you need to do it. So here first thing what we're going to see is event listeners. What is event listeners? Well, these event, for example, if I clicking something need to happen. The click is an event listener. And if I double click it, that is an event listener. Mouse overing, event listener. And dragging, event listener. Everything that is event listener. So some interaction that is happening in the browser is, right? So that is event listener. So let's see how can we add an event listener to an element. So here in this index.html, here you can simply, there is a two ways to add an event listener. Simply you can say on, you can just put on, you can able to see what all the event listeners are available. You can simply click what you want. So here I want on click. On click is an event listener. It is going to wait for the click event. So which element you want to listen, which element you want this event, you can add it. So here I'm saying on click for this button. If someone clicked this button, then something need to happen. So what is the something? What is the value it is going to take? Well, it will take the value in a function. Simply what I'm going to do, I just going to create a function. I just going to say event handlers, and I just going to say console.log 1 console.log I am clicked. Okay, like this I will save it. And now if I save it, you can see we will not get anything. Why? Because if I want to run the code inside this function, I need to invoke this function, right? So how we will invoke this function? Event handlers followed by parenthesis. If I save it, we will get invoked. So instead of doing this, I can pass this function inside an event listener and I can put it here. You can see event handlers like this. So what this will do means when someone clicks this button, it will invoke the function. So once the function is invoked, it is going to execute the call the function. Once the function is invoked, it is going to execute whatever the code that is inside our browser. Now you can see it. I saved it. Nothing is there. If I click it, you can see I am clicked. If I click it again, I am clicked. Click. How many times you want to click, you can use it and you can click, it will be work it is going to execute the function. So instead of this is what event listeners is. So you can add whatever the event listener you want inside. On event listener, I can say on, you can see we have so much of input. You can say on double click. If I say on double click, if I click one time, it will not execute. Click one time, not execute. You need to click it for double time, like this, like this. If you click it for double time, it will be executed like this. Okay, so it will be listen for the double click event. Okay, so that's what it will listen to it. Okay, this is what event listener is. Okay, so this is the one thing that you need to understand. Then it is also a DOM property. Okay, so now let us enter into DOM. So in DOM property, it is categorized into first two main categories is grabbing an element, okay, and changing an element. So this is what. So how do I grab an element? Because if I want to change an element, first I need to grab an element, right? So I get an element. For example, if I want to change the body, first I need to select the body. Same things. Instead of selecting, here grabbing. If I want to change this h1, then I need to grab that h1 first. That's what it is, right? So what I can do, so here the grabbing an element is categorized into 5 types. There are 5 methods are available. You can use to grab an HTML element in JavaScript code. Okay. So same here you can see grab an element by tag name, grab an element by ID name, select an element by ID, select an element by class. Same like that. Here you can able to select an element by ID, select an element by class, select an element by tag name. So that is the 3 things. And we have some other 2 selectors, and with the help of other 2 selectors, we can able to what we can like we can able to do some extra functionalities. Okay, let me see that. How to grab an element by ID. How can I do it? Let us go and give an ID here. I just say demo. This is going to be the ID. And to grab an element by an ID, what you need to do, you need to call, since DOM is also an object. So document is the object name, and you need to give dot to see all the methods are available to work with DOM. Okay. So the first grab method is get element by ID. You can see this. This is the method that is used to grab an element from an HTML. Okay. So here I just give and parenthesis. Inside this, you need to tell which ID you need to grab. I just say demo. Right? Demo is the ID I need to grab. Right now we grabbed the element from HTML. So how can I know whether I grabbed it or not? Well, we can store inside this. I just say const head. I just created a variable const head equal to document.get element by ID demo. So now what happened? The value, the tag is grabbed and it is stored inside this variable head. Okay. Let us see whether it is grabbed successfully or not. I just say console.log what is head. You can see it is giving me this h1 is the head. And now I successfully selected the element. Now I can use what is the property I need to change and what is the value that I want to change. So simply for that we have changing an element. In changing an element is categorized into 3 types. One is changing the inner content, okay, and changing the CSS or changing the attribute. 3 types. Attributes. There are 3 types. Okay, basically. Okay, there are so much of things there. Basically 3 types. So in my case, what I want, I need to change the content of, which means what it is written inside. I need to change it. So for changing the content, for content, we have a method called, we have an property. Content, we have a property called inner HTML. With the help of this property, you can able to change this property, inner content. How we can do is simply, right now I grabbed this element, right? Head, and I grabbed this entire HTML. What I want to do, I need to tell head dot inner HTML. This is the property that I want, that is going to change the HTML, and I given the property. Now I just want to give equal to, I need to tell what I want to change. I need to change congratulations. Congratulations, like this. And now you can see the property inner content is changed to congratulations. But this is okay, but I want to run when someone clicked the button. Okay, so I just going to uncomment off this one. So what is the functionality I want? When someone clicked this button, then only I need to change it to congratulations. Till now it need to be there hello world. So what can I do? Here if someone clicks this button, what will happen? It is going to invoke a function called event handler. So where the function is, we removed that function, right? So let me create that function event handlers and leave it. And what can I do? Whatever the code I have written here, I just cut it down and paste it here. Like this. So now what happened? If someone clicked it, this function is going to execute, and inside this function, we are grabbing the HTML element and we are changing the HTML element inner HTML to congratulations. If I save it, you can see right now it is hello world and nothing will be there. And this function is going to execute when someone click this button. Okay, so I just going to say, if I click it, you can see we changed this to congratulations. So that is how it will be work. So now next thing what I want, not only this functionality, I need to change the background color of this entire body. How can I do this? How can I achieve this? So for that, what you need to do, first you need to grab the entire body. So how can we grab it? Let me create const body equal to document dot, instead of get element by id, those things you can, for the parent tag, meta tag, for that those tags you can directly call like this, body. Okay, body, head, we have direct tag, so you can grab an element directly like this. Okay, for taking you can say console.log what is body, like this. And if I just right click, inspect, go for the console, and if someone click it, you can see the entire body tag is displaying. Whatever we have written inside, the entire body tag is displaying. So now what I'm going to do, in body we added a background color, some color like this. Now I'm going to change it. How can I change it? So we only discussed about how to change this inner content. We have inner HTML to change the inner content. How here we have background color to change the background color, background position to change the background position, font size to change the font size. Same like that here, we for changing the inner content we have inner HTML. For changing the CSS we have style. How can we use it means, element, you need to tell which element you need to use it. You need to give a dot and you need to tell style. You need to give a again dot and you need to tell which property that you want to change. In my case, it is going to be background color. Then I need to give the value what I want to change. That's it. So simply, what is the element? The element is body dot What is for changing the style? You need to use the style dot style. It just is style and dot, and here you can able to see all the CSS property that you can change it. So here what I want is, it is going to be background color, and you can notice that it is lower camel sensitive. It is not in the case of kebab, which means not separated by dashes. It is in the lower camel case sensitive. So now I just say background color, you need to change it to orange. And if I save it, now if I click this function will execute. It is going to change the inner HTML. Same like that, it is going to change the entire body background to orange. So if I click it, you can see the entire background body is changed to orange, and you can able to see the changing here. Okay, I refresh it. This is my body tag without, like, before JavaScript is applied. Okay, Balav Shekhar and Archita, the attendance is given. It is a 12 hours of workshop. It will be given, it will be given at the right time. Okay, so you don't want to worry about the attendance. It will be shared with you. If you are in live, you will get the attendance. Okay, that's it. Okay, so here you can able to see the changes. If I click it, you can see the style is applied, and you can see the background color changes and everything. It will be applied here. Okay. Can you able to see my screen? It is working perfectly. All what you need to do is, you need to increase the quality. Don't watch this live with 114. Increase the quality to 460 pixel or 380 pixel. Okay, so sorry, 480 pixel or 360 pixel. If you increase the quality only, then only it will be look clear. You can see here, right? Increase the quality of it, then only it will be look clear. Okay, so if it is blurred means, then you are watching it in a poor quality. Okay, increase the quality, go for settings, advanced settings, click 480 pixel or 360 pixel to. Okay, fine. So this is what changing the background, like style property, and whatever you want to change, you can change it. For example, I just going to say head dot style dot, and here you can say the font size equal to, and here I can say 56 pixels, something big. If it's clear, and if I click this button, you can see the font size is also increased, and you can increase font color. Whatever the screen that you want to change, you can just click that and it will be perfectly worked. And this is the one thing that is used to. Thank you, Naveen Kumar. Thank you. Yeah, it will be work perfectly. People who having blur screen, you need to increase your screen quality. Okay, you need to watch it in little bit. You don't want to watch it in 180 pixel or something. Just watch it in 360 at least. Okay, simple. That's what it is. So this is the second one. And what is the third one? How to change an attribute. So what is mean by attributes? We know that what is attribute. Attribute is nothing but, for example, if we have image, and if I just say yes null, nothing. Okay, so if we have an image, I want to add an image. So what I'm going to do, I just go for an unsplash, unsplash.com. Let me take this image, let me copy this image address and add it here. And this is attribute, an additional information that we are giving to an HTML to showcase. So I just save it here, and now you will get this. I think it is big. Let me see that. Yeah, it is something big. So I'm going to add some height and width property here. I'm just going to say height. I just say 300 pixel. Width is not needed. Height is okay. Okay. So now what I want, if someone clicked it, I need to change the background color and change the inner HTML, and also I need to change the SRC. How can I do it? how to change the attribute of it. With the help of JavaScript, how can I do this attribute? How can we do it? So for that, first we need to grab this element. So how can we grab this element? Let me give an tag selector. Okay, so the tag selector and class selector are going to be same. Okay, let us view the tag selector. So I just going to say const, and another selector we're going to use image equal to document dot get elements by tag name. So this is the tag selector, and here you need to tell what you need to select, image. And now here I am asking what is image, and you can see it will produce me an HTML collection. Go here and see here. If I click this one, you can see, sorry, not tag name, it's tag, elements by tag. And just a minute. Okay. I just it's going to be tag get elements by, fill it in the string image like this, and let us click. You can see it will return me an HTML collection, and this HTML collection, it is look like an array, but we cannot use the array methods, array iteration, and everything. We cannot use it. It is look like array, but it is not an array. Okay, it's look like an array, it is not an array. So which means how we can able to access this particular element is you can access it like exactly like how we will access an array. We can access it. For example, here you can tell like I just want only the 0th index. So if I save it and if I click it, we will get that particular element. Not here. We need to give it here. 0th index. And if we click, you can see we will get that particular image element. So what we are doing is this class element and this ID, if you select an element by their ID, IDs are unique, which means it is going to produce, IDs are unique, it is going to return only one element. When you grab an element with an ID, it is a single element selector because IDs are used only once in your entire document. But when you are using classes and when you are using tags, tags are multiple elements, and multiple tags and classes are multiple elements and multiple element selector. So which means which means it will returns an HTML collection, which means an array of listed object. So tags are, there may be more than one image will be there, and more than one classes we will use it. But in ID it is unique, right? So that is why it is there. So if you want to access a single element, then you need to tell the index of the element, then you can get this single element. So now what I can do, I can want to say for changing the attribute, what we need to do is you need to attribute, for changing the attribute, you need to say element, fetch the element, and what is the attribute you need to change. You need to tell the attribute. For example, SRC means SRC, and tell what you want to change. Give the value here. That's it. So here it is going to be image tag dot for attribute SRC, and here tell this what is the one you want to change. Just want to change this one to this one. I just copy the image address and place it here. Save it. So now let us go here. Now you have nothing here. I just scroll down. Now click this element. Here you can able to see we have all the things. And now if I going to click it, you can see the changes and it is applied to all. And the attendance link third is shared in your chat now. You can fill it now. Okay. So third attendance form is shared in the chat. We can fill it now. Okay. So this is what we have changed the inner HTML. We have changed the style property of background, and we have changed the attribute. So this is the most commonly used selectors. Okay. So like changing elements, most commonly we will use it to change an element. And one more topic is still there, that is going to be event handlers. So how to create an event handler, let me see that. And we will create an application into an application with this HTML. Okay, so what I'm going to do, simply I just going to remove this one. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I just going to save this, and I just going to say h1, and here I just going to say this is going to be twd events like this, and here we are creating it. And let us add a style. I just going to really little bit quick, and I will explain each and every step, try to understand it. I just going to create a project. Okay, I just say h1. Okay, whatever we have seen, I just going to sum up, and I going to come up with this. I just going to say text align, it's going to be center. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, in my JavaScript file, I'm going to create an array listed object. Okay, so I'm just going to say const arr, it is going to be, instead of arr, I'm just going to say data, or I just say events data. So I'm just going to create an array. Inside this array, I just going to listed an array listed object. Okay, so simply array, it can able to store anything inside it, right? So what I'm going to do, I just going to store this objects, this kind of object. Around 3 object I'm going to store. So here I just going to say, inside this object, I just going to say name. I just say event name. Event name is going to be ReactJS beginners. Okay, and the next one is going to be and tutor. Let me enter the name. I just going to be name. Okay, and finally we can say like click timing. So I just create my own data. Okay, I just going to create timing is going to be 270 like this. I creating my own data. So simply I just going to copy this. Not 270, it is 240 like this. Okay, so now I just going to copy this array, paste it here, paste the information. In real world, if you are working with any application, it will be look like this only. Okay, it will be look like this only, and you will be there. Okay, simply I created an array. And inside this array, I created an object. Okay, so this object is containing properties, event name and tutor, and here it will be there. And I just say, I'm going to say change the information, Node.js, and here I can say like this, and here we can mention like this. Okay, and change the timing like this. Okay, we have changed it. So some information will be there. Now what I want to do, so with the help of this information, I need to create a beautiful application here. So how can we do this? Simply what I going to do is, I just going to say, so this is an array, so we're going to loop through this array, and we're going to fetch each and every information, and we're going to display it here. So how can I do it? Simply I just going to say, what is the array name? It is going to be events data. I just going to say for each, so we know that for each is going to run a function in each and every time when it is going to be executed, right? So I just going to say it is going to take a function, and it is going to take the data. It is going to be the value of each and everything. So I just going to say data, and here I just ask for console.log. Can you tell the data? So what we will get? Well, we will be going to get each and every object separately. Instead of array, we're going to get each and every object. So now if I ask for it, console, you can see we will get separate object, and that object is containing this thing. So now what can I ask for? I just ask for object.tutor. What we will get? We will get all the tutor name. So now what I'm going to do is, I just going to comment off this one, and here I just going to create a div that has container. Okay, and it is an empty one, and I just going to add a style for the container dot container container, and this is going to have a display of flex, and here I just going to say justify content is going to be center, and align items is also going to be center, simply like this. Okay, nothing is there. Now what I'm going to do, there is nothing here, so inside this container I going to create a small box or small event list, and I'm going to add this information inside that. So how can I do it? How can we do this? Okay, how can I do this means simply right now we fetch the each and every data, right? So what I want, first I want that container. So I just say const. Here what we can do, we can say cont, I'm going to say, and I just going to fetch the container document dot get element by, we added a class name, so I use class name, and here it is going to be, what is the class I use? Container is the class I use. And we know that if you use a class element and tag element, it is going to return an HTML collection, right? So it is going to give me an HTML collection. So what I want is I just want the zero things. So I just going to cut this one. I can paste it outside this loop also. So I just only want the first element inside it. So I want this container only. So inside this container, what I'm going to do, I just going to add all the code information. So what I'm going to do, I just going to say container cont dot inner HTML, because I need to add something inside to it, right? So cont dot inner HTML equal to, and instead of equal to, you can use assignment operator. So what is this plus equal to will do means, each and every time the loop is going to run something, right? Each and every time the loop is going to run, and every time the loop is run, the old data, the previous data will be there. Okay, if you use equal to, the old data will be get replaced. Okay, so now if I use plus equal to, the old data will be there, and another new data just get happened to it. Okay, that's what it is. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to use something called as template literal. So I just give an explanation about template. What is template literal first of all? So simply I have const, okay, I just have event, I just say like hello. Okay, so here I just going to say const detail. I just want to, so I say that for in string you can use this backticks, right? So you can use this backticks, and this backticks is so convenient to use, and instead of using double quotes and single quotes. Okay, so this backticks, it is so flexible, you can use it. So here I can say instead of event, I just going to say event is going to be 9 hours of workshop, like this. I think 9 hours, sorry, 12 hours of workshop. Okay, so here I just going to say welcome to, I just want to add this event. So normally what we will do, we will give a plus sign and we will add events like this in normal string, right? So normal string we will do this, right? Welcome like this, and we will add it. And here I just say console.log what is detail. If I ask for detail, and we will get this, not event, is going to be event, we will get welcome to 12 hours of workshop. This is what we will do. We will concatenate like this only, right? So instead of this, what you can do means, you can write inside itself. You can write inside itself. Only thing what you need to do is, you need to give a dollar sign, and you need to give this curly braces. And inside you can write your JavaScript code. For example, I say 56 multiplied by 5, and it will give the 56 multiplied by 5 280, and it will convert it and it will add to it, right? So inside it you can write the JavaScript code. So this is possible. This is template literal. Okay, so inside that I want a variable called events. So now not event, you can see welcome to 12 hours of workshop, and this is so helpful in working with DOM also. So let me see how we can achieve this. So what I'm going to do, this inner HTML, it not only takes the string, it is also takes the tag. For example, I just going to, instead of this writing this old method, you can use this template literal, and here you can create a div, and here I just going to say hello. And now if I save it, you can see hello, hello, hello. right? You can able to see this, right? Hello, hello, hello. What is happening? The loop is going to run how many data I am containing in this array. So there are 3 arrays or 3 data is there. So 3 times it is going to run. And you can see the div is created. I just create h1. I just create an h1 here. And now you can see hello, hello, the h1. This tag is also readed. This inner HTML, it will create the tag also. Sir, what is the use case of 0? Where I am confused after container. Yeah, let me tell this. So here we are using this 0, right? So because when you are accessing, when you are creating, when you are grabbing an element by their class and grabbing an element by their class and tag, it will create an HTML collection. Why? Because the class may be any class, we will use it for multiple times. The same class we will give for another tag also, right? That same h1 tag, we will use h1 tag and another tag. We will create another tag. So it has multiple tags. There are multiple h1 tag will be there. Multiple elements will be there with the same classes. IDs are unique. We will create IDs only one time, right? In the entire document, the IDs are unique, but classes and tags are multiple times it is available. So when you want to, if you want to focus on particularly one element, then it is probably give all the element that is having container. So you need to give, it is in an like array like structure, but it is not an array. So if you want to fetch an particular element, then you need to tell the index of the element. So that is why we are telling, well, fetch the index. I want the 0 element. Right now we have only one element. So that is why we need this 0 element. So if I fetch the 0 element, instead of this HTML element, we will get the container. Now you can see inside this container, we will add h1 hello, h1 hello, right? Understand? Adil, understand? That's what it is. So what happening inside this container? Now we are adding this h1 hello, h1 hello, h1 hello. Why it is 3 times added? Because this for each loop run, how many items are there in an array, it is going to be run it. So now what I'm going to do, instead of writing hello, I just going to say, yeah, thank you, Avidir. I just going to create a div. Okay, I just going to create a div, and I just going to cut it down, and I just place it here, and here I just say class, and I just going to give events, classes events. Okay, because I want to style it. And here in this h1, I use $sign to get data, to write some JavaScript code. So here you can see we having the data, and we know that data is an object, and it has event name, tutor, and timing inside it, and we can able to fetch it. So what I going to tell, I just say event name first of all. So I just going to say what is the event name, data dot event name. And if I save it, you can see ReactJS beginner, Node.js beginner, CSS beginner. We have created it, right? So where the detail, where the detail error? Okay, so here I commented off. Just comment off this. Okay, so we get at this. Now what I'm going to do, we have this detail. Not only this, I want the tutor name. So I just say an h5 tag, and here I want the data. A loop proving each and every value. So data is the value, and I want the tutor name. I just say tutor name. You can see it is the tutor name is Hari, and the tutor name is Sir, Nabidu Viswa Sir, and here is Mosam Sir. So here it will be there. And here I just want to add the, just make this to 24,444 like this, and you can able to see here. So now the next one, what I want, timing. So I just give a paragraph. Let us add this as h. Let us go for paragraph tag, and here I just going to add data dot timing, and now we are getting each and every timing. So now what we can do, we can style this, or if you would like to add an image also, that will be good. I don't we are not able to add an image right now. So what we do, we will add image. Why not? We will add an image. So I just going to say image. Okay, it is going to have an image tag and src, and inside this src I just going to add and data dot image, but there is no such thing for images there. It will give me this one. So what can I do? Let us go for unsplash. I just say events. Okay, let us add, copy the image address, come here and create soon image. Let us add this one in our database. That's it. Let us go here, go here. This is another event. Copy this image address. Soon image, paste it. Come here, come here. This is, we don't have any party event. Okay, we have this one. We have this image. Copy this image address and paste it here. Image, and I just going to paste it here. That's it. That's it. Now if I save it, let us come here. You can see we are having this one. So only thing is we need to style it. So what I'm going to do, let us go for here. Container we have, and we have, you can see we added a class called events. First we will fetch this event. Okay. So dot events. This is the class. So I just say dot event. So before we doing here, we'll change the image dot events. Okay, here I just going to say what is the event that I can give event height image. Inside this event, I need to change the image. So the image is going to be height. Height is going to be 120 pixel. We change the event height, and I just want the border radius is going to be 8 pixel. Okay, like this. Fine. So then inside that dot events, I have an h1 tag, that is the heading, and I just say font size is equal to, I just want 26 pixel, like this. Good. And I just going to say that we create like this. Okay, that is going to be say, and now I just going to say and border of 1 pixel solid black. Now we are having, and just simply okay, here I just going to say margin. I just going to say margin 10 pixel for all the side. Let us give like this. And here I just going to say display is going to be flex, and justify content, it's going to be center. And here I just going to say flex direction. First of all, flex direction is going to be column, and here that's it. And here let me give the padding 10 pixels inside everything. Let me create like this, and that's it. We have created it. Now what we can do, we have this h1 and everything. We have this one, and let me add the border radius, same border radius for our event also, like this. Fine, and we have created it. And what we can do, align items. Let us make this to center. So now it is, everything is aligned to the center. So now let us increase the font size of the tutor. Let us increase the font size of the tutor to 5, not h1. I just want this to h4, I think. Yeah, here I just say 45 to 34. Okay, or 30. Now it is fine. So we have rendered, and we have created it, and we have come up with some neat user interface also. So this is how we work with APIs. So right now we created our own data, but in normal terms, when we are working with APIs, so we will create this database, right? So we will create our own data. But in normal time, what will happen? So somewhere in backend, so they will create an API. The backend developer, they will create an API and they will give to us. And what we will do, we will get the API and we will work with. And for that only, we need the asynchronous. We need to learn about what is asynchronous, and we need to, then the process is going to be same. In database, these informations are stored. The image, the events, and the person name, timing, and everything is stored. So they will pass, how they are passed via API, they will pass our information, the backend information to the front end. As a front end developer, we need to fetch the API information, and we need to convert it to an array listed object. We need to convert it to. And once we converted it, then we need to come up with some neat user interface with the help of DOM, and we need to, with the help of CSS and so much of things, we need to come up with that. Okay, so this is what JavaScript is. This is what actually JavaScript it is. That's it. So we have created it, and same like that, you can do whatever you want. You can right now whatever the things that you have learned, with the help of this, you can able to achieve what you want. The entire thing you can just to do it, and you can come with this like this. So this is the event that right now we created for our own. So for ourselves, we created our own database and we rendered. We just what we have done. Just look into the array. So we have created an array, and each and every array is containing an object, and that object is containing an information, event name, tutor, and timing. And what we have did, this array containing three objects. So what we have did is we first loop through this event and we fetched each and every value, which means each and every object. And we stored inside in a thing called data. So inside this one, we have stored the value data. Okay. So once we stored the value, here we are saying _count. What is _count? A _count is nothing but an empty div that is in our CSS, in our HTML. You can see we have an empty div that is nothing inside here, right? An empty div. And we are fetching the container, and it is a class selector, so it is going to be a multiple element selector. So when you are selecting a class and tag name, it will return an HTML collection. So what you need to do is you need to tell which index element that you want. So right now I want the first element, so I just going to say 0th index. So it will fetch the container. So here I just say count.innerHTML, and I use an assignment operator plus equal to. So what the plus equal to will do means each and every time the loop is going to run, the iteration process is going to run, the old one is still there. If I don't use press, what will happen means only the final one will be there. The first two things will get replaced. You can see only the final thing will be there. The first two things get replaced. But if I use plus operator, what is already there? So if the first time the first information is there, and second time I'm adding, it is go and append with the second one, not going to replace that one. That is what happened. So now we will get this one. And here I'm using the template literal. So the template literal, you can able to write multiple lines in if you are using single quotes and double quotes, you cannot write multiple lines. So here you can use multiple lines, and you can write what is the HTML structure I want. And this inner.html not only renders the normal thing. If you write some HTML tag, it will render the tag also. Okay. So here I created an image tag. You can see an image tag is created like that. Okay. And which all are the place I want to add the data that I'm having from my database, which means from my storage unit. I'm telling that data is an object, and data.image I need to add it here in the SS, and data.event I need to add it in the H1, and data here I just want to add it. And each and every time, the 3 times it is going to add it, and it need to be produced. And if you are coming up with like this, you can able to see these things. Only thing we need to do is this. So now instead of this one, instead of events, what you can do, you can create an image like an e-commerce website. You can create it, and you can clone the Amazon or clone anything, Netflix, whatever. So just create your own array nested object and clone the interface of whatever the top website that you or want to clone. You can clone it. You don't want to wait for the backend. You don't want to do anything. You just with the front end, you can clone it right now. Whatever the basics then that you learned it here. Okay. So that's what all about JavaScript, and that's what we have covered. And we covered the basics and all. Okay. So, and one more thing. So the advanced thing JavaScript is still there, right? So it will take time. I will know that. So for that only 27 to 31, I'm going to take the advanced JavaScript each and it is a week, like 4 days of workshop. It will be there in every week. Okay. You need to run 27, 28, 30 and 31. There will be an workshop for 1 hour, 8:30 to 9:30. So advanced JavaScript will be taken. That is also you will get certificate and provided. If you are interested and if you are understanding the learnings of me, then you can join with that time and you can able to communicate with me. Okay. So this is all about JavaScript. If you have any doubt, you can tell it in the comment box now. Okay, so we are done with JavaScript for the entire 9 hours, and I hope that most of you filled the attendance 3. And the React.js, right now the React.js part will taken care by Nabidu Biswas. Thank you all. Work for the next one.
Thank you, Hari. So thank you, Hari. Thank you, Mosam, for taking such amazing sessions on CSS and JavaScript. Now it's your my time to take the React.js. And thanks, Hari, for taking this. And now we'll start with React.js. Okay. So let me share my screen. So from React.js, actually, you started to use a bit of command line. Okay, so React.js, you should work on a bit of command line. You're on a Windows or something, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Windows, you should use you should not use CMD. I don't tell people to use CMD. You should always use something known as git bash. Git bash you should use in Windows, and Mac is too much Unix based, so Unix based systems are good. Okay, so that is there. And React is a JavaScript. I will not go to much of a theory because we don't have much of time. And React, we take a 4 hours full workshop also. And previously Hari have taken a 4 hour workshop, very good workshop. Today we are going to have only like 2 hours only, because we don't have time. More than that, we don't have time. Okay, so okay, share these all materials. Okay, so I'll ask Hari, like, I don't know what he had taken in what platform he had taken. So if you had taken in VS Code, then I can share it. And rest of the things, like I think okay, the rest of the things I can share. Like I can see, like, these are the some of the things which we have done today. So this we can share in a GitHub link. We'll share that. And Hari's thing also I will take, and I'll share that. And React also, I have already created a file, and I have created a folder, and I'll share that. And okay, from React, what happens? You like you started to like so React is a JavaScript framework, okay, JavaScript library, not framework, JavaScript library, and it requires you to have Node.js installed on your system. So the only requirement is that you should have Node.js. So Hari, if you have done like DOM programming is a bit tougher. Okay, so you should have Node.js installed on your system. DOM programming has a lot of things. So you should have just this thing, Node.js installed on your system, whether you're using a Windows, whether you're using a Mac, it doesn't matter. You should have the Node dash v if I do, and Node comes with npm also. Both of those things should be installed on your system. And then what we are going to do, we are going to create a React app, because by default a browser doesn't understand anything else than HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It doesn't understand React. So there is a React is created by Facebook, and it is the most popular thing on the planet right now, and it will be for the next 10 years at least. Okay, even if Chat GPT or something is there, they are going to code in React only. Okay, so those things are there. And like, even having React in a resume can get you a job. Today only I sent the resume of two of the students of React in the resume for a startup job. Okay, so nowadays only startup is recruiting. You all know, maybe because they are the one who always recruit. Okay, so that is there. And so there is something known as create React app. And those who don't know, React is created by Facebook. Okay, so React is created by Facebook. So in GitHub also you'll see this Facebook name is there. React is completely open source, free to use, but created by Facebook. Okay, so create React app, you have to use this command, npx. Npx is an npm command. So let me do that command. Npx create React app, my app. Instead of my app, you can have anything else also. Okay. Okay, taken in VS Code, will share in group. Okay, so I will take it from Hari, and Hari is also telling that he has taken in VS Code, and I will take it from Hari. And as I've told, this all, like, I have this all also. So we'll put all of those things like HTML, CSS, and React and JavaScript in one GitHub folder, and we'll share that with you all. Okay, so GitHub is very easy to get. Okay, so I have done this npx, and npx generally doesn't take that much time, but I am streaming also, so maybe this is taking a bit of time. Okay, so that is there. And this is like we try to cover everything, but even 12 hours is not sometime enough. Like, we have longer 4 hours classes. Okay, so those 4 hour classes you can do always. So that is there. Now, okay, so it is done. So I'll go to cd my app, cd my app, and it is telling me to do an npm start, but I'm not doing npm start. I'll do a code dot because I want to open it with VS Code. And opening it with VS Code, you can open it with like this. Okay, code dot, like it's a command. You can open it like this because by now you should know some of this command line things. Okay, so that is there. And now, as they have told, we are going to do the npm start. Npm start, and it will open in localhost 3000. So in a React project, you don't have to do any hot reloading or anything. You don't have to do all those things. Okay. So the first thing which I'm going to do in this React project is take you all through this structure of a React code. Structure of a React code. Let me make it a bit smaller. Let me take you through the structure of a React code. So structure of a React code, as you see that there are a lot of files are created. It is not like a HTML, CSS, JavaScript like that. There is no file, but a lot of files are created. The first important file is this package.json file. So because React is a completely open source and it has got a lot of node modules and all those things. Node modules is how the all of open source work. Okay, so it has got all the packages, and in fact it has got some of the packages of React which is completely open source, and it is telling that the version is 18.2. So React versions are very important. React was created in 2013 and it got popularized in 2015, and I am working in React since 2015. Okay, so that is there. So it's a long time I'm working in React. So in 2020, what happened in React started moving towards functional component. Okay, earlier also functional component. There are two kinds of components in React. One is functional component, which are functions we're going to see soon, and one is the class-based component, which are like ES6 classes, which you're going to see. But earlier, the class-based component was superior in it was having two of the major features of React, which is state and a lifecycle method, both of which we are going to see. But what happened in 2020, React started moving towards functional component, and functional components also today have the concept of state and lifecycle method. If you see any project today on YouTube, you'll see the person is using hooks, React hooks, because that is what it is meant. But it doesn't mean the class-based component has gone anyway. In fact, in most production projects, still class-based component are used the most. So we are going to see first class-based component, then we are going to see the hook-based component. Okay, so that is there. So this package.json is there, and then it is very important in seeing this package.json only. We have this node modules. Okay, so these node modules, all the things have been created with that. Then there is a git ignore. Since this node module is pretty huge, when I will push it into GitHub, this node module should not go. So in git ignore, whatever you do, you can put it should not go. So I put the node mod. I have not put, it's automatically generated. So the node modules will not go in GitHub, because node modules is generally the biggest part of a project, which is required only for development. In the in servers also it is required, but you don't need to do it in a GitHub. Okay, so GitHub you don't require it. So then, but a React project actually starts from where I'm seeing this thing, this revolving thing. So React project generally starts from this index.html file. So index.html file, if you see in an index.html file, you have I'll remove this comment in the index.html file. So this has become very small. React comes with hot reloading. The moment I save something, it will be refreshed. So like a live server is there here. Okay, so a title is there. So suppose I will write instead of React, I will write learn React. See this title bar. The moment I save it, it will be learn React. Okay, so that is okay, but head part is okay. But from where this whole thing is coming, this whole thing is coming in a way. So there is a div of id of root, div with id of root, a little bit of JavaScript. At the end of the React is a JavaScript library. A lot of JavaScript concepts are used. Okay, so div with id of root is there in the index.html. Then what will happen, it starts from there, index.js file. Index.js file, it starts. I will remove this thing because this thing causes a bit of problem. Not, it's not a strict mode, it causes a bit of problem when we do a console log. Okay, so that is not the main thing. The main thing is here is that there is a this line number 7, there is react dom dot create root, and then I'm doing document dot get element by id, JavaScript code, JavaScript DOM code, get element by id root. So I am getting the root, this id I am getting, and then what I'm doing this, I'm rendering it in the app. I'm getting this and rendering in the app. So what actually it means that instead of this id, show the app. What is the app? App is the actually the starting point of a React. So if I open this app.js, I will see like this whole thing. Like this is the main thing which is being shown. Okay, so header, image, p, anchor tag, all those things are here. So this is the main thing, this revolving image. But if you see this thing, so, and we are going to see from here the app.js only. If you see closely here, and hope everybody is filled attendance number 3rd. If you see closely here, and this is like a JavaScript file, but a JavaScript file is easily representing the HTML, easily showing the HTML. Okay, so how is it possible? It is possible because React is a bit of weird here. In React, what happens, the CSS file is like a normal CSS file. Okay, CSS is like a normal CSS, it's a normal CSS, but the JavaScript and the HTML files are combined in one file known as the JSX file, JavaScript XML, JavaScript XML. Okay, it is known as JavaScript XML. It is very good language. Like mostly you'll see that here JavaScript code, HTML code is there. A little bit of difference is there. Like if I want to show something, so like variable, I have to use a curly bracket. And the other difference is that if I have a like a HTML class, I will change it to class name, because in JavaScript class is a keyword. But if you see in the inspect, as I've told earlier, that the browser doesn't understand React at all. Browser understand only 3 languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if you go to the inspector, this React code is actually changed into JavaScript, HTML, complete HTML. Okay, and JavaScript is also there. So complete HTML. If you see here, inside the div of ID of it, there is a div of class of app, and this all these things are there. But this is not written as class name. This is written as class, because HTML doesn't have something like class name. It has got class. So that is there. So class name is converted into class. Class name is converted into class. So that is something which is a bit different in your JSX and React, and we'll see more things there. So now the next thing in like I've shown the complete structure. So now we'll start with main thing. So how to start? So the first thing is to do is that we need to remove all this boilerplate code, because React comes with this boilerplate code. So I will remove it and save it, and see nothing is now shown now. Nothing is there. Okay, nothing is there. So now what is there? So React have two kinds of component. One is a functional component, one is a class-based component. Functional component and class-based component. So functional components, and app.js is always the starting point. Okay. So now the next thing is how to do this functional component. Okay, so I'll go to the src and create a components folder. Components folder. This is the way you should do it. And then I will create a thing known as welcome.js, and another thing called greeting.js. So this greeting.js, as I've told, there are two kinds of component. One is the class based, one is the function. Let us first create the functional component. So just like the HTML, we do this and do this, the HTML code is been done. React also comes with some snippets. But those snippets are not inbuilt into the VS Code. Again, we have to use a very good extension, and that extension is called this thing, ES7 React Redux. Okay, ES7 React Redux. Okay, this extension, what it is having? It is having some nice snippets. What are snippets? It has got some very nice snippets. So what are these snippets? Snippets are like something like a shortcut, just like a this is a shortcut for HTML. this the shortcut for a functional component, and functional component can be two types. One is you can write a normal function also, or you can write an arrow function. I love arrow function for a reason. RAFCE if I do. Okay, so this is done, and not there. Okay, I will see. Do this tab. So this is a arrow function, and if you can see, this is like having a export default. So default, like every React components are on it, or are on its own, so we have to like export it also so that the other one can use it. So this greetings is there. Okay, so greeting, let me write here h1 and greeting from React. Save it. Now how do I show it? Greeting from React. So app.js is always the main parent component. From here I'll show it. So React components also we have to show like an HTML tag. Okay, so I'll do greeting like this, and then like this I have to end it. Okay, it is not required to like they're self-ending. Okay, but self-ending in Java, in HTML can be left like this, but in React it cannot be left. It have to be self-ending, like the HR tag is there. I'll show that later on. So okay, let me show right now only. So HR tag is there. HR tag in HTML can be done like this, but in React it will give error. In HTML also it is like that. You should end it, but it is not mandatory. So I'll save it. So this greeting from React is coming, just coming from here. So this is how we do a functional component. But how do we do a class-based component? So class-based component we'll do with, again there is shortcut. The shortcut is RCE, and but they have done one more time export, so I'll remove this thing. And here I will do again one welcome to React. Okay, so let me show it first, then I will come back to it. So showing class-based component is also similar. Like you have to just show it. You don't have to create some object or instance of it. No, those things are not required. Although it's a ES6 class. Okay, so I will write this welcome to React is coming. Okay, so everyone, please, if you're not like this video and watching it right now, please do like it. So I still see 10 people are there. Thank you for being there for such a long time. Okay, so this welcome is there. Okay, so welcome to React is being shown, and it is shown. But see, there is a bit difference between this functional component and this functional component is very simple. But this class-based component, what is there in this class-based component? Class-based component is a ES6 class, but you will always also see that there is an extent keyword is there. Extent is nothing but inheritance, and you don't have to know much about it, but it is like inheritance in a classes. So inheritance is in a classes is there, and see what is there in this inheritance, like this component. I'm taking something from this component. So what is this component? So this component is like something which the Facebook team has written, and because of this component only we can use the concept of props and state in a class. Not props, mainly the props also, props and the state and some other advanced stuff in class-based component. And there is a render keyword also. I'll come render function also, which is not there here. This simple return is there. So this render is something which will run again and again. We'll come back to this when we are going to do the state. Render is very important. Okay, so this is how it is being shown. Okay, so now the next major topic in React is known as the props. So props in React is a very important topic. So what does props means? Props simply means to pass data from one component to the other component. Okay, it means passing data from one component to other component. And how do we do that? So here this greeting is there. Okay, greeting is there. So I'm going to pass something like I will write a name equal to Java. So props are like this. Okay, so Golang. So like this is there. So here what happens, like I'm passing this name, okay. So name is not a keyword, but if I'm passing it, it should be the same. So it can be language also. I could have written lng also, like this I could have written. Then I should have written the same thing here also. But the main thing is that from this parent component, I want to pass this data, like JavaScript, Golang shift to the child component. It's a very important thing, because this is something which you always do in production project. So I want to pass this thing. So but right now only hard coded things have been shown. But I have passed this thing. Now how it will be shown here? So in greetings, I will get a keyword. That keyword is known as props. It's a keyword props. And then if I do a CLG of props. And this props, you are going to see props is like, I will open the console. Props will be a key value pair. So I want to show the value. It will be an object and it will be a key value pair. So I'll do a props dot name, because that is the thing here. Okay, props dot name. I'll do save it. See the console. First, see the console. The console is an object. Line number 4, the console is an object, which is the name equal to JavaScript. Name is Golang, name is shift. Okay. And how do I show a value of an object? Like in if I want to show some variable, I have to use the curly bracket in React. And props, this whole thing is props. So props dot name, I'm doing the props dot name. Whole thing is props. So props dot name, I am doing it. So the other thing is there is like this. Okay. So uh, I'm just sending like name equal to JavaScript there, and there I am getting like a props dot name and all those things. Okay, props dot name. Because I'm the props is getting converted into an object. Object is coming. So that is what the magic of React is. It change it likes that. Okay, so that is there. Now there is one more kind of a props. Okay, this is the most common kind of a prop, but there is one more kind of a prop which is known as children prop. Okay, so here what I'm going to do. First thing is that I can close it like this also, and it will not give me an error because it is not an error. Okay, you can do it like this, but nobody does it like this, because why to write more code? Then, but I done this for a reason. I will write language of the web. Right, language of the web. Don't want it so big. Language of the web. I will write. Okay. So language of the web. I will write, and I will save it. See, when I will save it, see what is happening here. In this first one, there is a new thing is coming, which is known as a children, So children is coming. So now it means I have another thing here, which is known as props dot children. So let me show it in a P. I'll show it in a P as props dot children, but it is showing me some error, and the error is like this. It is showing me that adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you want to use a JSX fragment? Yes, I do want to use a JSX fragment, because there is a rule in React, like if something is starting with h1 or something else, it cannot end with something else. So I cannot have the whole thing as a h1. Okay, so in this I'm not getting error, because something it is starting with a div, ending with a div. Okay, so like this. So either you can use a div, or there is a thing in React known as a fragment, which is like this empty thing, and you can use that. So what's the benefit of that? Benefit of that, see, I've used this, the error has also gone. So VS Code is also quite helpful to give all these things. So the error has gone, and if you like see here in the inspector now, you can if I come here and see inspect and all, so you can see like H1P is there, and there is like I cannot find out, like I have given the fragment and all, so the fragment and all is not been shown. Okay, so that is there, because it behaves as if it is not there, so it will not affect the CSS. Okay, so that is there. Now the other thing is that how do we do the same thing in this welcome. Okay, so let me have some here also. Name equal to React, React, okay, and let us have a children prop also. NG dot file development. Okay. So I have this also. Now, if I save it, so it will be shown like this. But a difference between a functional component and a class-based component is that class-based component doesn't have any like something to take the argument. Okay, you cannot do it. So what happens in a class-based component? We use the concept of the this keyword. Okay, so this is all only available in a class-based. So we use the concept of the this keyword. So again, I want to show to both of these things. So I will use a fragment again, then go here and do a P, and then this dot props dot name, and so this keyword is used, and this dot props dot children. This is the proper name, and this is the proper children. Okay, so like this I'll do and save it, and this will be shown. Okay, I have written D 2 times. This will be shown like this. So this is how you pass a prop in a class-based component. Okay, so that is done. Now the next big topic we are going to learn, okay, in React, which is a concept of a state. So the concept of a state is the thing which make React react. State is the thing which make React react. Okay, so and right now we'll see as if the state is only in a class-based component. We're soon going to come to see how to use a class concept of a state in a functional component. But right now we're going to see only in a class-based component. So we will create a okay. Before telling about classes, I want to tell one more thing. There's one more thing which is like if it is open, let us see that right now only. So there is a concept of destructuring in JavaScript. Destructuring, not in JavaScript, in which what happens, I can like a object I can destructure, and destructuring is used a lot in React. Okay, so here, so this props is there. So instead of this props, what I'm going to do, because I know the props is an object, so I can directly do like this and write it like as name, comma. What's the benefit of it? Now I can get rid of this name props. Okay, here you might be seeing only 2 times I'm getting rid of, but in real version you get rid of it 50 times. So if I'm getting rid of it 50 times, it is like something. So this is like a object destructuring. See, no error is there. Okay, so there is one more way of destructuring here, and that is like not doing it in a functional component. I will have the props only here. Okay, props only here, and then I will have a const. This is proper object destruction which we teach in ES6. Okay, so PR for PS props. I'll do. Okay, and have it save. No error is there. It is like quite same. No error is there. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to see is how to use this in class based. So class based, if you see, there is no argument, so I can use the second way only. The second way also we use it inside the render, but here there is no props, there is this dot props. So I'll use a this dot props, and here it is much more beneficial because we get rid of 2 words like this dot props. And suppose I have to use this dot props 100 times, so every time I have to write this dot prop, this dot prop, this dot props dot name, this dot props dot children, this dot props dot name, this dot props dot children, which is not a good thing. instead of it, just write one line like this and then directly use it like name and children. So this is known as destructuring. So now we will go into the state. We'll learn about the state. So let us learn about the state now. Okay, so here before learning about the state, I will comment it out also. How to comment in React? Select everything and do a control backslash, just like in any other programming language. Select everything and do a control backslash, just like in any other programming language. Now I will write a new thing known as a counter.js, and then here RCE, because right now class based we are learning in like state we are going to learn in the class based only. So that is there. Now one more thing is that state can be only given inside something known as a constructor. So all classes have constructors. Okay, so not only in React, not only in JavaScript, but in all other programming language, constructor is something which get called when we create an object of it. Okay, so the constructor are done at that time. So here again there is a shortcut for creating a constructor, which is rconst, and it will create a constructor. So one thing is there. Let me first write something here like count and make it a 0. So then I will tell what is this. So constructor is there, and in constructor I am taking a props and a super props. So those who know a bit of inheritance in class based component, whenever we create a constructor of an inherited class, which is this counter, which is inheriting from this component, we have to use a super keyword. Because if we are using something from the inherited class, like actually this props concept in a class based comes from your this only, like this component only it comes. Okay, so this super props like I have written. Okay, then the other thing is this dot state is there, this dot state is there, and then equal to this count. Okay, so I have this, and let me show the counter now. Okay. So see, again, VSCode comes with a lot of features. Like the moment I did this, the import statement is automatically done, which I didn't did it. It's like you have to import the thing and export the thing also. Import the other component and export, like export this also. Okay. So that is there. Let's save it. The counter is been shown because that is what is like. I don't want it like this. That is what is there. Okay. So the counter is shown. Now why I have written that this dot state like this, and state is a keyword, and the state we again give it with the this keyword. So this keyword is a thing which is a good in class-based component, also bad in class-based component also, because it causes a lot of issues also, and it also complicates the code, and that is the one of the reason we use functional component. Okay, so because it complicates the code also. Okay, so that is there. Now the thing which is there is like okay, so why this keyword is used in a lot of class based thing, because this is something which is accessible throughout the class. If instead of this I will use a var also. Var is a functional scope. So a functional scope means it will only shown inside this, it will not go outside this. So that's one of the reason we use this keyword a lot in classes. And this dot state is actually an object. If you can see, it's an object. So count is an object. So if I want to show this value of the count, which is something which I want to do, so how do I do? H1, and then I'll do here COUNT. So I want to show the value. So how to show the value? So this dot state dot count, this dot state dot count, and save it. So count is 0 is been shown. Count 0 is been shown like this. Okay. So that is there. Now, okay. So now only showing the count is not enough. So what I want to do right now, I want to increase the count, because that is what React is all about. Increase the count. Okay. So increase the count. So how do I increase the count? Okay. So here I'll have a button. I cannot have two things like this. So I will have to wrap it in a fragment. So I'll wrap it in a fragment. Then this button is there, and in this button I'll write increment, and in this button I will have a on click, on click. Okay, on click I'll write, and in this on click is the event handler which will run the moment I click the button. On click, I'll call a different function like this dot increment count, a different function I'll call. Okay, so this is there, and this increment count created outside. Okay, increment count I will create it outside, and then I will the thing that we have to increase the state with something known as okay. So okay, okay, let's try to increase the state in a normal way. Okay, not like that. Let's try to increase the state in a normal way, like this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus one. Okay, so like this. So this is the common way which someone will think that okay, the state will be increased like this. So also I'll do the console log. Is that state dot count? It is. Then I will inspect the console here and then save it. Okay, but I got an error here because can't state property state, this is undefined. So as I have told earlier, that this keyword is a good thing in classes also, but sometimes it prefer do some weird thing like this, because and this keyword is so complicated, there is a whole thick book on the this keyword. Okay, it is so complicated, but in an easier way is that to preserve the this keyword there are a lot of ways, and the most common way was created in 2015 in ES6, known as arrow function. Arrow function is not a fancy way to represent anything. It is like with arrow function, what happens? This is preserved. This is really a word, like this is preserved. There are other ways also like bind and all. So I don't want to show that right now. So there, I generally show that in a longer class and all. So we don't have time today. So the best way, the most modern way is to change every function into an arrow function, and that's why I like it. So I'll do it equal to, and I guess I'll do it will change to an arrow function. Now I will not get an error. Okay. Now let me try to increase it. Okay. So yeah, state is increasing. State is increasing, but only in the console. The main thing is that I want to increase the state here, but why it is not increasing here? I like the state is increasing, the logic is completely fine, but why it is not increasing here? And that is the reason what React works behind the scene. Okay, so what React says, to show the updated thing again, this render function should be run again. This render function should be run again. So, but this render function is sort of like a virtual DOM, again a theoretical thing. I don't go into much into the theory. So it's sort of do a reload, uh, a reload which doesn't happen anytime, like virtual DOM. In React, you'll never see the reload is happening like this. Okay, it vanishes everything, but it is sort of a behind the scene reload in which it doesn't reload the browser, but it is sorts of like paint the DOM again. This is again a key, again a word, paint the DOM again. Okay, sort of that. So what happens? This render, if you change it in this way, this render will not change. This render will not run. So there is a special function in React which is like this thing doesn't run. Right. This thing doesn't run. So there is a special function in React which is known as this dot set state, and through this only you can change the state, then only the render function runs. So this dot set state takes an object and then I want to change the count of this object. So I have to take this, and instead of this 0 I will do a this dot state dot count plus 1. This dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, so I'll do this and I will save it. Now if I increase it, see, it is getting increased. It's getting increased. So what happens, it will change the state and it will come here and the render will run again. So it is sort of reloading this web page and it is increasing, reloading this web page and it is increasing. So this is how you change the state here. Now that is done, and this is also done. Okay. Now we will look into one more thing in our class base, and that thing is known as a life cycle methods. Life cycle methods is again one of the very important thing in React. This life cycle method. Okay, so in life cycle method, what happens? Lifecycle React components. Okay, so let me create a like a new components for that, and one of them will be known as parent life cycle dot js, and other one will be parent life cycle dot js. So parent life cycle and child life cycle dot js is there. So again, it will be RCP. And lifecycle method is something which we are soon going to see hook-based component. We are going to revisit them in hook-based component also. Okay, so like this, it is there. Then like here, I'll have a R const. And name will be parent lifecycle. Then I'll have a the main thing in lifecycle method which we want to see right now is the how the flow works, how the flow works. Okay, so that is something which we are going to see. So parent lifecycle constructor will be there, and then have a h1, and in this h1 I have a this dot state dot name. I'll have a clg, and so there are basically like three life cycle phases. One life cycle phase we are going to see later on. So the two life cycle phases are there. One of the life cycle phase is known as the mounting phase, and one of them is known as updating phase. Okay, so this mounting phase runs when we don't interact with the DOM. So everything is like no state changes happening. This mounting phase happens at that time. Okay, so now I'll save this thing and I will have this like the counter also. I will comment it out, and then I will have parent life cycle like this, and then save it. So parent life cycle has been shown, and then constructor and render are been run because they runs in that order. So this the constructor and render are a part of the mounting phase which runs when we don't interact, when we don't interact with the DOM, we don't change the state or some props is not coming. So that is at that time it runs the initial render. Okay, it is also known as initial mounting. But here there is one more lifecycle method which is actually very important, which is known as component did mount. It is known as component did mount. Okay, component did mount, and then I'll have a CLG and so component did mount is a very important lifecycle method. Why? Because it runs because it runs after after the render also, it runs. It is and you're going to see that we are going to do, like, I'm going to show how to do API calls also in React. So we are going to do the API calls and something from this component did mount. So why? Because it generally runs after everything has been mounted, everything has been, like, in a JavaScript, HTML, CSS, JavaScript project also, what we do, JavaScript we keep at the just end. So JavaScript should run at the end. It is something like that. So if I want to do some API call or something else, I put it in this component did mount lifecycle method, so that it runs after like this render is also done. So it will run at that time. Okay. After a render is also done. Okay. So that is there. This is the component did mount. Okay. So now we will do one more thing. So we'll do the same thing in the child life cycle also, because I want to show how it happens when life cycle have like a component have a child also. So component have a child also. Then what happens? And one more thing I'm going to do here is, like, copy this all of these things. Like, I will change it on child is there, and this child also I am going to call it from this parent. Child life cycle, like this I call it. Now import it, save it, and see. Now again the flow. See the flow right now. Okay. Parent constructor, parent render, then this component did not doesn't run. Then it goes here, constructor render, component did not, and at last the component did not of the parent is run. And this is one of the place where we do the API call. Where we do the API call. We are going to soon going to see that the API call we do it here. Okay. So this phase is known as the mounting phase. There's one more phase which is known as the updating lifecycle phases. Okay. So updating lifecycle phases have one more method here, which is known as component did update. Component did update. It have this component did update. Okay. So here I have a CLG and did update will write. And now for component did update to work, actually we need a button also. So this button will have, and this button I will write a change state, and we can change the state. We have to call a function. Okay, on click. Instead of calling the function outside, what we can do, we can call the function inside also, like directly here. In the previous case, we have called a this dot increment count outside, but I can call the function directly here using the arrow function again. This dot set state, and name is PWD. Okay, let's save it. Main thing is not how it is working, how it is changing. So again, if I refresh it, like the first time when it runs, when I'm not changing the state, the mounting phase runs, all the constructor, render, component did mount, and all these things. So one more thing I forgot to do, which is like component did update. I will put it here also. Again, so that is there. Now what happened, the mounting phase, updating phase happens when the state get changed. Yeah. So right now again the mounting phase has run. When I don't change the state, I don't interact with the DOM. So I'm interacting with the DOM and changing the state. See, I'll click it. See the difference. Neither the constructor ran, nor the component did mount ran, but the render will run, and then the component did update ran. So that is what is happening in the updating phase when we change the state. So every time we change the state, this things will run. Every time we change the state, these things will run. Okay, so these are known as life cycle method. So one more thing which I want to tell here is how to do API call. So API call is also something which is related with we have to do it through the this component did mount, because the component did mount runs after the render is done. In React, you do the API call only through this component did mount. Okay, so API call will do to the famous JSON placeholder endpoint and the post endpoint ID. So this is not a normal site. This is a API endpoint which gives us an array of objects. So let us do this thing, and we'll do it with the inbuilt fetch API only. So I will have a new thing like uh, post list dot js. I'll have again RCE. After this, we are going to change everything to a hook-based React. Okay, so that is there, and here I will have a post list like this, and save it, and okay. So now this post list has been shown. Okay. So first, I need to have a constructor const, and when we do API call through React or in JavaScript, also we use the fetch API. Okay, so this fetch API we use. So this is the endpoint API endpoints. This is how internet works. This is created with Node.js backend, and this data is coming from MongoDB database. We don't access the database directly, so we do it through this. Like this can be done with JavaScript also and React also. Anything. So the calling, okay, calling I'm telling. So now we want to do the API call as I told earlier after the everything is rendered. So we always do the API call inside the component did mount. Component did mount will do, and the state will have this like this. We're getting a post, so I'll make a post, and it will be equal to an empty array. Empty array. Then I will come here and do a component did mount like this. Then const URL equal to this URL, and then there are two ways to do this API call. Like one is the this thing which I'm going to do right now. It is a part of async JavaScript. So there is a async await thing through which we have to do the API call. So I'll write const res equal to await fetch URL. Await is giving me error because whenever we write await, we need the async also. So async, I can make this async like this. I will make this async, and then fetch API requires two part. So const post equal to await rest dot json. I'll do, and then clt post. I'll do. I will save it. Let's see. I got the array of object. I get the data. So now I got the data. So how do I show the data? So I show the data through this dot set. I'll put it in the state thing which I've created right now, and I will put it in object post this post like this. See the color. This post is this post, and this post is this. And again, there is a shortcut in ES6 JavaScript. If you have the same thing as a key value pair, I can remove this. This is a shortcut. Okay, so I will do that thing. So now I will do H1 and post list. Maybe I have a like this. Okay. To show something, so I have to use this curly bracket, and then there is a map thing in again ES6 JavaScript post dot map. That's why you need all ES6 concepts before React. All ES6 concepts. I am right now. I use two ES6 concepts. One is this thing, and one is this post dot map. Map is the ES6 concept again. So I'm mapping through it, and then I am post. Map is used a lot in React. Okay, so I'll do this, and then maybe I will show it in like I want to show it in H3. I would just show the title, okay, H3 and post dot title. And there is one more thing in React. You always need a key, or else it will give a big warning. So post dot key should be anything which is unique. Okay, so H3 post dot ID. If I save it, posts is not defined. Okay, post is not defined. Yeah. So actually post is not defined. Post, there is nothing like post. There is, this is like this dot state dot post. So I will do it. This dot state dot post. Now see all the titles are being shown. Titles are being shown here. So this is how we are getting the data from the back. And this is actually the 90%, like not 90%, actually 50% of work of the front end engineer to get the data from an API endpoint and showcase it in the front end. And that is how they work. Okay. So this is done. Now what I am going to do, I'm going to like stop this project, and we are going to learn hooks now. So for hooks, what I am going to do, I'm going to create a new project because it's always good to have it in idea, because I want to showcase both of them. So this will be HOOK hooks. Let it be done. 2 minute break. Okay. So 2 not 5 minutes. Okay. So we have a 5 minute break. So someone is telling I'm unable to run React files. So for React, you need two things. One is the Node.js and one is the npm. Without that, React will not run. So whether you're using a Windows, whether you're using a Mac, it doesn't matter. In the terminal, if you give Node dash V, it should show something, and npm dash V will show something. And plus, another thing is there that on Windows system, unfortunately, Windows was never created for programming, but everybody uses Windows only. So Windows you get a bit more error than a Mac. So that is there. And I have to personally help someone if someone is getting some error running React in Windows, which unfortunately I don't have time. And then you have to connect with me on LinkedIn and all. And then also I don't have time. If I will have time, then I can solve it. Like maybe my team can look into it. Generally we don't have time, like our rest of time goes to our students, but then also we can try. Okay, so that is the Node and npm is very much required. Without that, no React thing, like you cannot run this thing. Like, and you cannot create a React app without that. Okay, so that is it. So my hook app is also created. So what I'm going to do is like open this and cd hooks. I'll open and I'll open it with VS Code. Yes. And one more thing which I'm going to do here is like close this thing, but open it in one of my other editor, like Sublime Text. I will open so that I want to refer that thing, because whenever I tell hooks, I I teach it in a way like I will show the class based also and through this. So where is my what too many things, like think where is the 25th one? Okay, so this is the 25th one. So this my app, I have taken it in a like here. I have taken it here so that we can always see it. Maybe I will do it here. Okay, so that is there. And as usual, what I have to do here. So I'm inside the hooks one. So I have to do code I have done. So I have to do an npm start. So I have to do an npm start. So I've done the npm start and it will open it. And my local host 3000, it will open. So refresh it and this logo will be shown again. Okay, so again, before starting with the hooks, which nowadays if you start a new project, you should always start it with hooks only. Okay, so and please do come to a long React session which like happens once in a month. Like it's a 4 days workshop, happens like 1 hour each day, and 4 hours we think it's enough to teach React. Okay, so that is there. And again, in this thing, I will do one thing, or else comma console.log comes twice. I'll remove this thing. Okay, save it. That is okay. Now again, in this app.js, I'll go and I will remove all these things. And then I will create a folder. And inside components, I will write a task counter .js. So what is this hooks? Hooks was released in the year 2020 mid in React, and React is slowly moving towards functional component. Now functional components earlier didn't have two major things of a class-based component. One is the concept of a state and one is the concept of lifecycle method, which we have recently seen here in this. We have recently seen both of these things in this class-based. We have seen both of these things. So these two concepts were like added in this hooks. Okay, in this with the invention of hooks. Earlier also functional component were there from the starting, but the functional component were lacking two important things. They're also known as dumb component earlier. Dumb component means they didn't have any brain of their own. They're known as dumped component. Okay, so yes, attendance link, you have to fill your LinkedIn profile. If you don't have a LinkedIn profile, Really, I don't have a LinkedIn profile. Okay. So attendance link, there are a lot of things are there. Okay, LinkedIn is the last thing. So that is there. So now this class counter, I will have a RCE. Please repeat. Okay. So I've not told much, but then also I'll repeat. Okay. So the thing is that React is from 2000, your 2013, and it gained popularity in 2015. From the starting, React was treating like class-based component as the first class citizen. Class-based components were having more power. Like initially also, so this is the class-based component code which I have written like in the past one now. So here like the functional components were there from the starting, but class-based component were also there. But class-based components were having the concept of state and lifecycle method also in a class-based component. So, but in 2020, what happens? Class-based component were a bit complicated also because of this keyword, and they were also having some issues in React. So for that, React gave the functional components the superpower of state and lifecycle method. And React now wants everyone to use mainly functional component, but the class-based component has not gone anywhere. All the old projects, all the projects which are 3 years old, also have a class-based component a lot. So that is there. Now we're going to learn about the hooks. We already seen the functional component, but we have not seen what are hooks. So the latest features in React, like not the latest feature, it's still 3 years done. Okay, so that is there. So and hooks, I will teach like first I'll create a class-based component, then I will change it to a hook based. Okay, so two major things were included in hooks. All the other things are also there, but the two major things of state and exception method. So we are going to see first the state, and then we're going to see the life cycle method. So this is a normal class-based component which I have created. Here, what I will do are const, and then count is 0, and I will have a negative one. Count is this dot state. This is something which I've seen earlier also, but I'm doing it again because I'm going to show it here only. So, and then I'll have a button. So this button will be increment, and in this button, I will have a on click. But this time, I will make the function here only. So like this, we have seen this. I can do the this dot set state state, and then I will change the state to count is this dot state dot count plus one. Okay, like this I'll do save it, and this class computer I'll do save it, and then I'll go here and I can increase the count. So this is the class based thing which we have seen earlier also, but only the thing is that I've made everything here. Okay, so now we are going to change it to a hook. Okay, hooks are nothing but something added in the functional component. Okay, so I'll create another component known as hook counter dot js. Now what I'm going to do here, RACE, based like a component is there. Now again in a div, I will have a one. Let me name it hook count, and then there will be a button like this. It will be increment. Let me have this also here. Countdown. Right. So now how do we have a state in a functional component? Actually, we don't have the concept of this dot state and all there. So what React team had done, they have created a additional program sort of a thing, which is like known as a use state hook. Okay, use state hook. And what we do here is like a uh, array destructuring kind of a structure it has. So like const count comma set count is equal to use state of 0. Use state of 0. Okay. So count comma set count is use state of 0. And if I give this count here, I will get the count of 0. So, and how do I increase this count? I increase this count with this. Again, there will be a on right equal to. This time it is like set count is count plus 1. Much more easier than. Okay. And one more thing, it will like work fine like this. It will work, and it isn't. So it is much more like if you see both of this code, both of this code. So what is the difference here? And it is much more easier here also. So the difference here is that we have this array. This is array destructuring method. So count is 0. We were doing it inside an object. Here what is happening in the array destructuring, the count of you inside the use state I'm taking, so count of 0 is taken. But what is the set count? Set count is the equivalent of set state. Set count is the equivalent of set state. But the main thing is that set state is a keyword. Set count is not a keyword. Okay. So in a state, if you have want some other state, so what you do, you give a comma and give a like a name and an empty string. But if I want to do the same thing here, then I have to create another thing like here, do a name and set name, and here I will do this thing. So this is how it works in a like a functional component. And you generally like here if I want to change the state, I have to change it through this dot set state only, which is a common thing. Here it is like the set count, set name, so they're different things. In fact, this is not even a keyword, but industry standard is like that. I'll do a set count or a set name, like set and the capital. Industry standard is like that. Okay, so that is there. Now the other thing which the other thing here is that set count and set name is like that. And but there is no this keyword involved and there is no object involved, so this is much more easier also. And one more thing here is that the functional component now started behaving like a render, like this return start behaving like a render, like it runs again and again once I change the state. Okay, although the state keyword is not there, still it is still a state. Okay, so the concept of state is implemented like this in a functional component. Okay, so that is there. Now okay, so now the next concept which is there, which was there, which we have seen, was the concept of your life cycle method. So life cycle method is also a very important thing, which is again there like in this life cycle method which you have seen, like component did mount and component did update. This was earlier not there in a functional component. Component did mount and component did update. So they have implemented that also in the functional component. And how they have implemented it? They have implemented it through again hooks. Again, we are going to see first in the class component and class counter, and then we're going to implement in this hook counter. And here one more thing I want to tell, that I have told that there are three different phases. One is the mounting phase, one is the updating phase, there's the third phase I didn't told. Third phase is the unmounting phase, which we're going to learn here also. And again, I'm going to do it first with the function class based component, then I will go to the, then I will tell the functional component, how I will take it there. Okay, so here now what I want, like maybe I will do one more thing here. I will like remove the hook counter right now because I want to show it only in the class counter. Okay, suppose I want to change this React app, which is written in the title to this class counter. So I can change it, and I can change it. I should actually change it in the component did one. This is a very practical thing because once the state is changed, then I want to change it because I want to show the state here. Whatever is the state, I want to show that. So I will put it in the component did one because it runs after render component it mount. I will put it, and there is a thing known as document dot title. Document dot title is there. There I will show like the count is dollar this dot state dot count. This dot state dot count. Count is this dot state dot count. I will save it. Okay. See now the count of 0 has been shown here. Count of 0, document dot title is shown because component did mount. We know that component did mount run after the like this mounting phase. Okay, like the mounting phase it runs when you don't change anything. Now see one thing here. If I do this increment, this is incrementing, but this is not incrementing because the component did mount and the constructor only runs once. It doesn't run once the state is changed. So what does that mean? That means that I have to put it in the component did update method. Okay, update method. And actually it takes two more things also, which I'm not told earlier. If props and if state. If props and if state. It takes. So save it. Now see what will happen. The moment I will increase it, this is also increasing. So this is how the a practical example of component did update also. Okay, so it is increasing like this. Okay, so that is there. Now the other thing is like how do I do it in the hooks? How do I do it in the hooks? So on hooks, what happens? There is a thing known as a, like again a hook is introduced, and that hook is known as a use state. There is a hook known as a use effect hook. So I will have a use effect hook like this, and use effect hook. I, the lifecycle methods, all the lifecycle methods are done through use effect hook. So there is a bit of confusion also. So what happened, use effect hooks runs in like different kind of a modes. It runs in different kinds of a modes, and we are going to learn about that. So use effect is done, and this is the most generic mode. And in the use effect, actually I will put this thing document dot title, but I don't have a this dot state dot count. I only have this count, and maybe I will add the keyword like hook count like this. It's much better. Save it. But I'm still showing the class counter, so I have to go here and go hook counter like this. But let's save it. So hook counter is been shown, and I will increase it. See, it is also increasing. So one thing is there. The use effect hook, the way to give the use effect is like this. Use effect hook in the most basic way. Use effect hook in the most basic way is a combination of okay, is a screen is blur. I will come to that. Okay, after I will tell that. Use effect hook is a combination of component did mount and component did update. This is very important in this. In the most basic way, it's a combination of component did mount and component did update. So to the Salman Sheikh screen is very, so I think you are watching like a live streaming for the first time, live streaming or any coding video. So this is not your fault. This is, I don't know, I have to raise this to Google actually. This is a fault from Google. What Google does, Google things like try to save your data all the time. So what it does, it streams everything in a very low quantity, which is known as 144p, which is like a very bad way to show anything. It will, you will not be able to even see it. So what you have to do, you have to go, like I will only tell this one time, you have to go to the YouTube and when you see it, what it does, as I'm telling, so to everybody, not only to Salman Six, to everybody. So what it does, if you go to the settings, I don't know whether you're watching it on a mobile. Mobile, it's a bit different way. Mobile, I cannot show it on the mobile. Like I cannot show like this. I can take the mobile and show like this. I cannot show that thing. It's not possible. So what it does, this quality, it will set it to auto. Even see, for me, auto is like 360p. Although I am like using a broadband, it is showing me the 360p. 360p is not a good quality to see coding videos. You always have to go here, and sometime even if your internet is not good, it will try to show it to at 144p. Okay, let me see it at 144p. Okay, this is at 144p. If you all can see my screen, like maybe I will make it a bit bigger. This is 144p. Now the screen is damn blurry. Like I cannot even see what it is showing. Screen is very blurry, and I will say that okay, screen is very blurry. All of you will say, not your fault. It's Google fault. Why it is taking it in auto? I don't know why it is taking it in auto. Maybe they have to change their algorithm. So quality. Let us see this thing. 240p. Very bad. I cannot see anything. It is horrible. How can TWD be such a horrible person and they're telling it and that? So let us see it at 320p. Still TWD is horrible person. 480p. TWD is a good person. Now it is like the screen is good. Like now TWD is very good. Now the screen is very good. But TWD is a very bad person. He is like using a lot of our data. Yet he is 720p. A lot of your data will be used. Sorry for that. A lot of your data will be used. If you're using a Geo connection, your 1.5 GB will go away. But you have to watch a coding video at 720p, not only for my channel, for every other channel on this planet earth. You have to see it on 720p. I'm streaming at a very fast rate, 720p. We have to pay a lot of money for that also. 720p, it's not like freely it is available. 720p, we have to pay a lot of money, like 20,000 rupees a year we have to pay for that. Okay, so that is there. 720p we cannot stream it at 180p, which is a SD video. Some of you have asked for that. Maybe once we reach a good thing, we will, because for that we require 50,000 rupees a year. 50,000 rupees is a lot of money. Okay, let us earn some good money from YouTube, then we will do at that thing. So sorry for that. We stream it at 720p, and 720p is a good thing. So hope your question is like solved. Please do go here and change it to 720p. And on mobile, you have to find it how to change it to 720p. I cannot show it on mobile right now, so please do that. Thank you. Thank you, Salman. So let us, so because this is something which comes to us every time. Okay, so people watch coding video the first time in their life and they will ask this kind of things, and YouTube is like horrible to do these things. Okay, YouTube doesn't know that Indians have gone ahead and we are using Geo, and Geo is very cheap. So that is there. So let us go ahead, and now we are going to see one more thing which I have not told earlier. So in like what happens, okay, so okay, one sec. Okay, let us see this thing. Okay, So we are going to the use effect can be used actually in 5 different ways. 5 different ways it can be used. But let us see a problem here first. Okay, suppose in this class count, again I will come back to the uh, class counter like this. I'll come back to the class counter, and then this class counter is coming. Now what I am going to do here, like I'm going to have another state here, which is like a name, and this will be there. And let us have one more. Let us have a console log also here. CLB dating document title. I will have a input box also here. Input type is text. Value is equal to this dot date dot name. Okay, this is the way you change the forms in a your React. Okay, this dot state dot name, and then on change we need to have on change equal to p, and this dot set state state, and name is e dot target dot value. Name is e dot target dot value. Okay, so now I have this name thing also there. So now what is there which I want to say? See, if I like increment it, I'm getting this updating document title. But if I'm writing also something here, this updating document title is writing, which is not a good thing, because I want this component did update to run only the count is increased, not when the name is changed. Because what happens, this is something to do with the performance optimization. Although the React is very fast, but also if the render runs a lot of time, it is not good. So this boils down to performance optimization, which is not a good thing. So how to do this performance optimization here? Like this component it update should only run when the when your this I click on the increment button. Okay, so how does we need to do it here? So there is two things which when I have told props and previous state. So what I'm going to do, if prev state dot count not. So what is this previous set? With previous set I can take get to know what is the previous state. Is it not equal to this dot state dot count, and then it like this, and save it. Now okay, now see what will happen. I'll increment it, then it will increment. But if I write something here, then it will not increment. See, this is not changing. So this is happening because see what is happening here. If I increment this count, see right now the count is 6, and I increase it, it becomes 7. It becomes 7. So the previous count is 6. Previous state dot count is 6. It keep track of the previous state dot count is 6, and the new state is 7. So they are not equal, so it will run. But if I write something here, the previous state dot count and the new state dot count is both are 7, so it will not go inside. It will like then it will not go inside because they are like not equal. So that is how it will run here. But in a hook, again, it is very easy. Let us first do this, like make another hook like const, const name comma set name equal to use state like this empty string, then have a clg use effect stating document title is there. Then I will have a input text value equal to name and on change equal to e is set name e dot target dot value e dot target dot value. Okay, so that is there. Now counter will do. So counter is done, and again if I tell, we have the same problem. Like if I do it, it'll done, and if I do it like this is done. But here to solve it, it's a very easy way. See, this use effect comes in a very different ways. Okay, so one of the way is to do is this. I'll do a comma and do this arrow. There's this array kind of a thing, and here I will write a count. So what does that mean? That use effect in the updating phase, it should always run when the count is increased, not something else is increased. And this is a very good way to do performance optimization. Production project, there are 10-15 state, and we have to mention on change of which this use effect should run. So this is a very common thing in production projects. So if I run it like this, then I will, let's see, I will increase it. It is increasing, it is increasing. But if I write something here, so now the count is not increasing. Now the name is increasing, so it will be shown like this. Okay, it will be shown like this. So that is there. Now there is two more things which we are going to learn. And here, so one of the thing is there, how to use effect. By default, what it does, it runs in the component did mount and component did update, both of these things. But there are certain cases in which I want to run only the component did mount, not the component did update. In a class base, it is very easy. I will only write the component did mount, not the component did update. Just like I have to do some API call. Okay, so I'll do that, very easy. But I cannot do the same thing in hooks in a normal way. How we can do it, I will see. We've seen enough of a counter example. Now we'll see a different kind of example, which is like you can see the counter again, but it's like waste. Why I'll show. So we'll see a class mouse dot js, class mouse dot js. I'll do and r again. I will do the class based first. So one sec. So okay, so this class mouse I'll do, and here I'll have a r const constructor. I'll have hello Virendra Thakur. Okay, so this dot state and x is 0, comma y is 0. We have disputing x and y and 0, and then in the render, what I'm going to do in a div is x will be this dot 8 dot x, and y is this dot 8 dot y. Okay, so these two things we have. And now let me show this class mouse here. class mouse is being shown. Okay, maybe a comma will be good. Okay, so this class mouse has been shown here. Now, how will I change this thing? So there is something known as client X and client Y, which is available in the e client X and client Y, through which we can get the position of X and Y. So we'll have a function here known as log mouse position equal to making it a arrow function. This dot set state is x is e dot client x comma y is e dot client y. So these two things are there. So now this log mouse position, from where I should call it? I should call it from the component did mount, because component did mount runs only once. So component did mount I will call, and in React also we can use the event listener. So I will use the which we use in DOM programming in JavaScript. Window dot add event listener, and the event listener is known as mouse move, and it will call the this dot log mouse position. Okay, so why I'm using it in the component bit mount? Because the event listener should be fired only once, not more than once, because or else it will crash the application. So event listener should be fired only once. So that's why I'm using the event listener in the component bit mount. And when it will fire only once, then what will happen? This log mouse position will, like, this event listener will start listening for the mouse move. Okay, start listening for the mouse move, and when the mouse move will change, maybe to even to one position, this will update, and this will update, and then it will go to the render. Again the mouse position will change, this will update and go to the render, update and go to the render. Okay, I don't need the component did update or something else. Okay, so now I'll do one more thing here. I'll put like the console. It's better to put the console log directly here, which is class mouse bit mount, and this is class mouse log mouse position. Okay, save it. So class mode component did mount ran first, then see class mode log mouse position is running so many times. Okay, so this is like this will work, and I only need the component did mount. So now how do I change it to a hook? Okay, so let us change it to hook. So we'll have a new file called hook mouse dot js, hook mouse dot js I'll have, and then I will have a RAFCE. Then I will have a, so to change it we have x and y. So let us do that thing. So const x comma set x equal to use state of 0, const y comma set y equal to use state of 0, like this is there. And then here I'll do a h1 hook x equal to x comma y is y. So these two things will be there. Then I will have a hook mouse and save it. So hook mouse has been shown like this. Now again we will have this log mouse position, the same thing, log mouse position. Let me do one thing, let me copy this thing. but in a functional component we always have a const here, and this is hook mouse log mouse position, and we don't have set the state and all here. Let me close it only. So we have set x and e dot client client x, and set y e dot client y I'll have, and I will save it. But from where we have to call it? Here we have called it the componented mount. So here we'll go and do a use effect like this. Then LZ use effect called like this. And then we'll have the same Windows event listener, but we don't need this keyword here. But if I run it like this will run in the component did mount, this will run in the component did update also. I only want to run it in the component did mount. So how do we do that here? So for that we have to pass an empty array. Empty array means only the component did mount will run in the use effect, not the component did update. So I'll save it. And now if I refresh it, hook use effect called is there. Then see, the logmouse position is running. Okay, so this is how it is doing. And now there is one more thing, two more thing in the use effect which is remaining. One is the use effect with clean up, use effect with cleanup. Okay, and this is also known as the another life cycle phase, which is known as the unmounting phase, and we are going to learn something about the component will unmount, which you have not learned earlier. So for that, what I am going to do here, I'm going to create a new component called as mouse container dot js, mouse container dot js, and this will be a RAFCE mouse container, and save it. Then I will have a here const display comma set display equal to use state of true. Use state of true, and right. Okay. So now here what will happen? And one more thing, what I'm going to have, this mouse container will call from the main mouse container. Save it. And in this mouse container, I will have a button of toggle toggle display, and here it will be on click equal to like set display, and not of display, not of display, set a display. So what is happening? The display is initially true, and when I click on this button, it will become false. And depending upon the display, this is one of the way to show in React, like display this and an operator is a JavaScript thing. So if it is true, then show this class mouse component, or else don't show it. So now this the class mouse has been there. Okay, so now I have enough console logs here. So see this like class mouse component did mount, then the class mouse log position is running. So now if I toggle display, what happens? When I toggle something and the component is been gone away. So see, now the component has been gone away. It is also known as the component is killed or component is clean up, and that is done. So at that time, the component should go away completely. But what happens here? The component has not gone away completely. It is still there. Still, this class mode log mode position is running. It is happening because we still have that event listener is not killed. Event listener is still there. So what in React has one more lifecycle method which runs when the component is unmounted or component is killed, and that thing is known as component will unmount. Okay, component will unmount, and that will be in that what I'm going to do here, window dot remove event listener is there, and that is something which I'm going to do, windows dot remove event listener, and I will save it. Okay, now again if you are going to do the same thing, refresh it, then it is coming. The moment I do the toggle display, it is gone. Okay, and one more thing, I should also put something mouse and will unmount so that we can know that it is okay. And again, let me refresh it. It's showing. Toggle display, class mount, component will unmount. Nothing is remaining of this component. So this is how the component will unmount is done. So now the same problem we'll have this in this hook mouse also. So in this mouse container, what I will do now, hook mouse, I will put now hook mouse is coming, going, and the moment I do toggle display, then also it is there. So how to solve this problem? How to have this component will unmount in this code? There is a different way to do that. Because we don't have a lifecycle method here. What happens? We have to do it inside a return, return, I guess return, and then inside a return. This is a special kind of a return. Inside that, I will have to have this thing. Okay, so maybe I'll do a hook mouse unmounting code. Okay. So like this, we have to have, and there is no this keyword, so I'll remove this thing. Remove event listener. I just save it. Now again, I'll refresh it. This is running. The moment I do this, hook mouse unmounting, and it is gone away. So this is the all the lifecycle methods are there. Okay. So now the last topic of today is we are going to do. And before that, what I'm going to do, a lot of you have waited till long, and so the attendance 4 have been shared. Okay, so please fill the attendance for. Please fill the attendance for. Okay, so because we're doing the last topic now, attendance 4 have been shared. Please do the attendance for. Please fill the attendance for. It is there in the live chat. Please fill it. Okay, so now we are going to do the last topic of today, which is like how to do API call with uh, with the functional component. We have seen how to do the API call here through what? Through post list. So we are going to do the same thing here. So first thing is we are going to have a post list dot js, but let me close all these things. But it will be a functional component first thing. We're going to do the same thing here. So now I want to have like a state like this. So what to do? So we're going to use the use. So const post comma set post, converting this thing into a use state, and it will be an empty array. Okay, so now how there's no component, like no component and did mount here. And one more thing, let me do the post is here. There is no component did mount and all. So div, maybe I'll have a, I guess, one I'll have. Please fill attendance form quickly. So quickly I'm going to close it. Please fill attendance form. So this post is there. And but how do I do this component did mount? We'll do it through use. So we'll do it through use effect in the, but how to do component did mount? Use effect with the empty bracket will do the component did mount. Now I want to use this async await way only. So there is a problem with use effect. Y- I I have used this like async here in out of this component did mount. I cannot do it there. Okay, I cannot do it. So I have to create a function inside it. So like maybe anything like const h was. I love to create arrow functions. I'm creating it with arrow function, and then this whole code will be there inside it. And this fetch post will be a async. The error has also gone away. So now let us first, instead of like we can directly do it. Why to have it? So you know that everything will come in this set post. We are going to do the post like this. I'll do it. But the thing is that this function also I have to call it from inside only. So I'll call it like this. And then let's take this thing. Right here. Now there is no this dot state. I can directly call it the post. And if everything is right, we will get the data here. Yes, everything is right. And we got the data here. And yeah, so we have ended everything. So we have done a very long task, and thank you all for attending it. Like everyone, like from 9, it is like till it is going to be till 9. Okay, and please fill the attendance form. If you have not filled it yet, please fill the last attendance form. If you have not filled it, I can see 17 people are there. Only 10 people are there because I'm going to soon going to close it. So what is the next step? What is the next step for a lot of you watching it for a long time? So there are 3 steps. Okay, so I will give you all 3 steps to become a web app developer. See, web app developer is the only choice which you have right now. There is no jobs in FANG companies right now, and it will not be there for the next 2 years. So if you have done DSA, forget DSA. DSA is not used anywhere. What you're going to do at DSA, like you cannot do anything with DSA. Your only hope is like web app development. Even mobile app development, there are not that many jobs. Web app development, or there is one more field which is known as DevOps. But there are 10 times more jobs in web app development. Like every company uses web app development. DevOps, every company doesn't use this. Every startup out there, every FANG company out there, every service company out there need this thing. I teach in corporate, I teach in companies of the caliber of, I teach in, I will not give the name, but I teach in one of the company like TCS, Infosys, Wipro. In one of those company also I teach. Okay, so they also ask me to take like the for the freshers who they hire, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and Angular. They don't tell me to okay go and teach them DSA. No, you have to learn only these things. You can get a job anywhere. Like there are a lot of startup jobs are right there. Market is very down, you all know it, who are passing right now and all. You will not get a job in FANG, but there is still job. Today only I placed 2 students. There are jobs are there in the startups, and they are your only hope to get a job right now. And even services companies are there, and everybody wants now trained starter, trained people. Okay, right, like that. So the only hope is like learning web app development, which we have taught. It has got the most knowledge of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. So how to do that? One way is to do it completely free, which is there on our channel. If you want that thing, I will give the playlist also. So first way, so in our channel also, if you will go, so what is there in our channel, like it is like okay, let us go to my channel. Okay, so if I go to like and I will give all of this code also. Let me also do one thing. Let me ask Hari also to give this code. Hari, okay. Hari has given this code, so I will put this code. Okay, so not an issue. So one way is to go to our YouTube, and this is there, and this is me. Okay, so but here also, if you will come, you'll be very confused. Okay, so what to do? Like React is also been taught, and web development is also been taught, and where to start and what to do. They're teaching Bootstrap, they're teaching Next.js, they're teaching almost every web technologies out there on the planet. So what to do? So there is an order in which you have to do. So if you want to know that order, so I will give you three options to learn web development. One is completely free from our YouTube channel. So, but from my YouTube channel also, you will be confused. So what to do, where to do? Okay, so ping me on LinkedIn. First, connect with me on LinkedIn. Ping me on LinkedIn. It doesn't matter if you even don't connect with me, but then you will not be able to ping me. Ping me on LinkedIn. Ping me on LinkedIn. LinkedIn, I am quite big. So those who don't know, this is my LinkedIn profile. I'm an influencer in LinkedIn, but I do my own. Like, please ping me on LinkedIn. Okay, so please ping me on LinkedIn. So I have like 20, like it will be 28,000 and something. So ping me on LinkedIn. So ping me on LinkedIn. I will, those who will ping me on LinkedIn are, or then I will give them this. Okay, so please, you can ping me on LinkedIn. Okay, so this is my LinkedIn profile. You can ping me on LinkedIn. Okay. And the other thing is that one more thing I will give you, like please join the WhatsApp group, so that I don't know which WhatsApp group have Mosam given. Okay, so okay, so 1 second, let me give the WhatsApp group. Okay. So the other thing is that you can join. We have some WhatsApp group. You can join the WhatsApp group, and we keep on telling about what is happening in our YouTube. Like what we have, like things daily. Daily we have something or else is going on. So you can join the WhatsApp group. Join the, which is WhatsApp group. So join this WhatsApp group. Please join this WhatsApp group. You can join this WhatsApp group, and you can ping also me if you want to have some answers. You can ping me, and join this WhatsApp group or ping me individually. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a playlist. So in that order, you have to learn. First, you learn, and that is from our YouTube channel. You learn from here. You learn this thing. So it's consist of 15 like 20-25 videos. You have to learn in that order, and it will take you around 3 to 6 months, because I don't have time to help you there if you're going to learn for free. 3 to 6 months it will take, but then also I will try if I have some time. So 3 to 6 months it will take you, because if you're stuck somewhere, like someone was stuck somewhere, that like her React was not running, so I cannot help everyone. But then also you can find it on the internet, and you can learn on it on that playlist is there. So that order, the order which is required, it is very important. The order is there, which is nobody will tell you on the internet. In all the big channel also, you'll go, they will just teach. Nobody will tell you the order. I will tell you the order. That is a very big thing, I will tell you. So that is one way. The other way is that if you are in Bhopal, so I am currently based out of Bhopal. So we have recently launched our physical batch in Bhopal for the first time. I'm working in this teaching for like more than 1.5 years now. So we have worked launched our own physical training centers in Bhopal at two places, which are top places, MP Nagar and Indrapuri. We have launched, and we are doing IoT trainings also and web development trainings also. Me and another person known as Suresh More have launched it. Okay, so one is this full stack web development course, which fees is 13,000. This is the one, like we give a sort of job guarantee. If you do everything, we give a sort of job guarantee, and right now it is like a 10% discount is also there. So 13,000, 10% discount is a 3 month full boot camp, evening time, like 7 to 8, something like that, because all of them. And if you go to the learn more, You can see the whole syllabus also. We're teaching from everything. HTML, we're teaching CSS, we are teaching. We are doing a lot of projects, JavaScript, React, and Node.js. We are teaching the backend also, Node.js. We're teaching MERN projects. We're teaching Next.js, and we are teaching some AWS basics also to deploy. It is not a DevOps course, but we are teaching some AWS basics also. So this is the site for the HYSI physical course in Bhopal. Okay, physical course in Bhopal. So this is the site of a physical course in Bhopal. Okay, so this is the site DRMZ TWD. Now another thing is that everybody is not in Bhopal. So then what to do? So we have our online course or the online batch every 3 months we have. So right now the current batch is which started in January, it is going to end. Okay, in March it is going to end. So in April 17th I am launching my new batch. April 17th I am launching my new batch, and this is the again the best thing, full stack web development. Actually the course is same, online the course is same, but as you can see the fees is different. Like here it is 13,000, here it is 9,000, because it's online and it will be on Zoom, not on YouTube. It will be on Zoom night 9 p.m. to 10 p.m., because that is the time which in which I take the online. So this is starting from 17th April. 17th April. Read down, ping me anywhere, like on my WhatsApp group, on my LinkedIn, if you are interested. See my YouTube videos if you find that we teach very well. And I know people who have given 1 lakhs for this kind of a course. 1 lakh. Someone came to me yesterday only. He's not even from my course, but he was like crying because he had given 1 lakh to a top company which was using some Bollywood actor for their publicity. Okay, so and he gave 1 lakh and he was not getting a job. So he was not even my student. I should not have given him that thing. But he was like crying and all. So I forward his resume to some companies, because I am in connection with a lot of companies. If you don't believe me, see my LinkedIn profile. I just keep on going to meet people and all those things. I have a lot of connections in the industry because I've been in the industry for 16 years. And right now, also, I've been connected to almost every startup founder and all in the Bhopal, Indore region, in Bangalore region, because I worked in Bangalore for a long time. And all these things have connection. So if you want to do the online batch, and we have a 80% like success ratio till now. We have in our online batches. Physical, we have not done much, 2 3 people only. So that is there. We cannot give 100% because the thing is that people don't complete all the projects. Completing all the project is thing. So online batch starts 17 APR. Online batch starts 17 APR. The course and all you can show it, see it here. Online batch which starts 17 APR. So these are the three options. Either you can do it free on YouTube. Ping me, I will give you the playlist. If you are located in Bhopal, you can do this thing, 3 month boot camp. It is also starting from next month. So hurry up. We have only like 10 seats here, and online also. And one more thing, we don't take more than like 30 seats in online also. We don't take, because someone was telling me that they had also done a boot camp for a very less money, and the person, he is a very famous person, he has started his boot camp. There were 150 people in that boot camp, so no personal attendance. Like the boot camps are more mentorship and all, so they should have more mentorship. So that is there. And one more thing, we have individual thing also, like, but individual classes are like, it will start like, if you say, okay, I know HTML and CSS, I want to do JavaScript and React, a lot of people are there, then you can do when JavaScript starts. Okay, then I only want to do that. So we're divided into 3 part also. If you want to do like that, you can do that. Okay, that's the same thing in the physical also. So this is all the thing about us. So whatever you want to do, like free, you want to do on YouTube, you want to do physical batch, you want to do on online, we have all those things. Okay, so hope this boot camp was something nice, and hope you have all fill the attendance form. You all get the, like, again I will like do one thing. Again I will make this attendance form show. So please fill the attendance form if you're not filled it, and you'll all get your certificate by Sunday night. It takes something, a lot of people attended it. And please, if like and subscribe, tell to your friends about this channel. This 12-hour bootcamp happens only once in a month. We don't have more bandwidth than that, but every Saturday we have a 4-hour mini workshop in which everything we cover in a bit of a hurry, but like that in so much depth will not cover. Okay, so that is their attendance for. I hope everybody is filled it. So this is me, the main trainer and founder at TWD, and I'm signing off right now. Hope you have liked the show which we have done, and me, Awesome, and Hari, we put a lot of effort in this thing. So this takes a lot of effort. 12-hour bootcamps is something which nobody does on YouTube. Nobody does on YouTube. Everything is recorded. You will get 16-hour recorded course, but nobody does it on YouTube. Only we do it. Okay. It takes a lot of courage to do these things. Okay. So people ask us how we get the courage to do such a long bootcamp. The student gave us the courage. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all for attending it. I see a lot of people have attended the whole day this thing. Okay. So thank you all. Thank you. Bye and